You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully good. That's right. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Good to see ya. It's Friday. We made it through another week, folks. That's right. We definitely did. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Welcome to the Vodka stream, of course. Hopefully you got a drink poured. We got a special one tonight. That's for sure. We got a Joker that's coming on for sure. We got Josh Harp. That's going to be joining us tonight. Of course, just recently put out there and just captured the hearts of us nerd boys and girls. And he's going to be joining tonight. And director Joey Falsetta is also going to be joining tonight too, because they both have a short film that they just released actually recently. And then, of course, we're going to talk about that. And then, of course, we'll get to know Josh as well. So hopefully everything should be awesome and great tonight. Should be a good one. Cheers, guys. Cheers. Got my little vodka spritzer with my little lemon wedge. There we go. Cheers. Good times. What's going on, Anna? Good to see you. Shalom. Stand with Gal Gadot, protect her at all costs. Gal deserves the world. Damn those who hate her. What's going on versus Seed? Holy shit. Congrats on getting Josh Harp. Look forward to learning about him. Yeah, for sure. Should be a good conversation. Clone Adventure, can't wait for the stream tonight. Hype for the Punisher special presentation. Bernthal has true love for Frank Castle. That he indeed does. I mean, one of the things that he specifically talked about even recently was the fact that before he officially came back, he was just like, hey, what you guys are doing right now, that's not it. So I think we can actually commend Bernthal for pushing back against what they were actually doing initially when it came to Daredevil Born Again getting revamped back to, well, not fully the way it was, but close enough, right? So what's going on, Kenny? Hope your Friday is good too. Excited for Superman, Supergirl, and the DCU, also DC Comics June 2025 solicitations came out today. Lots of cool covers. Yeah, I've been seeing some stuff, been seeing some things. What's going on, Axel? Tonight's stream should be fun. Good to see you, bud. D-Man 7, why are people making such a big deal out of Batman State Farm commercial? I don't know, D-Man. Why are you such a Debbie Downer? That's the bigger question. We thought it was cool. We thought the Joker design was cool. And then we're like, who's this actor? Because, man, does he have a good Joker look? So we're just having fun with it. Sorry that you can't have fun with it. Sorry about that. That sucks. Because we're all having fun with it. It's called just having fun with it. That's it. I don't know what causes you to have some fun, but hopefully you can find that. Maybe you won't find it here. Who knows? It happens. What's going on, Daniel Lopez? Chiwiwi. Oh, and then of course Jason McKenzie. Thank you for the $30 super chat. Cheers, my brother. Always good to see you. Ahoy, hoy. What's going on, Braden? Good to see you, and welcome to a special guest. Yeah. And then we got Mama Film Junkie here. Good to see you, Mom. Of course, says hello. Love you. And then, of course, we got Unfiltered, Mr. Phil right here, which, of course, he'll be joining the panel as he does. And then we got Johnny Rampage. What's up? Happy Friday. Building the Lego Batman animated series Batmobile and enjoying some of the Devil's Lettuce. Looking forward to tonight's stream. Hey, that's a pretty good Friday night right there. A little bit of and then a little bit of building some things. That's cool. We got Mr. Chris Evans. What's happening, sir? Good evening. Good to see you. Let's see who else we got. We got Game City Sager. I don't understand why geeks and gamers always say a movie is going to bomb, but they are the first one to give money to hate watch them in the first 3 weeks. I mean, that's just the way it is, right? And of course they post like a screenshot, because I kept seeing that all around, and I can't stand that when they post a screenshot saying that, Oh yeah. Like I looked at the 11 o'clock, the 11 p.m. showing on Saturday night, and this is at like Monday, or a week before. Nobody's buying tickets. This thing's gonna flop, and I'm just like going. Anytime that happens, the movie usually doesn't go on flop. It might underperform, and I think Snow White's definitely gonna underperform. It's not gonna be a flop though. I mean, my movie theater that I saw it in it wasn't that much. There's probably about 40%, maybe. I don't know, something like that. Cecil versus Amanda Waller. Who's willing to take the bigger risk? That's a good question. We got Austin. What's going on, sir? Good to see you. We got Jade. What's happening? And then, of course, we got Rational Skeptic. Hey, Dave, do you think the Superman film will have an early screening at CinemaCon? I don't think so. I think they've learned in the past, especially when it came to The Flash, that they're like, maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Maybe we shouldn't be doing that. So, did Jeff Snyder, I'm guessing you're saying, just say that he heard great things about the movie recently? This guy keeps flip-flopping. Yeah, that's what he does. It's fine. That's what he keeps hearing. And then, of course, Robert Meyer Burnett also said he kept hearing good things and everything. I don't know. But then naturally, when those guys start turning onto the diehards out there, guess what happens? Then all of a sudden they're being paid by Warner Brothers, just like me. So we're all on the Warner Brothers payroll apparently because we were doing that. But anyways, cheers, guys, yet again. Let me before we of course get everything going and everything, I do have to give my full review of Snow White. So here we go, Snow White, baby. Oh boy. I mean, not much has changed since my first reaction, not gonna lie. I mean, it's just, yeah. I mean, the movie wasn't for me. I knew it wasn't gonna be for me, but it was just one of those movies since it's just being talked about. It's a big Disney movie. Obviously, Disney wants it to be a huge movie, all that kind of stuff, which is understandable. But at the same time, there's been a lot of controversy, especially with the two lead actresses, that there's been polar opposite controversies. I mean, I talked about it on Film Junkie Live and even clipped it out in its own video, just talking about how people are just look at both of their controversies in different, I mean, it's just like two different movies that people are watching. Meanwhile, everybody, most people are just going, well, what are we doing here? But yeah, the movie it just felt soulless. That's a new thing that I was kind of thinking about. Felt pretty soulless, but generally these movies kind of do. I would not have been able to been like, hey, that's a Mark Webb film. No, it just felt like a Disney film, but it felt soulless. It kind of did, and I still, just like how Little Mermaid felt for me. Again, it just felt like it was a long music video for the star. It was like, hey, you have the great voice. You're going to be the star. You're going to turn into a big star after this. So this is all about you, baby. All about you. And then, of course, people, hating on Gal Gadot because of her performance. And yeah, it's over the top. It's not all that great either. It's not that great. But at the same time, like I said in my first reaction, it felt like they just instructed everyone to just be over the top and be outrageous, except for Rachel Zegler. They were like, no, you have to like act your ass off. Everybody else is just going to be like this amplified version of the character. There is, though, because obviously if you know the story of Snow White, I will say when it comes to Gal Gadot changing herself into like that old, like the old witch lady who gives Snow White the apple, I went, hey, that's pretty cool. I thought that was actually kind of cool what Gal did right there. I was like, oh wow, look at that. She's in full makeup. She's all old and ugly and just like, and it was like, oh, okay, cool. I was okay with that. But at the same time, everybody was over the top. Everybody else was over the top. I mean, so was she a little bit, but everybody else really didn't have a singing voice. She has a singing voice. That's why she ended up coming to be him in her first feature film was West Side Story, which was a musical. So naturally it was anybody else who was going to be in there that was going to be singing, they weren't going to measure up to that nearly at all. That's what was so weird about it. It just seemed like this was all about, hey, we got to make this girl a star, a big, huge superstar. I saw somebody like in one of my comments say like, "Well, she was already a star." I'm like, no, not in that sense. She was going to be like a mega star, being like just totally, I don't know. It's all crazy, but I mean, but still, it just the movie definitely was not. It definitely was not for me, and I think you guys got a sense of that. You definitely got a sense of that. And I mean, if you're not all about these live action Disney movies, it's not for you. But again, it's just what I was really feeling in the past 24 hours was how soulless it felt. And then I was seeing somebody kind of compare it to the source material, which of course we do. And I get that they have to modernize it, but at the same time, again, the whole movie, they should have just made it a Pixar movie. Why not just make these movies a Pixar movie? Because it just doesn't seem like it lands the way that Disney wants them to. I mean, Lion King landed, and so they made a prequel, but that's completely CGI. I thought Jungle Book was really good, but they didn't do Jungle Book 2. They weren't in any hurry to Jungle Book 2. I don't know why. And, Aladdin doesn't seem like they're going to be following up with that. I don't think they're going to follow up with that. I know they did Cinderella. I don't know if they would do, I don't know. It just, hey, they got a winner that's going to be coming out this year, like I said, and I said it last week. I keep on saying it. Lilo and Stitch, the live action version, that's probably going to make $1 billion. I just have a feeling that's just going to make it. It might, 2025 might be the year of furry creatures, furry CGI creatures. Because, well, I mean, you have two of them that we know of that are coming out this year when it comes to Lilo and Stitch. And then, of course, Superman and when it comes to crypto. So, yeah, it just seems like it's going to be, when it comes to CGI creatures, those ones are going to capture the hearts of people out there. So, it's pretty cool. I mean, I guess I haven't even watched Lilo and Stitch. Like I said, I always say I'm not a Disney guy. I'm really not a Disney guy, but what can you do? But yeah, Snow White. Hey, if you watch it, cool. But me, I mean, it wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. Thank God the theater I was able to have a beer. Nothing against it. It's gonna probably do decent at the box office, but again, it's Disney. It's live action. I wasn't a Disney kid, and like I said, pretty much everything I said in my first reaction, and then of course what I said right now, it's just that's how I feel about it. Maybe if they would have just went full fledged, like, hey, I don't know. The dwarfs thing was just weird too, because a lot of people are going like, what do they do with the dwarves? And yeah, they try to do something with it, and sometimes it's off-putting. It's like, geez, but hey, what could you do? But there you go, guys. Cheers. There's my full review of Snow White. Good times. All right. Go see it. Take the kids. I mean, that's what the movies is all about. I mean, you might not enjoy it, but hey, maybe they will. I don't know. We'll see what happens. That's what you got to do. I mean, that's the fun part about movies, right? Yeah, see, even Mama Film Junkie was right out there. He definitely wasn't a Disney kid. That's right. It was all about superheroes and sci-fi and action movies. That's what it was about. See, we had the collection. Remember those? Remember like when in the old VHSs for Disney movies, they came in like the big, huge plastic like book-looking cases. We had all that. And I don't think I even really touched them. I don't think I really did. I don't know. It never captured me, but some people did, and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, let's go ahead and turn the music off. Thank you guys, of course, for tuning in. And of course, I have to thank my executive producer for tonight, who supports the channel on the Patreon, Miss Rhea, of course, who has been part of the Vodka Stream panel. And cheers to Rhea. I don't think she's out there in the chat, but if she is, cheers to you. Thank you for supporting the channel. You are the executive producer this week on all the live streams. So cheers to you, Rhea. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get my guests in here. We'll do some little chatting. do some chatting about movies, do a little chatting about, well, we'll do some chatting about some we got some jokerness we'll be talking about. And then, of course, we'll be chatting about, chatting about film in general. So, all right, guys, let's see. Let's get started here. Let's bring on the man himself, Mr. Josh Harp. What is happening, sir?
Hey, how's it going? How you doing, my man?
How you doing? Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Likewise. Thanks for having me on your show.
Yeah, no problem. And then, of course, we have director Joey Falsetta.
What's up?
How's it going?
Joey.
How you doing?
What's up?
Thank you guys for joining tonight. Hey, it's been pretty interesting couple of weeks there, huh, Josh?
Yeah, it's been different.
Yeah. I bet it has.
Yeah, I've been introduced to, I guess, social media, so I have to.
Oh, that good old social media. Ugh.
Yeah, get up to speed with what's happening.
Yeah. How has it been, like, trying to get on that and seeing all the seeing the response to that commercial?
It's really cool. I mean, like anything else, it's really flattering and it's great. Most comments been positive. It's just a great production. People that I worked with are amazing. I mean, just an honor to be a part of it.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, we'll dive into that a little bit. And Joey, you are the director of a short film that you just released called Almond, and Josh is in it. So you guys are kind of promoting that. How has it been seeing the response to Josh getting all this, getting this reaction from that State Farm commercial?
Yeah. Well, it's not a surprise that eventually, something that exposes Josh in like his perfect form, I'm like, well, of course people are going to go crazy over it, and he's going to stand out. I mean, he stands out over anyone who who's really in the room with them, not just his physical presence, but his he has a thing,
You're very kind, Joey.
Yeah,
there's a presence about him.
Yeah, it's like, you call it like you see it, and I'm not surprised that the response is great. I'm surprised that it hasn't happened sooner, mostly. And when I saw your review that a bunch of friends had sent to me saying, oh, isn't this the guy in your movie, blah, 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 I was like, well, yeah, I mean, it's a short film, it's an action film, and it's fun and everything, but it's like I try to do something that I could put Josh in, and at least on my end. I mean, he's done tons of stuff, but it's like on my end, I want to attach my creativity to what he can offer too. And I was like, so I'm going to contact Dave. I just looked into who you were and I saw what you do. And I was like, you know what, you talked about Josh's stuff and you want to come down if you want to check it out. But I think, are you up in like Ventura?
No, I'm in Riverside County area. Okay, yeah. So like San Jacinto, Hemet area. So I'm a little far like east. Yeah. So I know you gave that invite and I wish I could have made it. It would have been cool, but
no, it's cool. I figured I thought maybe you were in like, LA area. So it'd be cool. But that was it. And I figured we'll make some connection because I guess we're all a team here, man. And everyone helps the other. That's really how it works.
Yeah.
And that's what's so cool about this kind of stuff. I mean, nobody saw this commercial, this State Farm commercial. It just kind of came out of nowhere, and everybody went, "Whoa! Like, holy crap, that's actually very well made." And then all of a sudden, they see the Joker design, they see you, Josh, and everybody went, "Whoa! Like, wait a minute, we haven't seen a live action Joker look like that." Yeah. So everybody just kind of, freaked out, and it was just everybody was just going, who is this person? And look at that design right there. And if they do something like that in this new era of DC movies, hey, base it off that, or hell, even cast you, man. I mean, that would be pretty. James Gunn, you watching? I'm just saying. Jimmy Guns, if you're out there. But yeah, let's talk about that process. I mean, how long ago did you shoot that commercial, Josh?
That was right before Christmas, December 20. Yeah, it was the 21st of December.
Okay.
It's a Friday, Saturday, because actually what's kind of ironic, I'm just finished the day before a feature film that's a horror film called Hollywoods. It's going to be, I'm a psychotic clown. And I'm going to tell a lot about it, but it's really going to be cool. It's a full-length feature, so it's going to be really cool. Bob the Clown. So, check it out when it should be coming out soon. But so
is there a release date for that?
Not. I talked to the some of the people, Serena, the director, and they're in post production.
Okay.
So we'll see. Hopefully by summertime, that would be really cool. But the irony of that is I had full clown makeup in that one. It's a different clown, same kind of different, but But anyway, so I went from that to the Joker makeup, and
is it like a Pennywise kind of thing, Josh? Like
sort of. It's more like Norman Bates in clown makeup.
Bates.
Nice. Oh wow.
Yeah, he's a stalker,
hard to imagine what that must look like.
A lot of shit going on in this guy's head.
Oh,
don't
yeah.
give away too much of it, but
totally.
Yeah, but it should be pretty cool. I mean, they did a wonderful job. They took more of an art approach. But anyway, so going to the Joker, which was really cool because actually, to be honest, we did the makeup test. We'd been not have to look on the thing, approximately early December, maybe the 10th or something like that. And I met Dami Till, one of the most fantastic makeup artists I've ever worked with. She's so cool, great artist. When she first put it together, we turned and looked in the mirror, and I'm like, holy shit, the Joker. It's like, when you're a kid, you play Batman, right? Whatever,
Yeah.
And you have it in your brain, it's cool, but when you see it on your face, you're like, wow, this is really cool.
Yeah. No, that had to be really, very interesting to look in the mirror and just be like, the hair and everything. I mean, it was all.
She made the wig too. I just want to throw that out there. She did the full thing. I mean, give her all the props in the world, man. She's freaking awesome. But what was cool about it, because you mentioned earlier, when did you realize? Like for most people, you guys saw the commercial whenever. Oh, it's cool. I showed pictures to some of my close friends, and of course, tried to keep it down low. But just seeing her face when she put like the last little touch on it, she had this little smile like fucking A. And she's she's top of the top. She's not gonna. And you could just tell it was so cool, man. She really did fantastic
so
job.
Cool. No, she did great.
It's just makeup. There's no prosthetics.
And then teeth too, obviously.
Dan did the teeth. He works with Christian. One of the Tinsley, one of the foremost makeup people in the business, and Dan works with him. Did a great job. Super nice guy.
Well, what's cool is because I grew up on Batman the Animated Series, and I love that. Even I have a stream, me and my buddy Scott, who actually is going to be joining us too. He wanted to join and talk with you guys as well. We do a weekly stream where we just go over like DC. We love DC comics. And so we decided to start, because we love Batman the Animated Series. So we started talking about Batman the Animated Series just episode by episode weekly, and just talk about it as 40-year-old men. Just like, hey, let's talk about this now. We were kids when it came out, but let's talk about it now that we're 40 and now we see things a little bit different. And it's been a lot of fun. And we were going through the whole DC, animated show lineup. But what I got from that commercial was it gave me those kind of like DC, or gave me the Batman the Animated Series kind of vibes. Like even when you look at the Riddler's like suits and Poison Ivy and the way that they designed Two-Face, it just very much gave me those vibes, and I thought they really captured that. I think that's why a lot of people captured that, because it was directed, and the production was just very well done.
Yeah, but it's top of the line, and you could tell on set the way people were acting, because it was like the top of the top people in every aspect of the name, and you could tell people were just, there's kind of like a little buzz. And to be honest with you, when it was cool, I knew it was going to be big, and it's supposed to, it was set to be on the Super Bowl, but they decided to cancel and show later. But when I'm standing downtown at 2:30 in the morning, in front of behind City Hall actually, and I see an armored car on this gigantic crane above like Corvette, and they're going to blow it up. I'm thinking, this is pretty damn cool. This is. I've been on a lot, I've been in a few commercials, and they're all great, and but this is like blockbuster, big big budget movie type stuff. So it was really cool.
And then you get to work with somebody like Jason Bateman, which is pretty sweet.
Cool.
I mean, that guy never misses. I mean, just the way I've always loved that the way that he just delivers lines. I don't know. He could take any kind of whatever the line is. The way that he delivers a line is just something about it. He plays like a perfect straight man, even though it's comedic. It doesn't matter what he does. I'm like, he just never misses. So it's just so awesome. I'm sure it was great to work with him.
Yeah, it's just the problem I have a lot of times when I do these you've probably seen my IMDb. I'm always like some disfigured person or whatever. So it's like the same thing. I met Tobey Maguire. We're standing right beside him saying, this is fucking Spider-Man. Dude, this is cool as hell. He could look at me right now and be like, who the hell is he talking about? I don't remember working with this. This guy had this gigantic prosthetic elephant man head on. So, you know what I mean? Even with that, and Bateman was Bateman. He was, see, I'm calling Bateman. It was really cool. It was very brief. He just basically did his lines. I did basically a stand-in for myself. Maybe an hour and a half. He just threw all kinds of crazy shit. And I wanted to give him a Joker look to play off of instead of being like. But it was so funny, like you said, he would say some crazy shit. He'd just come up with, and it'd make me start laughing. So it was really, so no, he's a total professional. Cool, very, it's really cool, man.
So when you got the role, like what kind of research did you do? Like when it came to the Joker, was there any like specific Joker you were looking at? I mean, obviously there's a laugh involved. I mean, but you have a good laugh. I mean, I've heard you in, something that we'll talk about in a little bit where you even had a little bit of but I mean, was there something specific that you kind of went, maybe I'll take from that or take from this?
Well, I like the little, was it Justice League, cartoons when I was a kid that were cool. That they always had that Batman. He's prancing high, like kind of like a Vincent Price type of thing.
Yeah,
but seriously, I mean, you see Jack Nicholson, you see Heath Ledger. It's not. I don't know. I think you just have to just do. I just basically went on set and just threw it out there. Just because they didn't give me a lot of leeway. And first, I didn't realize that I was even going to have any dialogue, because actually there's dialogue. I don't know if they're going to cut it out. Maybe there's a different cut. The cut we saw had absolutely nothing. So who knows? But I mean, it plays well without dialogue too. So I mean, I can see why they did it. Just like, fuck, look at this guy. I mean, he scares me. I'm like, looking at this guy. Who the hell is this? But no, seriously. It's just, I don't know. It's really weird, to be honest. I'll be straight up with you. I don't really think I grew up with the Joker. I mean, I've known the Joker since I was Joker's like right in the palm of the hand of like evil villains, Dr. No, the Joke, he's like, there's 4 or 5 people. So it's kind of like, well, I'll just do Josh through the Joker and see if they like it. And they seem to like it. So
no, it worked. It worked out for the best. I think like, getting into the makeup and into the suit and just feeling it, like obviously there has been behind the scenes video of you guys and pictures, and you could tell you guys were just having a lot of fun. You guys were having a lot of fun on set, and you're just kind of, I think like when you get into that mode, you just kind of feel it, and you felt it. You had I mean, I even said when I was talking about it, I'm like, you look demonic. Almost. I was like, Jesus Christ. I mean, this guy looking demonic a little bit with the smile and the way that you had it, and the laugh and everything. And I thought I think that's what really resonated with people, because we've seen a lot of interpretations of the Joker live action, but there's never been one that just kind of just, like I said, ripped from the cartoon, like the animated series, is just really just straightforward Joker. Right. There's always like a little bit of a spin that they try to add to, especially when it comes to movies. I mean, Nicholson was probably what Tim Burton did with him with the scarring of the face, right? Was really cool. And he was, of course, it's Jack Nicholson. Awesome, yeah. Heath Ledger, that was Christopher Nolan wanted to take a total anarchy, different kind of approach and be like, oh yeah, he's got a scarred face, but he just wants everything to burn. Yeah, Jared Leto, who had more of a gangster, like, hey, let's put metal teeth and tattoos on him. And then you have someone like Joaquin Phoenix, which is a totally different interpretation that Todd Phillips wanted to do. So I think what people were just kind of, when they saw you and how it just, even with that little bit of time, was like, oh wow, that's just like straight out of, that's a straight shooting like Joker right there, with just a big smile, looking almost demonic. And I think your facial structure really helps, of course, you know. So, and then like you said, it was just straight makeup. It wasn't anything, no scarring of the face or nothing.
Yeah. And one quick note I wanted to throw in there, because I just thought that once we start talking, I did get one note from production whatnot. We were talking about different things, and I mentioned Cesar Romero, which to me,
I was going to bring that up.
Of course, don't forget Caesar.
That kind of looked like it, and I was told, please don't say that because they do not want Cesar Romero Joker. So I did know that. So that kind of, and what was ironic, I'm so glad somebody told me that, because that's probably why I like that. You know how he does? He's so big, you know, like a theater Joker.
Yeah, totally. He's like a Broadway.
Yeah, like
he was a Broadway clown Joker.
Yeah, and he's great. And I was telling the guy earlier today, the only thing as a kid, I always would see that mustache.
The mustache. He would not shave his mustache. Yeah.
If it was for that, he'd probably be the all-time best Joker. But anyway.
Oh yeah.
But so I knew that was one of the notes I did have. So then it kind of, okay, so I'm gonna be more straight in, not like you know.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it, yeah.
And I think like when it comes to Joker laughs, my favorite Joker laugh is Mark Hamill. You know, obviously he's only done voiceover, but I mean his Joker laugh and his Joker voice was just something else. You know, anytime that I'm reading like a Batman comic book, I'm hearing Mark Hamill as the Joker. If the Joker's in that book, I mean he just has something about him. I mean Mark Hamill. It's just, yeah, of course, Luke Skywalker, 100%, but I'm going, I didn't grow up with
the Joker. You know, it's going to be trouble.
There it is. He's got a little bit
English. He's got a little bit of English on it, if you know what I mean.
You're right. He does. Yeah. He does have a little bit of that. Yeah, there you go. You got it.
He's well educated.
He's a
he's very
this guy's no dummy. He's psycho crazy, but he's no dummy.
That's one of the things that I think that's why people love about the Joker is like, you know, especially if you've seen the different iterations, but especially, you know, even just revisiting the animated series, which I have like weekly, is the fact that he's crazy, but he's super smart, he's obsessive. He's obsessed with Batman. And there's just something about that character where he's so deranged, but at the same time, he's no dummy. He's not just he's a super smart villain. I mean, obviously you've played a lot of villains, and we could talk about some of that stuff too. I mean, even you've done some prosthetic stuff. When I went and saw your IMDb and saw some pictures, I went, geez, you've had some prosthetics put on you for sure. But
a lot of it's all your perspective. Lots of people just detest that. I love it, man. It's so cool. I love just watching the people work and just asking questions. How do you do this? You know, it's just the whole movie making process fascinates me.
Well, it's fascinating. I love it when you have a movie where somebody's getting heavy prosthetics and you get that fast, like real-time video where you see like the hours of makeup that get put on. But of course, you're not going to just sit there and they're going to speed it up. Like I think one of the most recent ones was obviously we had Colin Farrell as the Penguin. And I mean, talk about that makeup was just, the dude just disappears. You have somebody as good looking as Colin Farrell, Irish actor, and he just gets in that penguin makeup and then he disappears. I mean, no wonder he won all those awards. That's what's so cool about the makeup process as well. And I'm sure you dig it as well, because as soon as that gets applied to you, you start really feeling that character.
Right. You just become that character, basically.
Yeah. It's a lot easier. I mean, I wouldn't say, well, maybe not a lot easier, but I'm just saying like you just really fall. It's maybe easier to fall into the character when you're just like, wow, you literally disappear into the role.
I think it gives you that extra little edge. Like I was talking earlier about like when you play as a kid or whatnot, you start that process and but you don't get to ever do it on the level that you can with the makeup artists that are in these big productions. You actually, like you said, you look like the Joker outfit, going back to that for a minute, that was custom made for me. You know, like my legs are a little bit differently. You know, everything was up. You put it on just perfect. You know, it's like
Yeah.
great. And so when you have that, you're like, fuck yeah, I'm the Joker. Come fuck, you know, come fuck
with me, Batman.
You know, and then put the makeup. Yeah, you just boom, there you are. The same with Eamon. I mean, we were they're like, oh well, you're so nice that you know you get to be this crazy guy. But you know, we get hot, and we'll talk about, I'm sure, all the whole things about that. But you just kind of get in the mode of that there, and you use those things to be like, okay, this guy's pissy, so I'll be, you know, just use what they give you, and it turns out fantastic.
Yeah, there's something to be said about practical makeup, practical effects in the camera, and that's a huge world that it's like when you see like the Penguin, or you see with makeup they did on Josh in this, or any of our favorite films that were practical makeup, it separates. It really adds a realness to it and an actual to it, because I think the actors, like Josh is saying, you can see yourself become that instead of relying on, you know, post and everything to do it. And I don't knock CGI and post and everything. It has its uses, I feel, but there's nothing like a real practical makeup from some of the best. I mean, some of the most talented effects artists, Michelangelo style, that these people can do, and it's a shame how a lot of their work has kind of been usurped by this VFX CGI easier thing, and that's definitely a thing, you know. But I'm so happy to see when there's a real effects being made, you know, across the board.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's something about practical effects, and I mean, it does kind of suck because, you know, the generation now, when they see some things, I mean, it could be full CGI or partially CGI, but when you go back to, I mean, one of the, you know, when I think about the first Evil Dead, and The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, just like those kind of movies that are just beyond gory, but then I'm just me, because I love movies so much, and I'm like, how the fuck did they achieve that? Especially that's what I love about the original Evil Dead is the fact that Sam Raimi made it for like 20 grand. It was just, you know, first movie, they go out to the cabin and they're just doing shit. And I love how indie and how fucking, you know, just so amateur filmmaking it is, but it's so good. Just like how he would put the camera in certain places, and then just the gore and the fact that I mean, he even had to use some, you know, stop motion animation and the end there and everything, just to like add a little level to it. But even that was kind of cool, that the way you use that, but for the most part. And then I love it when filmmakers nowadays, like Fede Alvarez, like he did the new Evil Dead, and he made it a point. Even he did the new Alien Romulus. He was like, I tried to use as much practical over VFX, and I love it when filmmakers are going, hey, if we can't, we could use VFX, because sometimes you're just going to have to do that, which is fine, but not just going, we'll fix it in post. I hate it when, you know, when I hear that, we're going to fix it in post. If you could use something practical on set and just, you could spray actors with a bunch of fucking fake blood. I love that shit.
Imagine what The Shining would be if they didn't use real blood coming through the elevators.
Fuck that.
Just thinking of the amount of things. Imagine what it would be if they didn't use an actual built set of a maze that Danny was running through, getting chased by. Like imagine what that would be if they used fake snow coming down, meaning, you know, CGI snow. And it's just those kind of things. And it's kind of it's funny because it's kind of 6 in one, half in the other, whereas like the cost to CGI certain things are the same, if not more, than to just do it practically in camera. It's not that much of a difference, except for, you know, of course, huge explosions and a truck falling out of the sky, like in your film, you know?
I think it's
there's
the
a balance.
It's the effort where some people just go like, we're not going to do that whole thing. We'll just, you know, we're going to get somebody behind a computer to click, click, click. But it's still, but the cost, like you said, it's still going to cost a shit ton. You know, and like I said, there's sometimes it can be like for instance, you got like the opening of, say, Deadpool, the first Deadpool movie. You know, that crash sequence where he's fucking everybody up and bodies are flying. Yeah, you can't do that practically. And
Right.
but it's so over the top and so outrageous that you just
Right.
accept it. But for the most part, when fight sequences, you could tell, oh, this is practical. They're doing actual shit.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the genre dictates the amount of suspension of disbelief. Like if we're doing a comic book, say, right? And again,
Yeah.
I think it's great because I'm not as big of a comic head as obviously you or any of your fans are. About Josh.
Yeah.
For me, it's like, yeah, if you're doing a comic book, like, yeah, the Hulk, he should be giant and big, and he's picking up buildings and throwing them. Like, you can't do that in camera, you know?
Yeah.
And obviously, but there's a line that it's like, well, maybe in Deadpool, it's a little over the top, but they're spoiled with the ability to still do that. So it's exaggerated in these things that it becomes kind of hokey. Maybe Deadpool's hokey. Maybe that's a bad example, but you see what I'm saying. It's like,
no, I see exactly what you're saying.
You know, because they have the ability at their fingertips, but I think they apply it in areas that it should be practical. If it shouldn't be this unbelievably unreal thing.
Yeah.
Because I want to believe it, you know, even if it's a comic book movie, I want to believe most of it, you know?
Yeah. Well, look at like what Tarantino did with Kill Bill. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, you see that first Kill Bill movie, like that final act where she's just fucking everybody up.
Yeah.
I mean, even in Django Unchained, I mean, he's all about just, you know, it's over the top. Just you slice off a hand. It's spraying everywhere.
And he uses squibs. He uses real gun squibs. He doesn't use fake stuff. I think maybe he combines it. You know, I'm not going to obviously. From what I know, he uses mostly in-camera effects, and then they enhance after. Like I said, you could dazzle it in there. We shot a film
in there, yeah, for sure.
We shot a film, Puppet Master 3. It was a horror that we did. Yeah,
I've seen the original.
Okay, yeah. So they're up to number 3, and we shot that, and we did everything in camera except for some of the puppet animation, and it made sense because you can't necessarily do it, but it was better than CGIing it. They used real puppets. The effects artists on it,
kind of stuff. Right.
Yeah.
Actual puppetry stuff too.
Actual puppetry, actual real made puppets that were killing people. I mean, it's a crazy, silly movie, but murdering puppets, you know. But the point is, like, they could have done CGI, but Dallas Sonnier, who produced that, he chose not to, and I thought that was cool. But it's hokey and it's supposed to be silly, you know.
It's definitely supposed to be silly. But I'm gonna bring my my buddy in right here, and I have a drop from him that I always Scott. There we go. Scott, what's going on, Scott?
Hey, man.
Hello, gentlemen. Nice to see you all.
What's up, Scott?
How's it going?
It's going okay. I hope y'all don't mind it. I am in Central Time, so it's almost 10 o'clock. So
yes,
I can start drinking already. So
I'm doing the LA style.
Nice.
Here's to you.
I'm Irish, and it was St. Patrick's Day this week, so Guinness for me.
Josh, you have anything?
I have just finished my coffee. I'm done with my water. Hold on just a second.
There you go. He's gonna get he's gonna go get in.
I'm sorry, but considering what week it is, Dave will understand this reference, but
okay.
I will not get smashed this week. But there's something about this week in the history of this stream that unfortunately I am known for being rather inebriated. I don't think that's gonna happen tonight. But,
all right.
You know, we can always.
Are you just starting? Or
I'm just starting. No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I just got back. I have 3 kids, so I've got 2 of them upstairs. So when I added on the third one,
there you go. He's got a
insanity started. But Joey, to your point, I was thinking about something that I saw behind the scenes that speaks to what you were talking about. Because Dave, you mentioned Colin Farrell, the Penguin, and I'm not sure if you watched the behind the scenes. But during the FEMA raid in like the second or third episode, they developed guns on that show that would shoot light to help with the flare, with the muzzle flare.
Yeah.
That they could add in post, so they have the safety of him not firing real guns.
Yeah. Tarantino made custom guns on Inglourious Bastards. Same exact way with that kickback for gas with the flash as well, and then they added a little effects to it in post. But those are all squibs. But you can do it. You have prop masters that can create these incredible things, and that just shows right there.
Well, because I've seen on television completely post-production VFX muzzle flare, and it just looks so fake. It's like
It's-
no, that's
it's insulting. For
Well, I
me,
think it's also because I growing up, I was born in the 80s, so I'm an 80s 90s kid, and like I've seen enough action movies and TV shows where they're using blanks and and prop guns. It's like I know what muzzle flare looks like. So for me, that's the uncanny valley. Is you're there's a term that Michael Crichton came up with. I forgot what it's called. It's some kind of amnesia. Like you'll believe it unless you have experience, and if you have experience, you can call bullshit on it. And so that was so that was one of those things where like I was calling bullshit. So when I saw that, it's like, cool, you give me reality but safety at the same time. I'm cool with that, because watching the episode, I would have thought they were using actual, rounds, and it was, and I appreciate the practicality approach. So it was. Also, Dave gave me the opportunity to watch your film, by the way.
Oh, great, cool.
And I wanted to say I enjoyed it very much.
Yes.
With the Irish accent, once again being St. Patrick's Day, I was like, this is just
that worked.
Timing this week.
And there was only one Irishman on set.
Yeah,
only one Irishman. Yeah,
only one Irishman in the bar.
Was it Liam?
No. Liam he's American. He's from California. That was Rachel Rath. She's the Irish woman in it.
Maureen.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And Maureen. That's about it. And Josh, we talked about. Well, I don't know if you've been listening. So
I've been here the whole time.
Okay,
Yeah.
so when I first met Josh in person, it's funny. Like we talk about accents. I had no idea that he had such a awesome Chattanooga.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it wrong last time. I was saying Kentucky. So Tennessee, he's a Tennessee.
He's from Tennessee. Yeah.
Tennessee
Okay. Well, then
drawl.
Josh, you'll appreciate this. Birmingham.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he's right there.
Right.
Yeah, I was actually born in Alabama, so cheers.
Yeah. So we were tasked with deciding whether or not Josh is going to lean into that as a cowboy, or if we're going to do an Irish accent. And then he suggested, well, why don't I just do British, because it's the antithesis of Irish, because they didn't get along anyway, and takes place in early San Francisco. So maybe it makes sense that there's kind of a limey Brit that's kind of in that. Yeah. So it worked. It worked for the better. And his English accent, which was mixed of like American English, it sounded gutter, it sounded dirty, and it worked really well, because only certain words were very British, and it was perfect. It worked for his character. And
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was actually a question that I was going to ask. Was like, did the film take place in Ireland, or was it an American West with a lot of the immigrant population?
Yeah, it was written to be. It was supposed to read. Say San Francisco, 1899, 1900s, in that world kind of deal. But then we realized, you know what? It kind of fits early Ireland. It could be early England. It could be early New York City. Gangs of New York vibes. Things like that. So we didn't want to put up a title saying where it was going to be. We just figured it happened. It doesn't really matter to the story. It helped, yeah.
And I appreciate that, because you didn't put yourself in a box. And it really, for the story being told, for the characters in the film, it doesn't matter, because because all that matters is that bar and those people in it.
Yeah.
And it was very enjoyable. I will admit that. Putting 3 kids to bed, I was glad to go, 10 minutes. I got 10 minutes.
Yeah, I got 10 minutes. It's a nice little short film.
Yeah.
And what was the actress's name again?
That was Rachel Rath.
Yes. And I love so I love the fact that, because she acts very well with her eyes. And I'm sure that was probably part of one of the things is and it was emphasized in the actual film itself too, which is really cool. But I was just going, when that's pointed out, I went, there is something about that when you're given a performance, eyes are a very crucial part of a performance. And she totally just nailed.
It's great when you have someone who's like, everyone is just great. You don't have to direct much; it just comes out. But I'm a big Sergio Leone fan as well, and his films. He called his films silent movies because everything was with the eyes, everything was spoken, a lot of close-ups, like we do, and I kind of I'm in the school of that world, so it was important to it's better to show than to tell. Screenwriting 101, right? So you show what's going on, you don't tell what's going on, and if an actor can make you believe them with just their eyes, it's is better than nothing better than that. That's really cool.
And
Yeah.
let's face it, this guy over here, he has some good eyes himself. That's for sure. You got those evil eyes, Josh.
Yeah.
I tell you.
I mean, he's glaring at us right now.
Yeah, when you have.
Yeah.
No, but when you show up in the film, I mean, it's a cool little entrance. The way
your reveal is chilling.
Awesome. Yeah, it's great.
It's really great because it happens, and because I'm not going to spoil anything, but it happens in a way that it took me a second, and I went, oh, and Joe, I got to let you know that I appreciate it. And Dave and I have talked about this. I used to be a teacher. I used to be a stage actor as well. I love reading.
Cool.
So I'm kind of one of those people that when I watch movies, it's hard for me to turn my brain off in the way of I know how stories are structured, so I almost predict what's going to happen because this is just the way you tell stories.
Sure. Yeah.
So when someone can get me, even for a split second, I'm like, yes.
If we're all seasoned cinephiles, it's fucking hard to put one over on us, man.
Oh, of course.
And it's nice when that happens, and I feel it too from films. It's rare, right? It's like, oh, I know what's going to happen. Everything's really formulaic. But yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Because we all talked, and like if we win that kind of scare, we win. That's it. It's the film. That's because that's the main part that it really like. If we can get everyone to kind of not know that's going to happen, the rest of the movie's gravy. It's gonna
I mean, and then to do that in 10 minutes, that's not an easy stretch there.
It's not.
Yeah.
But
so you have to try to be like, okay, so how is this reveal? Again, we won't, go into spoilers, but how is this certain reveal that happens? And even when I was watching it, I was like, where is this going right here? Because the way like the first couple of minutes, the exchange between two actors happens, and you're kind of going, okay, where's this kind of going? And there's gotta be more. And then all of a sudden, when it happens, you go, oh, okay.
Everything just turns left. Yeah.
Well, what I love about it too is and I'm not sure how much for you guys there's this discussion. I know that for us, sort of amateur, us who gab.
Right.
There's
us talkers in
as armchair quarterbacks over here. There's always a runtime discussion, people who just arbitrarily in their mind thinks something has to be so short or so long. Yeah. And what's really nuanced and hard to explain sometimes is as long as the story takes the time that it needs to take. It can be as long or as short as it needs to be. And short film is not I know it's not a genre. I understand that, but it's a category of film that I have not been that immersed into. So so watching your film, it was really nice to see how, really it clocks under 10 minutes with credits. And yet it tells. It's like I'm going to do a literature thing. It's a nice short story. Yeah, it has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and the characters have an arc, and it's done just so succinctly. It was very well done. And like I said, and this is just coming from a guy who I don't watch a lot of short film. It's not really my cup of tea.
Why would you? Unless you're making them or in them, you don't really. Only actors and filmmakers watching short films all the time because that's the easiest medium to really do. It's if you're in a band, right? You write songs. So it's like you're a filmmaker, you get your band together and your short films are your songs, a feature would be like an album, because there's multiple scenes, but
I only said that as a very blowharded compliment to you, only because I just loved how it was like, it was just a nice story. It was a beginning, middle, and end. I was engaged the entire time. I was like, like Dave said, and to your credit, as the writer of the film, it's like, where's this going? And then it's like, oh, okay. And it was very nice. And Josh, once again, your entrance is just like, holy shit. It's very well done.
You get that a lot, Josh, when your entrance says, "Oh shit!"
It's funny, right? It's like you're that guy that like every time Josh shows up, even at the bar, people are like, "Who the fuck is that guy?"
Yeah,
it's like he has a presence about him. I was saying before, Scott, before you came on, and I'm not gassing Josh up too much. It's just like there's certain actors that, you know, they have an aura about them, an appearance about them that it's not even their size, so to speak. It's just,
oh, dude, when I was trying to make the thumbnail for this stream, I was like, I got to find a picture where Josh is smiling.
Yeah. Well,
You know, there's a lot of yeah, there's a lot of evil looking shots of you there, Josh, out there.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, I found
the
one.
first photo I took of Josh, you guys will like this. So this
Okay.
I don't know if you can see it.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
Right? So
look at that.
Yeah, so I got introduced to Josh. You remember this, of course, right?
Yeah.
So I got introduced to Josh through a great friend, Rick Ferrari. He owns Ferrari Talent in LA. They have a incredible ensemble of actors and everything. And he's like, you got to meet Josh Harp. He's great. He's right up your alley. You guys get along. You're both musicians, and you should shoot him. So as a photographer, we met. We shot, and we had some great photos. And from there, and ever since that shoot, I'm just like, I gotta make something that is gonna somehow do that, because every time he does that, it'll win, you know. And that's how it worked. It's just really funny.
Well, and I'm glad you bring that up, Joey, because Josh, I wanted to ask you, because Dave shared this with me this afternoon before the stream started, that you're a blues musician. So I was wondering if you could share a little bit about that. I told Dave I was excited about that because I had an actor growing up who I was familiar with, who was a professional blues musician, but I was introduced to him through his acting and then found his music later. Are you familiar with Jim Burns?
Jim Burns. Now wait a second. There's two. I know a couple of Jim Burns. There's Jimmy Burns. Is he with Delmark in Chicago? Was he a Chicago guy?
No, he was St. Louis, and then he went up into Vancouver and started doing like genre television. Because I knew him because he was introduced in like the second or third season of the Highlander TV show.
Oh, okay.
And,
The Highlander,
he was a character who, because he was a actor who, he was a blues musician and an actor, and then also had a car accident that caused both his legs to be amputated.
Oh.
And what was so amazing was that in that show, his legs being amputated was a part of his character. Him being able to play the guitar and sing, they made it a part of it. So it was one of those television characters that they ended up molding the character to fit.
Really liked him as a person, actor. Yeah.
And so if you ever check him out, he releases music under the Black Hen music label.
Okay.
And but I was just wondering if you could speak to your other endeavors, because I got to watch the music video of the song you did tackling the homeless epidemic in California. So
hard times.
Yeah, hard times. You know it, brother. Shoot, I see it every day.
Jesus Christ. I know you live out there, right? So you're seeing it all the time, right?
Yep. It's the real deal, man. It really is. So yeah, and it's just, it's not a political thing. It's just an awareness thing. I mean,
it shouldn't be a political thing. It should be an awareness thing.
Yeah. I mean, there shouldn't have anything to do with politics. We're spending billions of dollars, and the problem's not going away. So, just being that. But that's basically just seeing things. And it's kind of an ode also to one of the people I really enjoyed, and I got to know him and be on the stage with him a few times. Bluesman, he's passed away, named Eddie C. Campbell. A lot of the blues people would know him. He was really big, play with everybody. But anyway, back to my thing. So I moved up to Chicago in the early 90s and just started playing. We got a little band together with a couple of fellow musicians, started playing, getting on the scene. Next thing you know, I'm playing back up with some pretty big names. And in the blues world, and I always just attributed it to the one thing, being from the South, because most of the old timers were from the South, so you have that connection automatically, and also just not getting in their way. And it's kind of like with acting too. You can go out. The joke used to be the fast finger Freddies are come and go. These guys are playing 1,000,000 miles an hour, but if you're playing behind somebody, you're basically doing the same thing all night long, an A shuffle, an E shuffle, C shuffle. And, and if you can do that, you can work, so you just keep it simple. So I was able to learn that lesson, playing with a lot of old cats like that. You just play, get in the background, and let them do their thing. Don't try to do, let me show my stuff. No, it's not. So that transformed great into acting, especially the stuff that I get a lot of the character things, the killer. I get hired a lot of times just because of above my neck is like he says. Let's put this on and let's try the, but I guess it's a great palette for makeup artists. So, there's a need, and I love it. I mean, I grew up Bela Lugosi, Lon Chaney, that kind of thing. And these guys were doing their own makeup a lot of times. And it's just, to me, it's fascinating. And so got me to the blues, played on the old Maxwell Street for a couple of years with Willie James and the Maxwell Street Blues Band. It's a really famous place in Chicago. And basically I played at Buddy Guy's Legend. If you've heard of Buddy Guy, he is on bar. I used to play every Thursday for the last 2 months before I moved from Chicago to LA. I landed that gig and it was great. It's a little acoustic gig. So in every bar in between in Chicago, it's a blues bar. I've either been in or played in. Most of them I've played in, So yeah, I met a lot of, I could go on forever. So I've met a really, really some of the best blues people. Been on the stage or known them or talked to them, from B.B. King, Buddy Guy, Junior Wells.
You just
name it.
Great.
He's in it, man. Like
you're like in the thick of it. Yeah.
Playing the blues is a language too. So it's really cool. Are either of you two musicians?
I play some drums. That's about it.
Okay, yeah. I've jammed with Josh before. I'm a guitar player.
Oh yeah, you also play music too.
Yeah, 30 years. Like I've been doing it. I mean, not in the blues solo style that Josh plays. I played more rock and roll, heavy metal kind of stuff. That was my thing. But it's all intertwined. And if you all speak the same thing, we all come from the same place, because blues all comes from the same place. Rock and roll, metal does. It's all.
Well, they gave birth. Everything. Blues gave birth to rock and roll. I mean, that's its basis there. Yeah, because I've played instruments. I'm one of those that, I did a saxophone, I did violin, I did piano. I was a musical theater kid, so I started off with more of a Broadway baritone,
and you got a broadcasting voice too, man.
That's what everyone tells me, man.
You can see why he's my co-host with that.
Right.
One stream. Yeah.
Your two tones between the two voices are great.
I'm the guy. I'm the animated guy.
I've always been. I did a podcast for about 8 years, and my co-host was always. We always said that he was play-by-play, and I was color commentary. So, I would. And then on the stream that we do together, once again, the 40-year-old men watching cartoons, Dave does it too. Like, he breaks it down. He gives all those dirty, silly jokes, and I'm the one slapping down the knowledge of, well, do you know whose voice that is? And here's the backstory behind that. It's the former teacher in me. Yeah,
well, I just learned on this show that Mark Hamill does the voice for the Joker. I had no idea.
See,
no, dude. No, 1993.
No, I had no idea.
Oh yeah, he's the voice of the Joker, and he also did it for the video games.
I thought Mark Hamill was living in a hole since 1970 something, and then emerged for the Star Wars sequel.
No, he
has
actually gone on and had quite a successful voice acting career, doing a lot of animation with Disney and Warner Brothers, and basically anyone who uses voice. He's one of those people. If you've never seen the Netflix documentary, I Know That Voice, it's one of those things that talks about voice acting. Right. And it's one of those people that, like, if you grew up of an age, there are just certain voices that you hear it and you go, oh, he was so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, because you just start to learn the voices. So, like, you guys talking about the music part, and then, like, it's just, I think it's indicative of how being an artist of any stripe really just adds another layer to your ability to do another one. Like,
of course, man.
Yeah.
Of course.
Really no.
Of course, it's a language, and you also learn. The most important thing is to collaborate with others and know when to step aside that someone's doing better. And playing in a band, especially Josh can say, with 2 guitar players, 3 guitar players, you got to know your place, man. Like if someone's taking the lead and they're sounding good, let them do it, you know. And that goes on the set too. You know, you're acting, another actor's really giving their all. You do what you can to make their performance better, and that also gets your performance good too. It's a team effort thing that you learn.
I find more pride in doing that. I love to. I mean, if somebody looks good and I'm in a scene with that, means I'm doing my. The more you succeed, the more I succeed. It just starts. It's osmosis basically.
The collaboration.
And Josh, to your point, it's like, I mean, look at this commercial that has kind of blown up over the past week or two. You don't, like you said, in the final cut, you have no lines.
Nope.
You just are on screen looking fucking awesome, by the way. But that is such a team effort between, as you gave due credit to earlier in the stream, the makeup artist, the costume designer. It's like you get
Collaborative.
It's so collaborative, but yet it pops and it grabs people's attention that who's that guy? When to make that happen, it's you and the costume designer and the makeup artist and the director and the cinematographer.
I can't let them down. They're not going to let me down. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The best costume you could ever have. This is the best. Here's the best makeup artist on the planet. What am I going to do? Got them like,
it's something else.
Well, I mean, you can almost chalk it up to like going back to the whole music thing and being in a band and being collaborative. I mean, I was just listening to Billy Corgan talk about how Billy Corgan has one of those distinct voices in rock music that is nobody else emulates or nobody else is like him. But he specifically talked about it, like when you have all this voltage behind you have three, like you said, three guitars, and drums behind it, and somehow the voice has to cut through all that. So in a similar way, it's like when you're collaborative, and then you have something that just kind of cuts through all that, and it's just you just in that commercial, it was just you being the Joker, your eyes, your smile, and just the way that you presented that. That's what struck a chord in people, and that's why people were like, "Who the fuck? What are we doing here? Jesus Christ, look at that!"
And I think they took Joey's advice with just a simple thing. You sometimes your eyes and your action. Because I looked at you. Of course, I wanted to have all the dialogue that I did. Maybe there'll be a cut that does that. But then the more I look at it and think about it, it's probably really smart looking from the outside. That guy doesn't have to say shit,
No,
you
really don't.
I mean, look at that. But then he comes out with the most unexpected. He comes up with the most unexpected line. So it just plays well. Because everybody's like, "Oh, he's fucked. It's the Joker. It's the end of Bateman," and he just says the most ridiculous thing.
Yeah, I love what he. Yeah.
I saw one. I read a little bit of comment. It was one that probably the funniest thing, and it was so hilarious. I'm thinking, yes. Because somebody kind of got what the gag was. He said that I believe that's the first time I've ever seen any Joker with a frown on their face.
Right?
Good point. He says the opposite of I went, "Oh shit, the Joker, I'm fucked." No, he's like, "Yeah, party clown." And he does. What would the Joker do? What the fuck, dude?
Exactly.
You're not playing along. So I thought that was really funny.
That's pretty cool. We got somebody else that's going to be joining right now. Our buddy Chris right here, who wanted to join in and
the party.
Chris has also got a great singing voice, I should say, or talking voice, I should say.
I don't know if I can sing,
welcome, Chris.
But
yeah,
I can hum a few bars if Scott starts to lead, right?
Well, can you name that tune? You'll hum a few bars. I'll try to guess what it is. I'll keep it going. We'll hand it off.
Yeah. We could do that, right?
I know.
Right? Thank you for joining, Chris. Of course,
nice to meet you, Chris.
Nice Joey to meet right here. Yeah. Chris got to see some of the stuff too, so I wanted to get him involved in the conversation.
Yeah, really. The first one I watched was, with you, Josh, where you played everything, the guitars, the harmonics, and what I really enjoyed about it is about halfway through the juxtaposition, the quick kind of changes with the camera, kind of shuddering at that point, like it was almost the back and forth between the harmonics and the guitarist, and showing kind of the the craziness of what's going on, like you said, with homelessness and the vagrancy, and that it's you just it's the wanderer, but never finding that place, never finding that settling, and even when you think you find that place, got to move on, keeping moving.
That's it.
But even just the
Woody Guthrie, if
the
you
music.
heard of Woody Guthrie, it's Thank you for saying that, because that's a big influence, and the wonder is constantly something else to find in life. Searching for that elusive thing, the home.
Well, especially I'm a former social studies teacher, so Woody Guthrie, when we get to talk about the Great Depression, I would always play, Woody Guthrie's music for them to kind of understand the time period at that point. So my students may have never heard of him, but they leave my class, they would know who he was by the end of that class. So
that's awesome. Yeah, that's what I'm a certified social studies teacher too.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, all right. Hey, brother, hang in.
I know, right?
Dave,
I brought in the teacher for you.
Dave, are you the only one besides me that's not a teacher?
People don't know.
I know. I'm not a teacher either. My
I'm
brother
not a
is.
teacher. Okay.
My
I'm
brother
a
is a
of
teacher.
life,
though.
baby, but
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm a
teacher,
teacher of
and I was an
nerdy
English teacher, so I'm just gonna.
I taught guitar for a little while, but that's
Well, there you go.
there you go, teacher
count.
there.
We'll give you an honorary degree, and you're good
Scott.
to go.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
But Joey, how did you? I'm very because frankly, this is my first experience to your work, and so and I love it when Dave has an opportunity to, introduce me to new people and new things. That's kind of the fun part of being at this Friday night cheers of YouTube, where everyone knows your name.
Totally.
That's why he plays the drop that screams my name. It's like Norm, and
great.
And then I walk in.
Awesome.
But what is because obviously we've talked a lot to Josh today. So Josh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna shift the focus over to Joy for a second. But what's kind of your story? Like, how long you've been doing this? How'd you get started? What's your what's your 5-year plan? Just take the floor.
Well,
Do you like long walks? Do you like long walks on the beach? And what turns you on? What turns you off?
First off, I came here on piggybacking on Josh because this we're really talking about Josh's commercial and everything, and it just so happens when I reached out to Dave, I was like, hey, he's in this movie we did, we could probably meet. So I'm glad to talk about my work or whatever it is, and I appreciate that, man. Thanks
100%, man.
For me, I think it all started a long time ago. Not to go into it, I played music my whole life. I'm from New York City, in a heavy metal, that aggressive rock scene for a long time. I moved out to LA about 5 years ago. In my musical career, we toured and did all that kind of stuff, and I always did photographs. I always did movies, but I kind of gave up music in my mid 30s. I'm a 70s baby. I think Josh is too. Am I accurate? Yeah. So it's like, I've been at it for a minute. So I come from before there was film. Before there was digital. I used to shoot all the time. So being a photographer from the early 90s on, it was a very smooth transition to motion pictures because I understood film. We developed my own film and used my own film, and we understood the science of film and everything, lenses, everything. So it was a very smooth transition to just start shooting motion, becoming a cinematographer. So when I gave up music full time, because it wasn't paying the bills, those of us with kids know that, I had to figure out something that I could still do that I loved. So I started doing photo full time, and then that lended to when digital broke through. I lost the love for photo because everyone can shoot now. It just became more of another medium for me to express. And then I started doing music videos and writing short stories, things like that. And then I just turned around one day. I was full on writing, directing, and I was a DP for a while. I did a bunch of features, a bunch of movies, and I was always making other people's movies. Putting my heart and soul into other people's films and to making them look beautiful and rightfully so. And I just realized one day I'm going to just do that with my own. And I have a lot of stories to tell. I love rock and roll and the stories that surround it, and I love crazy shit. I love horror. I love beautiful women. I love blood. I love guts, and it's that's heavy metal to me. and that could
Oh
translate.
yeah, man.
You know what I mean? So it's like that's I need that thrill. So collaborating with actors, other filmmakers, people on set, makeup artists, to me that's like being in a band. So that's the Wolfpack. I'm used to that. That's my comfort zone. I can never be a solo artist. I can never just sit and make things by myself. I need to collaborate with people, songwriting, things like that. So that I love that process. So the ultimate medium for a collaborative art is filmmaking. The ultimate, like every single person contributes to one canvas. Every single, and that feeling, it's really like no other, other than playing a show. Playing a show,
probably. There's something
playing
different
a show
about
in front of a bunch of
people. That's got to be electric. That's got to be pretty electric. You get that instant feedback from the audience.
It's the gratification of being alive. It's your soul, But the very, very close second is screening your movie and having the audience watch your film, and it's related. It's way more scary because you don't know what the fuck they're gonna know, and you don't know if the theater, if the sound is gonna work properly. You don't know if your codec matches the projector, and now your movie's moving too fast and the pitch is off. Like you don't know if they're gonna do it loud enough so then all the punches you can hear them. It's a nightmare. Every time before anything I shoot screens, I'm a basket case because I have no idea if the theater is gonna like do it right. It's a thing you'll find out. Any director will tell you this. I don't know if it's gonna fucking play right. And then once it starts playing right, then it's a cake.
Yeah, because you probably like when you're doing testing, you're testing the theater, you're sitting out there in that perfect spot. You're going, okay, it's sounding good, but what is it going to be like when there's a full, everybody's seated here?
If only we had that opportunity, Dave.
You don't even have that.
Here's a file of my movie. Go play it at this theater in front of me.
So it's you don't even get that opportunity. I didn't even think about that.
We have no idea. Yeah. So when it's a festival and there's things riding on it, like
festivals for sure.
So it's a lot. So I got into a tangent of the collaborative thing, but it's like playing a show is equivalent to screening your movie. And so where I'm at is now my music, I insert it into my films as much as I can. I love scoring. I've found that love. So I still play, but now it's for movies and I'm still doing what I love, man. I'm not making much money at all, but you're getting fulfilled with creating. And that was one of the things I was going to ask you too, because being such a music lover and rock and metal, and I'm sure there's times where you're thinking of a scene and then maybe you have a song in mind, but of 100%. Course, naturally you can't use like I can't use that Metallica song or that Pantera song or that Led Zeppelin song. But then of course, maybe you can since you are a musician, you can maybe create something that could work with that. I'll tell you exactly how to do it. It's the emotional significance of the song is what you can steal, and when other artists want you to steal that from it. I may not want to use Ace of Spades, Motorhead, right? But what Ace of Spades makes me feel like, and the emotional significance of that song, I could try my best to recreate that, and I could be using a ukulele. It doesn't matter. It's you take the emotional significance of that piece, and if that inspires you anyway, and that's what you do, rather than just write your own weird version of it. You don't want to do that. That's just...
Something tells me Josh can do a good Lemmy impression. Can you?
Oh yeah.
I have to put my hair down before that one.
Yeah, right.
Raise this me.
Yeah, totally.
I gotta get that.
Yeah.
Ace of Spades, Ace of Spades, Ace of Spades.
It's all universal, man. Like all the feeling of letting out art and affecting people, because that's what it's supposed to do. You got to affect people, and we're talking about a great commercial, so to speak, right?
Yeah,
that affected people, and I think that's what art does. Hopefully it affects you in a great way, and it causes conversation. That's what we're doing, and I think to me that's the best, man.
Well, to your point, what I have found frustrating with sort of the current era of filmmaking art that we're in right now is that nothing stays in the zeitgeist long enough for people to have a conversation about before the next thing comes out, and having something come out that all I want to do is talk about that one thing for at least a week is something that, once again, growing up when I grew up, being an 80s and 90s kid, is that the idea of like when you get something like once every 3 months, it was really easy to just to marinate on the one thing, because that's all you had to sustain.
It's across the board. It's the music. It's music too. Albums would come out once, twice a year.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man. Like you'd get an album from your favorite artist, and they haven't put out an album in 2 years because they've been touring on it, and so social media has ruined that process. It's scrolling, right? So we're always scrolling. So
it was even before that where it wasn't even trailers. It was, I always joke around like, you have holidays. We can't even enjoy holidays because we're 6 months ahead of time, and then by the time we get to August, they're already putting out the Christmas stuff. Or you have billboards for movies that don't even come out until like 7-8 months later. It says, why do I care right now? Like,
I hate that. I hate that when I go into a Target and they're playing Christmas music just before fucking Halloween. It's like, what are we doing here? You're already setting up your Santa Claus.
Yeah, I guess maybe it did start then. That money, right? Maybe it did start then. But I think social media maybe was the final nail in the coffin.
Oh yeah.
No, it almost institutionalized the behavior and then trained a next generation to only respond to that, because you guys are more like, I mean, if I'm correct, you guys would be Gen Xers. Yeah. And then like we're Zennials. We're that weird, we're that weird pocket generation. To like,
I know.
Don't call me. I don't want to call myself
millennial. You guys were the experimental generation.
We were the experimental.
That sounds about right. That's,
We grew up in an analog world, and digital
pre-computer world. You're still pre-computer.
Yeah. Some little knowledge of.
You had a touch of analog and.
Yeah. Hey, I still know how to use a rotary form. I still remember the long, swirly cords for the phone on the kitchen wall. I
would hate when I have to dial a 0 or a 9 just to get down to it.
My mom taught me how to, copy some of those old videotapes. Geez.
Oh, dude, I remember recording stuff live. I still remember how long it took me to watch the final 10 minutes of Return of the Jedi, because I recorded it off of NBC and it cut out before the movie ended.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I saw Return of the Jedi in the theater, man.
There it is.
I saw it in the theater. I saw the Ewoks this big in front of me.
Yeah,
it was pretty.
That's
a whole other conversation. Right?
Oh no, I
still remember
that too now because
a
like
bootleg.
Yeah.
But now I've become that age where I talk about movies that people haven't even heard of, or they say, "Have you seen this movie?" And I was like, "I saw that sucker in theaters," and I'm like, "How
I
old
waited
are you?
in line for
Did you
hours."
just threaten me? With that statement.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I remember going to midnight showings. Midnight showings.
Yes.
Now Thursdays you could see a new movie at
4
like
o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes. Yeah. And you pick your seat and you walk in there. You can get a beer. You can get a burger sent to you. You have a reclined seat.
But Dave, I'm not complaining about those parts.
But I like that part of the new thing, because we used to sneak beers in. Would put notes or whatever, be in the back. Watch
tall cans. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but now you can just buy it at it's like freaking nice.
Of course, they charge you like $11. But that's the only bad part. But at the same time, I don't mind that. I don't mind the luxury. I love that stuff like that. But I mean, back in those days when you were waiting in line, I remember when the Phantom Menace came out, and I remember on a Saturday, I waited in line for 4.5 hours for Phantom Menace, Star Wars Phantom Menace, and then it was just a madness. It was madness on a Saturday. It was pure madness at the movie theater. And now you just you have your seat, you pick your seat like you're going to a concert, and everything's just, it's convenient, and I like that, sure, but at the same time there was something kind of fun about just sitting in line and just shooting the shit with people and stuff like that. I mean, it was very old school, and
it's also extra special when the movie's good.
Yes.
Oh, yes. That is very true.
At the time, I thought Phantom Menace was good.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, nowadays,
I'm a 70s baby, so it's like anyone Gen X that's going to talk about Star Wars, there's really only 3 Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they'll say. And I remember seeing that as well, and people throwing popcorn at the screen. I'm like, look at all these old motherfuckers mad at this movie. Leave George Lucas alone. You loved him your whole life, and now you're going to yell at him for Jar Jar Binks? Come on, man.
Yeah.
And now wait, there's people asking for him to come back. I said, you sure about that? You sure about that? You really want that?
Now you want him back. Huh?
Now he's classic now. So
I know.
Everything old is new again. What can I say?
Yeah. But making films and keeping it in camera and doing things at the roots, that'll never get old, so to speak. People will always appreciate it. It's the technology that kind of it's hard to handle. Films were perfected long before any of us were born. The process was perfected long before, just like music. It was perfected long before any of us were born. You really don't. There's no room for improvement, really. Just evolution of actors and stories, I think, and that's getting lost, I think.
It's getting lost, but you know what's interesting about the technology now, and you know, I mean, one of our favorite directors that we love here is Zack Snyder, and I'm sure you guys know who Zack Snyder is, and he's, I mean, as much as what I love about Zack, and you know, we talk about Zack a lot, and he's actually been on the Vodka stream numerous times. He's a really cool dude, and he's talked about even recently with technology, AI, and where the business is going and how things are shot now. And he brought up a good point the last time he talked about it when somebody asked him about AI, is the fact that, well, I mean, we have this technology where literally people can just take their phones and shoot a movie. But do we have like a million movies out there? No, we don't, because there's still an aspect of, hey, you have to have that creativity, you have to have that eye, and there's only a handful of people that are still going to do it. And then of course you have to find the performances. Like, yeah, I can round up some people and try to shoot something, and maybe I'm a little bit different because I love movies so much, and I've actually shot short films myself in the past that, you know, that are probably just, when I watch them now, they're god awful. Maybe create good stories, fine, but at the same time I'm going, oh God, did I really say the line like that?
No, you're acting in it? Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, you have to. When you're doing it like that. Oh yeah. I was totally like always like I'm the star. But
it's going to be your worst critic though. So.
Oh dude. Yeah. I'm like that now with my YouTube channel when I'm going, why did I say it like that?
Well, you need that one guy. Maybe that's Scott. Or
are you kidding me? Of course he's that guy.
You need the one guy that like is your buddy. That's gonna be like, look, he's gonna tell you straight. You know, every artist needs that.
Every week.
It's like every week. I'm on stage. Like,
dude.
It's like, Joe, you're out of tune.
What I love about Scott is that
thank you so much. You know?
Yeah, if I fuck up on something, he's the first one to be like, hey, you typoed something, or you.
That's how we get better. You know, if you don't have that bounce board, I think that's a lot of pop stars don't have.
I love it.
They're kind of like in this world that everyone just kind of sucks their dick, and they're just always like, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best. So they just get progressively worse, and no one ever tells them because whatever they're getting paid. And it's important to have a small circle, even if it's your mom. Who knows? So
trust me,
you know, always going to tell you what's up, man.
My dad. That's why I get it from is that my dad being a boomer. I always loved it how he used to, when I was growing up, he always said, never ask me for my opinion if you don't want to hear it.
Sure, yeah.
and that has sort of become my thing, is that like someone will ask me something and I'll look at him and I'll be like,
yeah.
Do you want me to open my mouth?
Yeah.
I'm checking.
Yeah, but brutal honesty is the best advice you can give to an artist. Even if it's a great compliment, you know, your compliments are more valuable too if they know that you're being honest, even in the
because they know you're not. Because if they know you don't bullshit, then when you say something, complimentary, then it has more currency. So
sure.
And we've talked about too that, you know, there's a difference between giving critique, feedback versus trolling and just outright spewing hate just because you know, it's one thing not to like something, or, you know, Scott and I say not my tempo. It's
we love Whiplash, so that just becomes our our response.
That's okay, because everything's not for everyone, you know,
and which is fine. Which was completely fine, but when you just tear things down just to be a jerk about it, well, that's not feedback. You're just being a jerk.
you're just being an asshole. But
Right.
but what I was really getting at is it's just the fact that when the technology is moving forward, I mean, obviously you have to adapt, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with going back to what's worked. And that's what I love about Tarantino, and even like somebody like Christopher Nolan. Also, I mean, the reason why that those guys have stood the test of time is like, yeah, they're going to adapt the new technologies, but they're not going to miss out on what makes them great.
They're not going to rely on.
Yeah. And they're very collaborative, even like somebody like Zach and just other directors too that you hear about. I mean, I'm sure there's been times that maybe you guys have worked with some people that are just very, you're like, what? Person's not very collaborative. And there's probably been times where you've come across that and it's just, and things just fall apart. But if there's somebody that's very collaborative and they know they have that eye, and even though they're using new technology, and I even think that Christopher Nolan with the Odyssey that he's doing right now, I think he's utilizing newer IMAX technology that has not been utilized before. But at the same time, it's still going to feel like, oh, this is a film. This is obviously everything's a film, but at the same time, there's something to emphasize on film. There's not when you call something a film.
He's doing that now, right? But if you look at, let's say, Nolan or Tarantino, look at their first two movies that's shot on 35 millimeter.
Oh, dude, Memento from Nolan is one of my
go back to his first movie, Following, which you can get from the Criterion Collection.
Sure.
And I mean, that's even black and white, and it's.
But like, what's right is right, and what works. And the reason why filmmakers coming out of the box don't try this like experimental weird thing, whatever, because you go for the sure thing because you know it's going to be great. And then when you have some success, maybe you can experiment. Maybe I think that's probably an approach. But at the end of the day, it's like film lit the right way, using the right lenses, and having a great crew and a great story. You're gonna have a good movie. That's just how it is.
So Josh,
and that's where it comes to a lot of times is story. I've said it so many different times in the age where we're living in, where it's not even just cost that's keeping people from the theaters. It's why do I need to come and see it? Like it starts with the story. If you don't have, people will come to the movies if the story is good, because that's where you get the word of mouth. If the story's not there, then I can easily wait and save my money and already apply it to whatever streaming service I have to see it then, because it's way too expensive to do it. But I'll go for an experience if the story starts off well. But if it's not well, then I don't need to go.
You were going to ask a question, Scott?
Yeah, I just. This is a random question, but in honor of the man, since we lost him this year, I was curious for Josh, what was it like to be a dead body directed by David Lynch? I was wondering.
It's so crazy because I've told this story to several people, and people know me, but it sounds so bizarre that it's like
we love that
surreal thing, but. With this Joker thing, one person posted and had a link to a Twin Peaks article, and it actually had and I reposted it, and it had behind the scenes photos and stuff. Basically, the picture is David Lynch putting oatmeal on my head, and that's what I just made. The day David Lynch put oatmeal on my head. It was really funny because I get a call from Christopher Gray, who's like just does different small parts, background, whatever. And this was 10 years ago, whatever. Just as a side thing, I used to do a lot of background because I got into the acting at the age of 44. So that's a lot of times I get with casting. Where were you at? Where you're your age? Where have you been? Well, I'm a late bloomer. So anyway, so it started out with a lot of background stuff because I just wanted to get on set and check it out. What the hell? And I try to get on TV show. Yeah, everything. I didn't care for shit. I'd take jobs. Anyway, Christopher Gray calls me. Hey, Josh, you got picture picked for a project, and they want you to come in and be a cowboy dead body, right? And so, okay, what's it for? Well, I can't tell you who's it. No details, but we just need to know if you're interested. So, well, what the hell? Yeah, okay, just throw me at my okay. They called back, an hour later. Yeah, they picked you. Okay, I can tell you now. It's Twin Peaks, David Lynch. I'll never forget. I was at the Hollywood. I was walking down the street and on Vine in front of McDonald's. And I stopped. I was like, did he say David Lynch? On the set, I was like, fuck, I don't care, but whatever. If I just to be on the show would be great. Whatever they need me to do, I'll go on, right? So anyway, I get there, and right when I get there, 7 a.m, we're in Palmdale. They whisk me, the PA's right there. Josh, hey, how's it going? And actually, it was his son Peyton. And giving Peyton a little blow up there. But anyway, he picks me, and we go right over to David Lynch, and he's outside of his trailer in the director's chair, and they had an assistant or whoever was beside him. He's looking at whatever, and he's just sitting there, and he has a cigarette, it's have ash that long, and it goes up, and he goes, hey, this is Josh, he looks at me, he goes, hey, Josh. I go, hey, it's a pleasure. Yeah. He just looks at me. Yeah, that's a great face. I really like that.
There it is.
And he just looks back to his manuscript and says, okay, we'll go get him in makeup. So did makeup. Kyle came in, introduced himself. He's doing makeup. We're talking, chit chat. And I'm just sitting there like, this is really cool, With these guys, fucking Twin Peaks, and there's the main actor. He's really cool. Great makeup artist. I'll think of his name. He's one of the top guys. Puts the bullet hole in my head, whatever. So we go to set. They sit me down. They had a contraption, like a little metal piece that held my arm. And David Lynch came and said, just point. You're going to be pointing your finger the whole time. Just keep it pointing. So for about 3.5 hours, we're filming this, still as can be. And the caveat is they had, this is like a really shitty house in Palmdale. They had some pigs in the back. So it was really hot. It was during the summer, the best memory. But it was really hot. They kept getting pig shit because David wanted a lot of flies around me. Like I'd been there.
Oh, man.
So they were taking pig shit and kind of putting it in my lap. Just
of all the things they could have used, right?
Yeah. And he had a guy that was actually going out and capturing flies. So they would capture flies. And a couple of takes, he's like, no, there's not enough flies. We need more flies. And the guy in the article, it's really funny, mentioned that. He goes, it's really impressive that at one point Harp has a fly. That was a real fly on my lip, by the way. It wasn't CGI. This is the real shit. David, what you guys are talking about, that's him. Yeah. There's no fake shit. It's just this guy's dead. Don't fucking move. Keep the finger pointed. You won't, so they're doing good, right? So then the makeup, we need some more oatmeal on his head. They've been putting oatmeal on my head for the brains getting blown out. They put a little bit of red ink on it. So he's putting it on there, and they're looking on the camera. It's about an hour into it. And David Lynch says, hey, he said, no. And he comes up behind his chair. He comes over, and I'm sitting there. He's got the cigarette again, and he grabs the bucket out of the guy's head. Said, no, Gary, we need more. Takes it out of his hand, and he's this close to that cigarette. Okay, yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay, that looks good. Okay.
That's a fucking
okay, son. I said, I'm doing great. Okay. Keep that finger point. Okay. And I'm sitting there like, dude, I'm serious. I'm looking right in his eyes. He's not really, he's just looking at the shit. And I'm thinking, that's fucking David Lynch is putting oatmeal on my head. I mean, like I said, a couple of people, oh, yeah, that's Josh. Great story. Yeah, huh?
Dude.
And so there's the pictures. You can see the whole thing now. So it's
That's
really
amazing.
But that was so cool. What a cool old guy, man. He was so cool.
He seems like anytime, like especially when he passed away, and when people, it's so funny because his interviews were legendary. I mean, let's face it. Like, I mean, when he passed away, I mean, obviously people were like posting things like his favorite works and stuff like that. But when you saw behind the scenes of him, just being who he is, and then of course just interviews and with his crazy hair and like you said, the cigarette in his mouth. The dude was he had a fucking aura to him that was just like no other.
Yeah.
And the fact that you were like really close to that, that's great.
I was just worried that damn cigarette, and it's like the ashes would get this. That's one thing I'll never forget. My dad smoked, and I smoked for. I've never seen a guy with an ash that long. Usually you'll put it out, and he would just be like just sitting there.
Got that big ash energy.
Yeah, energy. I mean, it sucks because that's what took away from it. But like he said, I saw an interview. He's not going to stop smoking. That's part of it. It's part of his thing, He
died of emphysema. So
yeah. That's what he was saying. You said in the interview 3 or 4 years ago. That's what he said. Somebody said something. Nah. But anyway, nothing to be gloomy, but it was just, it was really cool. So I'll never forget that. Yeah.
Would you say that's like in your top, when all the stuff that you've done, that's probably like one of your top gigs that you ever had, like just to have that story and just to have that. I mean, you
wouldn't believe half the stuff. I don't know how much time you have, but no. And
you obviously don't know.
You have no idea.
You have no idea.
We can go as long as you want, man.
Because a lot of it, is always these featured extra things, which I'm like, yes, I'll go. I don't, go make a few $100, get fed. But so I used to do a lot of the cattle stuff when I first started, but now just certain people call me, I'll go. Like I did Ray Romano's show a few months ago, and the kids at school like, hey, I saw you walk by Ray Romano in the jail and look at him real mean because I was like, this crazy, and whatever. But that, I didn't really talk to him. But one that was really cool was Tobey Maguire in Babylon. He was I was in the scene with him in the elephant.
Oh, wow.
And it was really cool because I had this gigantic head on for 16 hours, makeup, blah, blah, blah. It's crazy. 3 hours in, an hour and a half, whatever, take it off. And I had in a tent, they kept me away from everybody, which was great. And, but so when we go on set, he was there. Diego was right beside me. They showed Diego. Tobey Maguire was the crazy guy. And I kept the other two guys. But so we're rehearsing, whatever, all wearing chains. And I asked one of the assistant director, what do you want me to do? He said, don't do anything. You just sit there. Okay, great. You see my big head. That's all anybody wants to see is crazy look. And so I'm thinking Diego comes up. They bring the first team in, and he's a really handsome guy, right? Mm-hmm. So I started thinking in the Elephant Man, like, I've been in this fucking dungeon for however knows how long. And not the sexual thing or not, but there's this guy that's really I want to touch his face. Or just some little thing, It's like I can stretch it. So we're doing whatever, and then Damien Chevelle, he came and said, "Yeah, we're doing, yeah, you look great." And we do a rehearsal. They say any questions. So that was a no. And so I was trying. My mouth was like this with the thing. I was trying to say, like, "Hey, wait a minute, I want to do this." I thought, "Fuck it, I'm just going to say something to him." All he says no. I want to do a little movement, And so I was trying to say it, and he goes, "Okay, thanks, guy." He turned around and then told me where I was looking. He goes, "Josh, you want to say something?" John, I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Hey, Damien, come here. Josh has something to say."
Oh, so,
no. Back,
put you on blast.
I was like, Spider-Man, yeah. They did. And now, oh my God, he'd never recognized, he was looking at me the whole time, like, wow, you look great as Elephant. I'm looking at him like, yeah, you look great as Spider-Man. I loved you. But I didn't say it, but anyway, so Spider-Man took up for me. So he comes up and he says, well, I said, hey, what if I did just slowly, like, oh my God. He goes, I really like that. Let's try that. It's okay. So then he said we kept, it's like a small little tiny thing. But you film for 3 hours just to see 5 seconds. It's great. But it's like it was just so cool because a great director just won the Oscar. Whatever, freaking Spider-Man's here. Diego, hot new actor now. He's great in everything he does. And you just get to hang out with that. So that's my osmosis. I have to kind of fast track myself. Most people, with a college or whatnot, I started later, so I got to work and learn the same. So there's that. Just people like that. It's amazing. Being around that, I think you just pick up that or whatever.
Well, what's interesting is like when you watch a film, and sometimes, obviously the lead, all the actors you're watching them, you're watching their performances. But there's got to be, even if it's like you have one line, you have something, you have to. There again, it's all collaborative. You have to make sure that you can't have pieces that are not going to work. You have to have something, even if you're just standing in the background or doing this, you're doing that. Director and everybody has to make sure that everything's going to be good, and like little things, little gems can come out from that. And
you got to be open to ideas. You got to be open. You got to be open to ideas. Like someone should speak out of turn. Got your gaffer fucking screaming out some lines to say, that's different. But for the most part, you got to be open to ideas because that's where the magic is. Like, I never fucking knew that. Yeah, that's great. Like Josh, I think I'll do a British accent. I was like, I never even yeah, do it. And it's just perfect. So if you don't have that, yeah, for sure.
And it's so cool when the directors, you can kind of fill it out because sometimes in those small parts, you don't really want to say too much to be like, hey, that's a great idea. Shut the fuck up and just be the elephant man, but you can kind of get a feel, and it's like, what the hell? You got to try, even if it's something. I mean, one time I was on NCIS, and it was just like, oh, you're going to be a homeless guy. And at the very end of the episode, they put a gun in your face, and you just turn, oh, so, okay, I was hired as an extra, right? Okay, just me. So I go, okay, I'll go. So it went from that to the director saying, hey, let me ask you a question. Yeah. What would you do if that really happened to you? I'd be like, well, I'm a homeless guy. I'm hardened and everything. So it's not going to be like, oh, God. I'm just going to be like, hey, whoa. Just it's easy there, and the guy just takes the gun, he goes, I like that. Let's try that. And then boom, instant upgrade. There's a line, boom, get bumped up. Here comes the paperwork. We're doing a new contract. Just like, okay, being there in that moment.
One word. That's it. Now you've gone from extra.
Now all of a sudden it's like, oh shit! All of a sudden, all the people that are like behind the scenes are showing up with paperwork. You got to sign here. You got to. Let me get a piss test and let me get a retinal scan.
Totally.
It's all sign this, sign that, and I still get $1.50, every couple of months from that show.
That the residuals. I mean, you've been in so many little things. I mean, you probably get residual checks. Your mailbox must be just loaded up. Huh?
No, I wouldn't say loaded, but there's a lot of I would say. How to say this? Sometimes the check's not even worth the amount of paper that it was printed on. I'll put that.
It's like 12 cents, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got a 23 center, so I put it in the frame. I thought, that's
nice.
Yeah,
yeah, that's a lot of like, yes, you got to sign all that. You're gonna get writer's cramp. Ugh.
Well, the stamp's 25 cents. I'm like, come on, man. That's how this country's in the shape it's in.
Right. Oh man. Yeah, I know. But it is interesting to get that perspective from all that and all the stuff you've done. But again, like I said, there's some of the images I saw you like with some of the makeup, and like you said, it's just really cool that you being open to that process and just being like, all right, let's see what this is all about. Sit in the chair. How long? What's the longest you sat in a chair to put on makeup?
It's the Elephant Man for sure. Because it was 3 sessions. First, they did like I can't remember the name of the term, but basically like 80 cameras in a little spin thing around my head to get this like design. Then we did a mode which was really, really sucked. They basically took like plaster Paris, like you would have a regular cast, and put it over my entire head like a cone. And there was just one hole with a straw, and for about 45 minutes I had to just sit there as still as possible and breathe through the straw, basically just really being
like claustrophobic.
Oh totally. But as soon as you start freaking out a little bit, you just breathe, just get your heart rate back down, just really focus on breathing. They tell me it's going to be tough as hell, so I was like, okay, we'll do it. And so then they cut it sideways, boom, they have front and back, and then they do their little different stuff in the modes, with my face. And then they applied it once. We looked at it. They did 3 copies of it. We did one at the makeup place. They sent in the pictures. He approved it. Then we did it on set. Again, just a small hole. I could see my eyes on the head. The head was about 30 pounds, by the way. So 16 hours on set. I have this neck that, I'm just trying to like, basically doing like this sometimes because it just freak. So anyway, the tiny hole, they cut my food in little pieces, and I just had to stick it in the little hole for lunch.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. Yeah. So when you see that, and I think it's cool because as a kid, I always wanted to do Frankenstein, stuff like that. And you see these guys doing that. It's the same type of shit. So it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Because I'd get all like freaked out. So, well, what would Bela Lugosi do right now? Or what would I do? They would fucking say, "Go for it, stay in there, kid." So, but it's basically just getting calm, and then they whisk you to set. You do your thing, and then that's it. I think it's really cool because, man, I get to work with these great artists. I mean, these guys are at the top of the top. I mean, the Arjun, I can't remember his last name. He had won. He did the Maleficent, the
horns.
Yeah. all of the Ghostbusters people and the movies
nice.
and stuff. He's freaking amazing, and he constructed that. Dami Till, my God, what a great artist for the Joker. I mean, she's unbelievable.
We got to keep that going. We got to somehow keep this idea of in camera effects.
Your next short film, get him in there with something. Turn him into the devil.
Well, we got a film underway now. I'm writing it now. It's funded. It's a kind of a crime action thriller kind of thing, and we got a Joshua Part in there as well. And nice. I'm not quite in the Marvel superhero genre just yet. I might fall into it at some point. But I love the idea.
They need some fresh blood.
Yeah,
let's face it. They need some flesh.
I feel a little bit like a poser because I'm not comic literate, really. I mean, the only comics I've collected as a kid.
Some people who have directed it aren't either, so don't.
Very true.
But I still respect it. Like if I would never try to enter a genre or a world that I wasn't well versed in. Mm-hmm. The closest I am to comics, I collected comics for about 3 months when I was about 13, and I collected the X-Men, the battle with the mutants, with the Marauders.
Oh yeah,
I have that whole series of X-Men versus Marauders with when Colossus killed Harpoon and all that stuff. I remember that, so that was my thing. And then I collected a comic. It came out a very short run. It was called The Nam. You guys hear that?
Oh yeah,
I've heard of that. Yeah,
Marvel put it out. It was called The Nam. I had every episode of it or whatever it was, every comic. And then I also had another one called Strike Force Morituri. That was the coolest Marvel as well. That was, I think, probably like 88. And that was that's something I want to recreate. Let's keep it here, right? It's in the future, and it's about a formula that turns people into superheroes, and they're fighting these aliens that are coming. But it turns them into something that's random that happens to them, and their powers aren't forever. They only last a certain amount of time, and then they die.
Wow.
A whole Strike Force. Check it out, Strike Force Morituri. You guys, I think, would really love it. Each character, they sign up like astronauts almost, but they sign up. They know it's a one-way mission, and they have to fight these invaders that are killing Earth and stuff like that. And each person finds out what their superpower is, and it's totally fucking rad as usual. And then at random, you never know, they just burn up and die. And it was just the coolest fucking episode. And after that was the last comic I ever collected. So I have like a stack like this big of really awesome 3 different types of comics. That was all. So that's my life of comics.
That definitely sounds pretty awesome, right there.
It was pretty sweet. But you guys collect comics, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
That would be
clearly.
Dude. I mean, well, look at behind Chris. If Scott were to turn his camera around, it'd be insane.
All right. So I'm not going to start speaking about comics.
I know these.
Comic I am, but I respect it. And it would be great. If I ever did something, I wouldn't use much CGI at all. I try to keep it as practical as possible.
It's just another medium for telling stories.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there was a teacher who told my parents, because my parents loved reading. They got me to love reading, and they weren't sure about this whole comic book thing when I got into it when I was like 9 or 10. The appropriate getting into comic book age. But the teacher said, reading is reading. As long as he's reading, that's what's important. Yeah. And so they enabled.
I mean, my mom loved that.
I wasn't into drugs. I put money at the comic. Back in the day when I could get comic books at the grocery store, it was great because my mom would go to the grocery store. I could literally just go plant myself at the magazine section. They would have comic books there. And I would just sit there and basically treat it like the library until my mom was done grocery shopping. And if I was good, I maybe got to take one. And so it's
right.
So that's just, and the only difference is just I never freaking grew out of it. Is the issue.
Cool, yeah, that's cool.
Because they're so cool. We got somebody else that's joining right now, right? Too. We got Phil joining right now.
There he is.
What's up, Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Howdy. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. Interesting, entertaining conversation. Yeah, definitely. Love what I've heard. Oh my God, so much just interesting things behind the scenes, especially that David Lynch story. That's wild. That's got to be something for the books you're probably never going to ever forget.
You know, the more I'm thinking about that, Oatmeal on the Head, there's got to be some lyrics in that somewhere.
A harmonica song,
please.
Gotta write a song
Oatmeal in the
about
Head.
that. Oh, yes.
You got another short film right there.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Laying around dead with oatmeal on my head.
Yeah.
Yes. There's the song title right there. Oatmeal on my head. Huh.
Laying there dead.
Figure that one out.
Oh my God, he's already writing it. Shh.
Yeah, I know,
This
right?
work.
These guys
with
are
these ideas.
I'm doing it right now. Yeah. Phil, are you coming in from California?
I am. Yes,
Cool.
I'm in Northern California.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
I
It's
love
the
it.
valley. It's not too bad.
Yeah. Not too
Yeah.
bad. I know it's getting warm. Starting to get warm now. Spring's here, and I'm like, oh shit.
Today
I
was actually
love how
kinda
you
cloudy.
say that. Like we got spring, and then all of a sudden we dropped into like the 40s for the past couple of days, and I
Oh,
see you're going, guys. Spring break just started. Can the weather like warm up? I mean,
Just
seriously.
come over here. It was 80 degrees here today. It was kind of nice. It was
Nah,
really
I'm
nice.
going to the Smokies. I'll be just fine. Thank you.
Oh, that's right.
Bye-bye.
You're gonna go on vacation. Yeah.
Oh, it started today. It's
Yeah.
so nice.
Yes. That's for sure. But guys, like, is there any movies out there that you guys have watched recently that's caught your eye, or you guys just been too busy? What's going on? Like, is there anything out there right now that you guys have watched, Joey and Josh?
I can go quick, Josh. I very rarely go out to the movies.
Okay.
I'm especially.
You
when
didn't
I'm
see
writing.
Snow White. You seem like a Snow White guy.
I know that you reviewed it recently. I think I walked into that and I was like,
Yeah.
all right, I hope he finishes because if I'm involved in that conversation, I might get canceled. So
No. Oh, yeah.
that was.
I don't know.
trust
Dave's
me.
tried. It still hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, oh, trust me. I've been talking about it for the past week on my show. So
Okay.
if I'm
well,
not canceled yet, you'll be all right.
okay.
You're the
cool.
fun police. Remember that.
And in a nutshell, I don't go out to the movies that often when I'm writing. So if I'm scripting, I try to stay away from anything like that. It's it's bad for the, for the
The
gear.
creative brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I stay away. But lately, I mean, the most lately, I don't know. I think probably Long Legs.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Love
I
Long
think
Legs.
that was the
Love
last
Long
one I
Legs.
saw, and then I saw Honora, whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was it. But that was kind of it. Other than that, it's been probably 2 years. I'm ashamed to say, but I don't really.
Watch the Monkey. Watch the Monkey, which is the same director. What's his name again?
Osgood Perkins.
Yes,
Okay.
Osgood Perkins. He's becoming my new favorite director currently because I've loved Long Legs, and then I saw the Monkey like a month ago, like not even a month ago, but it just came out, and that movie was batshit fucking just insane,
Cool.
and it was just. Yeah, so watch that. It's gory as hell, but it's also ridiculous. Almost feels like a parody, but it's so well done. And I'm going, all right, this guy's becoming my new favorite director because he put out 2 full-length movies in 2 years that I loved that were just had a certain aesthetic and a certain tone. And I'm like, all right, this guy, I'm liking this guy right here. So yeah.
That's great. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. What about you, Josh? Anything that's standing out with you right now?
Yeah, well, same as Joey. I don't really get out a lot. Be honest, I know it's weird to be an actor, not go to the theater a lot. But I've been I get caught in. I'm finishing a music project, and it's basically finished. I'm waiting for my copyright stuff to come in, and I'll drop that album. But I'd say recently, this weekend. I went to this short film festival. There's this film Eamon. I thought,
Oh, wait. I think we were kind of talking about that.
to shoot it out there. I mean,
yeah, I know. There was like this. There was this one guy that in there that really
Let Phil in
creepy
on that
looking. No,
but
but yeah,
actually, Rachel sold to go back to that. Rachel sold the whole thing. Her and Liam are just freaking amazing. He's right. Those eyes. I mean, they're just unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, like one of the things that we've talked about. I mean, like I said, I've had Zack Snyder on here, and one of the things, like going back to the superhero genre and going back to even Batman, is one of the things that was always been discussed when it comes to a new Batman is because obviously in the comic books and Batman in the animated series, he's always had the white eyes, right? The white eyes and the cowl. So it's like, how do you translate something like that into film? How do you translate that? And yeah, you can have a version where obviously you can have like a certain suit that just has it lit up. But for the most part, the general Batman suit, can you achieve the eyes? And Zach on here, because we asked him specifically, it was a couple of years ago, did you ever consider that? And one of the things he said was like, well, the actor acts with his eyes. So it's very difficult to have a full-length movie where you have a Batman character that you can't see his eyes because there's a lot that is acting with the eyes. So I think that's one of the reasons why it's never been achieved, because you're not going to get that. I mean, in animation, you can get that. In comic book form, you can get that because you can shape the eyes the way you want to. And I know like Deadpool has done their VFX work with the mask to make the eyes shift. Even Spider-Man's done that. Mm-hmm. But I mean, that's using visual effects. But at the same time, it's just one of those things. And I think one of the actors currently working right now, one of the big actors, Tom Hardy. I mean, let's face it, how many times has his face been covered and he's had to act with his eyes, and he's done a very fantastic job with it.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I thought it was hysterical in Dunkirk.
Yeah.
Tom Hardy, the entire freaking movie.
Just covered. Yeah.
You paid for Tom Hardy and you're just covering
all of it. But at the same time, he does such a good job with acting with his eyes.
For sure. Like, I can't, not even just one moment, the producers were like, could we please just see his face for 1 minute? You know, I mean, paid how much for him? You know?
When he was on the beach, that's what you got.
That was it. That last scene.
That last scene was on the beach,
right? Yeah. It's so funny. Yeah.
What is each year's kind of genre of choice? If you had to pick a film genre that's your go-to, if you could watch anything, what would it be?
That's a good one.
Yeah, see, with me, it's sci-fi. That's me.
Sci-fi, cool. Yeah,
I like
sci-fi.
sci-fi guy.
I like documentaries too. I like documentaries as well done. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Horror films, of course. I love horror films. Yeah, it's a tough one. That's really like asking what's your favorite music, or it's one of those.
Yeah, or your favorite child.
Yeah.
I love crime. I love crime drama, dark comedy, crime drama. Because I love the mix of it all, like the best of all the worlds. You know, I love blood, guts, sex, drugs, dirty crime. I love altruism. You know, I love love. Love is great mixed in there too. Like you have a great love story mixed in with some fucked up story is really cool. I like that kind of thing.
Well, you're gonna love Snow White then.
No, okay,
got it all.
Dave, hold on. I was actually going to give a serious recommendation to him. So, of course, you had to go and ruin it. Thank you, Dave.
That's what I do.
But Joey, what I would recommend, because it just came out last weekend and I've been loving it, Black Bag by Steven Soderbergh was.
Okay. I'll put that on my phone.
It's not crime, it's espionage, but with some fucked up romance. And it's just... Right, it's Kate Blanchett and Michael Fassbender in the lead roles.
Okay, I've seen the billboards. Okay, yeah.
It is so good, and it's not like James Bond espionage. It's more like Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, Le Carre kind of espionage.
Right.
So it's really good, great acting, tight script. I highly recommend.
I think genre-wise, like it's easier to describe directors that I like rather than genres. You know, I love Tarantino, obviously, and Scorsese, and I love big dumb rock too, like Spielberg. You know, like just big giant films that are just fucking incredible. Spielberg's probably one of my top three. Kubrick, De Palma even as well. He kind of petered out in the 90s, but I think his last great film was probably Untouchables, I would say.
Well,
it got
weird. Thank you.
So it got weird after that.
Yeah, De Palma was really good with the Dutch angle, the Dutch angles, right?
Oh,
the Dutch tilt, or whatever.
Yeah,
you kind of had a little bit of that in your
you
had a little tilt. Sure. There was like two shots that I saw. I was like, oh, he's got the little Dutch tilt kind of thing.
Yeah, because cinematography is important. You have to, tell a story that has its own story on its own. But those whatever genres those encompass, and or art house too. I'll go into anything like Kurosawa, of course. Anyone. I mean, I don't even know Russian films as well. to the old Russian. Have you ever seen any Tarkovsky stuff? You guys like deep art house stuff, like
okay,
Ivan's Childhood or Solaris.
Solaris, yes, I've seen Solaris. That's
I haven't
George
seen the
Clooney.
original Solaris. I've read the original Russian novel, and I've seen the Soderbergh remake. I've not seen the original.
Ivan's Childhood is a masterpiece, and I think every young man should see that film. In a Private Ryan kind of sense, it's not as grandiose as Private Ryan, but it's a war movie. I mean, we're boys, right? We love war movies, right? At least I know.
Right.
You know, things are put in perspective of like, you know, how good we have it, considering what everyone had to go through in the 40s, especially the Russians, especially the Japanese, or whatever. And that type of movie, maybe it's a little because I'm a man saying it. I don't know if a woman would identify with these feelings, but it's kind of a thing that really makes me grateful for our grandfathers or great grandfathers that died and fought, and how easy we really do have it because of them. You know, it's a really great. Come and See is another incredible war film that would make you really perspective and make you value water and food and shelter a lot. You know, so those movies are great. Those are Russian films. Awesome.
Yeah.
There was a Russian film that I saw because it's a silent film, and I saw it with the Alabama Symphony Orchestra playing the score live, but it was like it was like a silent film, the Battleship Potemkin.
Yep.
No, it wasn't Battleship because it was horses and they were fighting, like it was more like Braveheart style.
Oh, okay,
warfare.
No, that was Tarkovsky. It was I believe it's Ivan something. Yeah. I don't want to Google it. It's cheating. But yeah.
Oh, I was cheating while you were talking.
It's like 3 hours. Just put in Tarkovsky. It's going to be it's like a Tolstoy kind of thing.
Yes, it's like that. Because
it's an epic Braveheart before Braveheart. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
but it was especially when you once again get into silent movies that all they have is that orchestral score, and you get a live orchestra playing it while watching the movie. Oh yeah, that was
this is film nerd stuff. I can go on this for hours. Like you guys could probably talk about comics for weeks. I'm the same thing with like all the backwoods kind of.
We've been doing it for years, so we've kind of proven our own point.
Oh yeah, we've done both.
And I'm in that world, so I just keep regurgitating, watching the same movies from 1930 all the way to 1999, maybe. And I just stay nonstop in that world. The contemporary things, I think, they influence people too much. So I'd rather just stay with I'll come out for something great, like you mentioned, for sure.
Oh, but no, I get it. I'm the guy that if you look at most of my music collection, like I have all these collections, but if I can just pop in a Frank Sinatra album, I'll be I'll be good to go.
Sinatra, yeah.
I mean,
hey, no, you think I'm joking? I am.
I believe you.
Trust me. I am. When I turned 40, it was one of those things where I went, "Oh, good, I'm finally as old as I feel." Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you're talking to Joey Falsetta from New York City, so I'm no stranger to Frank Sinatra.
Oh, I know you're not. I know you're not. But I'm just saying that I'm the person who I've never really appreciated someone unless it was my grandparents or my like. I don't do the contemporary stuff either. I've always, the radio station I listened to here in Birmingham when I was growing up was 106.9, playing the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And I'm here going, and it was like 88. And I'm listening, I grew up on like Johnny Rivers and, Beach Boys and all that kind of stuff. I've never been a contemporary music person, so I can appreciate the not really getting much of the contemporary.
I'm not anti-contemporary anything.
Right.
I just I gravitate towards things that were like perfected at some point, and I just kind of just chill there. But I like coming out of the box and seeing great stuff, obviously. Yeah.
I mean, like just like to your point, I mean, going back to Christopher Nolan, I mean, obviously he's made like these big, huge movies, obviously, but anytime that I talk about Christopher Nolan, I go, Memento is my favorite film of his. It's so small. It's like that's what put him on the map, essentially. I mean, obviously it was more Batman stuff, but I go back to Memento because when I first watched that, I went, I've never seen a fucking movie like this and a story being told like this. So even though it's like, essentially, objective, I'm not even objectively, but just like if I could look at Interstellar and be like, yeah, that's essentially his best film, I guess you could say, because just the way that movie is, it just how big it is and how but at the same time, I look at Memento and I just go, that's my favorite film of his. Even though with all the stuff that he's done and being a diehard Batman fan and doing Batman and loving all that, I still go back to that movie that was so small. And I don't know if you guys have seen the video where he explains how he described how he told that story, because when you look it up, it's pretty great, because I mean, for anybody who doesn't know, obviously the story is told backwards while there's another part of the story told forwards, and you just never seen anything like that. You have a guy with him,
still haven't.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like in the way that he explains how he constructed that story, even I'm going, fucking God damn it. How do you even figure that out?
That's an incredible.
He associates it to a paperclip. It's so weird. Like, it's so weird. But at the same time, you just go,
Crazy
that's
mind to do that.
Yeah. But that's why I love that movie so much. I mean, it's a small movie. It was independent. It put him on the map. I mean, he had the following that we talked about too, which was his first official movie. And that's still a good movie. But at the same time, it was like Memento that was like, oh, that started winning awards and that started putting him on the map. And I don't know. It's just to this day, with every Christopher Nolan movie, I'm like, yeah, that was fantastic. Oppenheimer, fantastic. Memento is still my favorite movie of his.
I could see that, sure.
Yeah. I mean, I think when we have these directors and, especially like, someone like Quentin Tarantino who can make something like Kill Bill, but I'm like, yeah, but I still like Reservoir Dogs a little bit better just because there's Reservoir Dogs. That's
sure. Yeah. Mine's I would say Inglourious Bastards for him. That's top for him, and Reservoir Dogs a close second, and Pulp Fiction obviously. But yeah, I would say Inglourious Bastards. That was his all around for me. My favorite. Yeah.
Which is the fact that he could take some he did that of course with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, is like take an event and then just I'm gonna flip it on it. I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna Tarantino it. I'm gonna Tarantino the ending, and then he does, and you just go, oh shit! Like I know the story, but he fucking he Tarantino'd it, which is always great.
Yeah, it's cool. He can do that. He's not much he can't do. He's allowed to, So
yeah, I know. And I wish he would
not a lot of people are going to give you, $50 million to make a movie that you change history, and you're just taking a chance, right? It's crazy the trust that the studios have in someone like him. That okay, you want to try to do that? Like here's all of our money. It's a really incredible feat to be able to do that, man. Convincing people to pay for a movie that, I'm writing this movie about, killer sausage people that are gonna eat the world. And there's always that one guy that's like, yeah, how much is that gonna be? And like, I could do like $10 million for your movie. And they're like, great. And then you make a killer sausage movie people thing, right? Yeah. It's $10 million, right? And then you have 100 other filmmakers that are like, I could have made something for a tenth of that.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing that's the thing that's happening nowadays. I mean, just over the weekend we had The Electric State that just came out on Netflix, which is the Russo brothers movie, which cost like a shit ton, but it's on Netflix. Cost a shit ton. I watched it. I was like, I enjoyed it because it takes place in the 90s, had a lot of 90s nostalgia, and it felt like a 90s movie. So I actually went, okay, this is not a bad movie, but at the same time, people are shitting on it because the budget was so huge. I think
it's
got to like 300 million,
320.
Yeah, something like that, which is insane. But at the same time, I'm going, well, I still enjoyed the movie for the most part, but I understand people's gripes. But then, nowadays, I mean, I think with these studios and the way that things are happening right now, they really got to go, hey, you could have made how many movies with that budget, like independent movies that you could have made,
really good independent movies, not not just movies. Spending $30-50 million on a film, it's I don't know, man, it's a lot. When you're in festivals, when you're doing films, especially short films, you're up there with maybe 10, maybe 20 other films, and they're really, really great films. Sometimes not so great, but most of the time they're really, really good films. A lot of these films get funded, and there's 10-minute movies like ours that $30,000, $50,000 that went into it, you know, and you see these movies and it doesn't make them any better. It's a really strange kind of thing. We shot ours for, I think all in it was about 7. And that's very low for a 10-minute film, 12-page script, you know. And you just see a film that, like, the cast list is a mile long, you know, 7 gaffers for a 5-minute movie, you know what I mean? And they just had the money to do it. And it's funny to me that, like, it's true that if the story's good and you know how to make a film, you don't really need all that. You don't, you know. It's a lot of money to put into a 10-minute viewing, you know. So you see it in festivals all the time. I'm like, where'd they get all this money to make this movie? It's nice. I think, where did it go? It's one person sitting on a chair at a fireplace telling a story. How did you spend $30,000 on that film? It's true, and it's very enlightening to be able to do something for a fraction of that has a lot of scenes and a lot of stuff. So, yeah, feature films are like that too. I don't get it.
Yeah. Quentin Tarantino immediately comes to mind. Same with Kevin Smith. You know, the likes of Clerks and Reservoir Dogs. Like, you just think about the story of those movies. It's not big, extravagant. It doesn't have a big green screen behind it. It doesn't require heavy effects. It's just very human, real stories in a real world. It doesn't require too much extra to it. You're literally just telling your story. And I think that's the thing that's just kind of lost in a lot of, like, not low budget filmmaking. I think that's where they really do thrive and conquer. But like the bigger stuff, I think, you know, even James Gunn has talked about, like, even the superhero genre just kind of suffers from a regurgitated story over and over again, specifically like sequels, superhero sequels especially. It's just a redux of, like, you know, what the origin film did with a different character or different villain or whatever, and we don't move anything forward. You kind of regress your hero a little bit. It's just like, it's repetitive and it's boring. But when you do something like, you know, Reservoir Dogs or even Pulp Fiction, which is kind of like Nolan's Memento in a way because it takes the story out of place, it's captivating in a way, and it costs, you know, a fraction of the price of what these big budget productions cost.
Well, Phil, to your point, it's basically that euphemism, necessity is the mother of invention. If I only have so much, how do I make it work? And then you get really creative with how to make it work because you don't have a giant budget that you can literally just shovel money to, quote unquote, fix the problem. No, I don't have the extra, $1,000 million to fix this.
You have to think your way out of it. You have to think your way.
Or as I would say, for people of our age, you have to MacGyver your way out of it.
You got to MacGyver that shit. Well, Tarantino has a phrase. He says, "Grandiose your way out." Right? So you get trapped in a corner, you don't know what to do, then just make it completely ridiculous, and you're good to go. Yeah, that's grandiose your way out. That's what he says. So that's really cool.
But it goes into the point of, you know, we're what they're able to do, what you are able to do with your short film. You see the passion there. You tell a story in less than 10 minutes, a beginning, middle, and end, and we get sometimes 2.5-hour epics where I walk out of the movie or turn off the TV and say, "What did I just watch?"
Yeah,
you know. But I can see from yours, like a full beginning, middle, and end. I'm with you till there. You've got me caring about the characters in 10 minutes.
That's great.
We
man.
don't. You know,
that's great to do that, and I wish that a lot of films did that too. You know, it's cool. It's storytelling. You know, you guys are educators too, so you know the deal. You subvert the audience, and you lay down the groundwork and the setup, and have them invest in the characters, and you could do anything with them. And I hope to do more, man. It's cool to be able to do that. It's a crazy medium. Yeah. It's crazy. You know, you're controlling people's thoughts in a way. You know, it's a crazy medium. Yeah, it's nice.
It can also be very rewarding too.
Yeah, it is. It's rewarding to hear people like, that's exactly what we were trying to do. Oh, what you're saying? That's exactly what we were trying to do. Making a movie is not easy, man.
It's not. And then like you said again, it's like when other things shine light on different things. Like obviously we had the commercial. We found Josh, and then he did your thing, and then we're like, you show us the thing that he's in. I was like, and then we're like, oh shit. That's a cool thing. You guys should see. Oh my God.
It becomes our own version of 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
and that's what's so cool about. I mean, I guess you could say like like we were talking about when it comes to social media and everything. That's the benefit, I guess you could say, to it. Yeah, the social media can suck. I mean, obviously, I'm dialed in because I do this, and it can be taxing sometimes. Where I just go, fuck, I just want to disconnect for a bit, and I do that. I'll fucking when I go out, I'm like leave the phone in my pocket, not even thinking about it, whatever. But for the most part, nowadays you have to be dialed in. But when something like this comes about, where oh shit, this like captured the hearts of everybody, and especially our little nerd hearts. And then all of a sudden it just leads into like, hey, well then, the actor who's playing the Joker that was awesome is in this other thing. And then he's been in these other things. Yeah. And then we give a platform to be like, hey, this is Josh Harp. This is Joey Falsetta right here. And they're doing things, and follow them and, see what they have to what's the next thing, of course.
No, that's great. It's really great, man. And like this version of what you're doing, perpetuating and talking about films, that's an integral part of filmmaking too. I don't know if you've given yourself credit for that, because without people talking about the good and the bad, then things don't grow. They don't sprout legs, and they don't get.
Good thing about social media, I believe.
Yeah,
that's one of the benefits. Yeah. It kind of
really,
like cuts the bullshit. You don't have to listen to what the inside people. You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of like regular news too. We've gotten our news from 3 sources our whole life, and now like, wait a minute, there's a Wizard of Oz behind the curtain.
And it's honest. It's honest that Dave says what he wants to say. You got no one to answer to.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have anybody that's telling me
you don't have a producer telling you
agree, disagree.
And like platforms like this that are honest, that are just kind of indie, that give real conversations about anything. Like this should be way more sought after than any sort of controlled type thing too, and it's great to keep doing it.
I think that's that's the new thing that's been happening lately too. I mean, it's been building up for a bit, but I think like even going back to Zack Snyder, the whole Snyder Cut thing. I'm sure you guys heard about that and everything. Was like, I mean, he was making one of the biggest movies ever, the Justice League movie, and the things just went to shit. I mean, we just celebrated the 4-year anniversary of his cut actually getting out. I mean, he went rogue. And when he dropped out of that and they released like a shitty, super shitty subpar version of that Justice League movie, another director came in and effed it all up. And then all of a sudden it's like, then he started going, well, that wasn't my movie. And he started going, well, I have my movie on a hard drive. And he started just like, being that person of like, here's a clip from it, or here's a screenshot. Here's that. And he started stirring up a conversation. Right. And then social media just started building, and a fan base grew. Yeah. And it just started becoming a thing where then all of a sudden the studio, I mean, obviously things aligned and everything where they went, well, maybe we should release that version and give them some money to finish that. And it ended up happening,
That's great. Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
So you guys going forward, like Joe, you said you're writing something new. What I don't want to happen is for us to have this serendipitous moment where the commercial comes out, Josh, your film gets introduced, I find out who you are and all this. So going forward, how can we, Joe Blows, us little film nerds over here, what are some avenues going forward that we can help to support you both in whatever future endeavors? What can we look up? Is there something that we can subscribe to? How can we follow along and continue to help y'all on your creative journeys?
Wow. I mean, other than just communication, letting you know when things are going on, things don't move at the pace that you really want either. It's a long process, whether you're writing or shooting. It's like, if I was shooting photography, say, I'd have a new thing out every couple of days or a week or so, but films take a while. So it might be in a few months before we even speak again regarding anything I do, so there's nothing really to do other than to kind of, support and I'll, put out things and keep in communication. Like, I think it's great. You know, I'd love the opportunity to premiere our next film and have you guys critique it, you know, and do it, you know.
Dude, like, I mean, the fact that we're having this conversation right now and you guys have been awesome, and we're totally just like vibing and we're totally gelling. I mean, like, whatever you have
survived a lot longer than most guests do. We're
I mean, there's just sometimes the guests will just leave in a half an hour. Sure. Yeah. But at the same time, you guys are totally,
I'll do it, man. I'll come back on. We'll talk about some crazy shit. Because I was nervous about being with a bunch of comic book experts, because I'm not a comic person. I was worried that, like,
we welcome everybody, but because we love films too.
Yeah. So in terms of that, like, I'm down to have debates, to talk. Bring on some people that hate movies. Like, let's
fuck yeah, dude.
I say, like let's have real visceral discussions about, like, find someone that loved Snow White. Bring them on. Talk. Let's
bring Rachel on. Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think these conversations are important, you know, and the self-indulgent, that's great, you know, but in general, it's like we got to make movies that are good. And unless these conversations happen, you know, people, it's nice hearing that other people, you know, is on the other side of the country, you know, everyone's thinking the same thing, but a lot of people are afraid to talk about it. And it's
like I'm all about, like, whatever you got going on, come back on. You guys come back on and we'll have discussions. We'll have other people on. We'll do all this stuff. Like, I'm all about anytime that someone's had, like, some kind of project, whether it's just like their own little fucking, you know, short film that they're trying to put into a film festival, I've had those people on. I've had just people on like that. So when you like obviously when it came to the whole Josh thing, that was cool. But when you told me that, you have a short film, my eyes lit up. I'm like, cool. I love that. Man. Yeah. I'm all about supporting, like, you know, just independent filmmaking.
And between Josh and I, we know other actors, other filmmakers, other producers. Other
Send them my way, man.
Yeah,
Send
like, we can invite them on and think of topics to talk about. And definitely people be like, I'm down to talk about that.
That's one of the things that I've always wanted to have when it came to the vodka stream. I mean, it just started off with just me sipping vodka, just talking shit about, you know, whatever the fuck for about an hour until I finished my drink. But then it turned into like, I got other people on. And then, of course, you know, the Snyder Cut thing was like a thing for a bit. And then got more people involved. And then, of course, that thing's been, you know, done for a bit. So I've always just been down for, like, hey, you got something creative that you're doing? Come on and have a discussion. This is a relaxed environment. And it's just live. It's whatever. There's no edits. There's no nothing. You can have a drink if you want, and just, you know. And this is what it's turned into.
And again, I until David said y'all were coming on and sent me some of the stuff you're working on at that point, it exposes me to more work and exposes everyone else to it. Like, that's the great thing about Dave's show and us just having a conversation and seeing, like, it's not even demystifying it. It's just a peek into the world that a lot of us aren't a part of. And it gets us to be a part of this and having conversations and just enjoying hearing your perspective on it.
That's great, man. It probably makes you even in a weird way a better critic too.
No, it absolutely does. Because I always love to tell the story. Like, one of the things that I feel like we have lost over the years was I am of the age that I loved listening to directors' commentaries on DVDs because that's how I spent on DVD, on movies and TV shows. I would always listen to the commentary tracks. And I feel like I am not a filmmaker. I have never aspired to be. Like I said, stage acting was as close as I got, writing a little bit, but almost everything that I know about the process of how the sausage is made came from listening to commentaries. But now I feel like I've kind of graduated to the next level where instead of listening to the commentary, I now get to, like, talk to people who, like, actually do this. And this has been, for someone who's grown up loving movies my entire life, this is the kind of stuff that, like, goes, this is why I'm glad I can be here on a Friday night.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
No, it's that's what's been really fun about building up this stream right here is just finding that kind of things right here, and really I don't know if you guys have anything more to do. If you guys
I was about to say, I gotta get out. I'm gonna get in trouble.
I was about to say you've been on.
I saw you turn. I was like, oh, I know that look.
Yeah.
I probably have like 4 messages on it.
Yeah. So
I have one question for Josh.
One more question. We got one more question for you guys.
How long have you been playing harmonica for?
Oh, that's funny. Since the age of 10.
Wow.
Okay.
I was given that by my godmother at a Christmas party, an old harmonica that was on her piano, and they're having the adults are all having drinks and having a great time. And I found the harmonica and start blowing the shit out of it because like, look at me. I didn't know what to do. Oh, they got pissed and put me outside. And then she's like, you blew into it. Now it's yours. So, but later in life, like 20 years later, when I played a couple of gigs around town, she was always like, so proud. I was like, remember, I gave you the first harmonica you ever had. Like, yeah, to get me the fuck out of the house.
She's how it goes.
Go blow that thing out in the yard. It's like, okay.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Well, guys, thank you for this opportunity and being
this is
so
great,
cool,
man.
Yeah, thank
We'll
you.
see. We'll talk soon. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. Yeah.
Please, let's keep in contact. I know we have a group chat on like Instagram.
Yeah.
The next thing you guys are doing, let me know, and we'll get you guys back on here and let's talk about it again because I'm all about pushing independent
sure, man.
Awesome. You guys have a great night. It was nice meeting
thank you,
everybody.
guys.
Nice meeting you all.
Good luck, Joey. You guys are awesome. All right.
Take
it easy.
Take care.
Later.
All right.
See you, Joey.
Oh, you got it, Josh. You got to find
that. My technology. Oh, there it is. There big red X, right?
The big red X. Yes, that'd be the one.
You guys have a great weekend.
You too, Josh.
All right, take it easy, Josh. There you go, guys. There's Josh and Joey. No, that was great.
That was cool.
I mean, that's the thing. The thing was like that's what I loved was I didn't get Josh didn't reach out to me. It was Joey that reached out to me. And then as soon as he told me, he was like, "Oh, I have a short film that Josh is in," and blah blah blah. I was like, "Well," and then of course he invited me to the screening, and then I was like, "Well, I actually host a stream. If you guys want to come on and talk about that, we don't have to just talk about the Joker stuff. Obviously, great, but no, I don't know. See, I love that. I love that shit. I love it when
I thought it was interesting that Josh brought up because it felt like it was a Super Bowl commercial. Like it had that feel. So I thought it was
I'm glad because it
would have been well, I'm glad it didn't because it would have been lost in the milieu. So now that they released it later, it gets
its own spotlight. Yeah.
It gets its own spotlight. It was like my point of like things don't get to breathe anymore. So we never get to just like talk about something for an extended period of time anymore. And so I was glad to hear that. But it was also a vindication to go, yeah, I thought it felt like a Super Bowl commercial.
Well, that's where I was getting at. I was glad because I had the same feeling. Even listened to a few shows breaking it down. It's just like, why does this feel like a Super Bowl commercial that didn't happen? And hearing him say, "Oh yeah, it was supposed to be," it's like, okay, good, because I'm like you. It just felt like something was missing for it. But to your point, it was just one. They get all this free advertising not being a Super Bowl commercial.
Yes.
And they didn't have to pay the fee in order to even just cut it down to 30 seconds and see the full trailer. Like you could even see the non-extended one and still enjoy it. And they did not have to pay much, but look how much free advertising State Farm has gotten out of this.
We're talking about word of mouth for a commercial that we're not even concerned about the fact about, are we even in the market to need State Farm for our insurance. I unfortunately am in that market pretty soon, probably because what I'm dealing with right now. You guys don't know, do you?
Probably not.
A tree fell in my house a couple of weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
What?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's terrible.
Of a storm or just
a storm that eventually it was. You ever have those? When you have a really bad thunderstorm coming through, but it doesn't hit until night, but the entire day before it hits, it's just wind all day.
Yep.
And that blew a tree onto my kitchen.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
After 3 days after we moved back in, after having the floors redone in the house.
Oh,
yeah, Scott's been through it, been through it when it comes to his house. And then of course it costs you money to fucking chop up that tree and get it out of there.
Oh yeah, well, because by the way, guys, let me just word of advice, especially the way insurance companies are changing these days. Look at your premiums and your deductibles, and look at how they sometimes categorize those deductibles. And how they'll say, well, if it's this, your deductible is going to be this amount. But if it's this, your deductible is going to be this amount. And I'm getting fucked up the ass. So because by the way, cutting down a tree, it ain't cheap. No.
Yeah, if you don't have the tools and know how to do it yourself, it's not cheap.
Oh, and this tree, I couldn't have. Like literally, the way it landed on the corner, so you couldn't even just roll the tree off, because if you roll the tree off, it would then crash into my deck. So I had to get guys who had a bobcat to be able to lift it off the roof and drop it onto the yard. It's
a headache.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you have Bateman.
Yes.
Not to make glib, but it just
not Batman. But
go ahead and be glib. It's fine. I've had floors. I've had this. I've had oral surgery. I've had a busy past month.
But your floors do look good, by the way.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes.
If anyone wants to see my floors, please check out my new unboxing video on my X account.
Did you guys see that?
Yeah,
buddy.
He got a nice little piece to add to his collection.
I did. But if you look very carefully, you can see the new floors in the video.
You send me that, and it's just like, also, homeowner, look at the floors. So okay, I will go back and watch it again for the floors.
You have to watch it for the floors. But let's look at this beautiful thing right here that you got. I'm gonna have to turn down the music.
Turn down, dude. We don't want to copyright.
No copyright, but Scott got a nice little statue sent to him.
Not like 2 weeks ago, but it arrived while I was out of the house while the floors were being done.
Yeah, so you couldn't unbox it quite yet. But look at that! Look at that! He got.
There's the floors.
Now, which statue is this one called? I mean, obviously it's the BVS, the Batfleck BVS, but
yes,
it was
this was the McFarlane one, because the same time that all the figures went on sale that we all went batshit crazy over, pun intended. Yeah. This was the statue that went on pre-order at the exact same time. The only difference was that its release date was like 4 months after when those figures were available.
Yeah.
But it's cool because, well, one, it's a limited edition of like 530, and I got number 3. Yeah, I got number 3 out of number 530. But the base completely matches the DC collectible statues that came out back in 2016 with Batman v Superman. So the cape was the same, because those came with posable wireframe capes for Batman and Superman. So the base is an exact match. So at the end of the video, you'll see all these other statues and all the other statues from 2016. And this one looks like it just matches perfectly with the original lineup. So that's the cool thing McFarlane did, which was to make this fit with the previous statues. See, there you go.
Look at that. Oh my God, dude. Ugh.
That's so pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really sweet right there. Jesus Christ.
I'm looking forward to when mine eventually comes in.
Yeah. Chris got it too. Chris got it too. So
mine just takes a month later. Mine takes a month later.
Now you got to one up. You got to one up Scott with your video.
No, there's very rarely do I get to one up Scott. So he usually gives me the preview of what I eventually
You gotta have that ambition, man. You gotta
on the trailer.
You gotta put some slow motion Snyderisms in there.
No, Chris is like, I'm the preview of coming attractions when it comes to Chris.
Right. Hey, we got William showing up. What's going on? What's going on?
How are you doing this week? I'm doing okay. How's everybody else?
Good.
Better it'd be a crime.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm on vacation finally, so yay.
Yeah. That's why he's here.
I don't have to be at work at 4 a.m. By the way, guys, I want to take a moment, sorry, for not to make this about me, but because Dave's been telling me that people have been asking, please understand, everybody, the reason I haven't been here in literal months is because my work schedule has almost guaranteed that the 4 a.m. to 1 p.m. shift on Saturday is what I've been working. Yeah. So there is not a snowball's chance in hell that I can come and do the Vodka stream because I have to be in bed by 6:45. Yeah. So,
see, but then the stars aligned because you were here when we had, like, I haven't had guests on in a bit, you know. So to have that whole thing work out, it just totally worked out. So stars aligned for sure.
Yeah. But I wanted to let everyone know because it's not like I just ghosted. I didn't mean to ghost you guys. It's just adulting sucks.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's what happens. I mean, you know, some people they were like, "Where's Scott been? Where's Steven been?" I'm like, life. That's what happened.
Steven
now has a job also that he has to do on Saturday morning too. So that's why, you know, there's been that and that. So it's like, and I keep on reassuring. I'm like, oh, I mean, obviously, you know, Scott and I have our stream, but I'm like, no, Steven, we haven't had a falling out. I talk to Steven like every day. Don't worry. I still talk to Steven every day, but he got a new job where he works Tuesday through Saturday. So so he can't do it either. So
and that's a weird thing. And that's what's been great with Chris and William and Phil becoming the regulars is that we Dave and I have talked about this post show after DC Fanimated, but we were kind of in a place where we had the crew. And it was kind of cool that that crew existed for that period of time. And it was incredible that right after what happened there with that crew, all of our lives suddenly got like 52 pickupped. And and then
way to put it.
Trust me, my life feels like a deck of cards decided to fall on.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
you had
I know.
You had
That's why I said it's an interesting way to put it.
And so I miss the old gang. I got to be part of the new gang, and now I had to remove myself from the new game just because of my work schedule being the way that it is. But it's just an amazing reminder to just appreciate the time that you are in and that you have, because it's going to change and you're going to miss it, but then you're going to be glad that you at least had it when you did. So sorry, I got really sentimental right there for a second, but
it's appropriate with 4 years. Yes, you have to be. You know, we all remember.
Right, and trust me, and it's also just my anniversary for every time Drunk Scott decided to really show his ass on the stream. It was always it's always this week.
Yes, because this is the week of the snake.
That's what I'm saying. It's appropriate.
I mean, that stream was epic.
Think about that. Yeah,
I watched that live.
Oh my God! Well, there's two of
He was thanking everybody. It was hilarious.
Oh God! Your mic's a little hot, by the way, William.
Too loud.
No, it's like just loud. It's like you're hot. You're topping out.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I'm gonna figure this damn mic.
You're still getting used to your new mic. I know. And there's still echo too.
Yarp.
Yeah.
Echo cancellation.
Yeah, you had that problem last week. You still got a little echo, and it's So.
All right, how about that? This thing has 1,000 adjustments too.
A little lower, but better.
Yeah.
Go lower.
Go lower.
Yeah, go lower. Yeah, there's plenty. Yeah, still adjust.
How about that?
That's better.
That's good.
That's good. That's good right there. Yep, we don't even hear the echo. I think you got it. Keep that right there.
Save that setting.
Yeah, save that setting. Screenshot it. No, but I mean, I didn't even think about that because the week of the 4 years ago. I mean, you go back to that. We had a huge panel. We had Liz Wonder, we had Meg, we had Garza, we had everybody.
It was
and
everybody.
Scott was drinking Jameson, and he wanted to hug everybody.
And guess what? 2 years ago, I did.
Yes, you did. You did. You definitely did. So
even Phil wasn't even on that stream, and Phil got a hug. So you know what?
Yeah.
If you were there, you got a hug. And then the year after that, we did the
2 years ago. Shit.
I know. That was 2 years ago.
Next month.
And then the 1 year anniversary, we did the rewatch. We did the watch party, and I got drunk off because we started doing drinking. We started doing drinking games.
Are you talking about the rewatch of Justice?
No, for Snyder Cut.
For Snyder Cut, yeah. Because I know we retired Justice, so we did that like a couple months before that. We wanted to retire that, and we were taking shots every time something fucking stupid, and yeah, we got fucked up on that one too.
But at the 1 year
10 minutes at that
anniversary,
point, and then you went.
well, and then the 1 year anniversary, we did a charity watch of Justice League, but we were doing shots like whenever we heard the female chorus for the Wonder Woman theme, or whenever we saw a slow-mo shot. We started.
We got pretty drunk there. Yeah,
we started just doing the Snyderisms. We just started having a drinking game there. And that was the last time drunk Scott has been on this stream was 2022. Yeah.
Yeah, but I remember but I remember you told me after the Snyder Cut stream, you basically fell asleep on the bathroom floor.
No, it wasn't even the bathroom floor. It was
that's right.
It was okay. There are stairs over here that go up to the top. I remember I went up, dealt with Callum. On my way back, I got sick. After I got sick, I passed out in the hallway right at the door to the stairs. And
now, did you say that? Okay, here's a change. Daddy's going to throw up on you.
No, no, I did not. I maybe was thinking it every once in a while, but no, that was because Callum would have been 2.
Yeah.
Oh, 1.5 actually when that happened.
He's grown up on this stream.
He really has grown up on the stream.
He knocked a soda on your laptop, didn't he?
Yeah.
No, it was a beer.
Beer.
Oh, beer. He killed a laptop live on this stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he was there. I mean, I think about it, Callum, because he's going to turn. This is it. He was born the Tuesday after Justice Con 1. That's why Meg has always called him Justice Con Baby, because we had Justice Con 1 that Saturday where we saw the black Superman suit footage for the first time. Heather and I had to run to the hospital because of her blood pressure. We came back home, and then we went back on Monday, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, you're not leaving. You're spending the night, and that baby's being born tomorrow." And then Callum has just been the first time we interviewed Zach over on Real Anarchy. I always tell a story. If you watch, you'll see me doing this the entire interview because Callum was there.
Shaking the baby, yeah.
I was shaking I was rocking the baby to keep him asleep. I was tapping that pacifier, going, "Don't you make a fucking sound right."
You got Drac on the first time. Yeah. No, man, I know it's we had the 4-year anniversary. It's crazy that it's been like 4 years when I think about that. I mean, obviously being in a new place now and the place I was before and how much adventure I went through at my old apartment for 6.5 years. It's kind of crazy to think about. So this like past week and obviously Tuesday was when it got released. But of course I think about the night before, because obviously there was like that whole the premiere and Zach being on that one stream with Oche with may he rest in peace.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Because Oche was great. I remember he came on the stream a few times and he was always fantastic. And then of course he sadly passed away.
He died young.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, he did die young. Yeah.
Like in his 40, maybe?
40s, yeah.
It was just so random. I mean, it was just crazy. I remember I even went back to look. I'm like, God damn.
Was it heart disease?
It was they didn't announce exactly what it was.
Okay.
They didn't exactly what it was, but who knows what it was, but it's just, I remember when that happened and it was such like a wow. And he was just he was one of those guys. I mean, I know there was like some controversy that night when it came to that charity stream because who he's working with. It was all that kind of stuff. And I remember I didn't even know there was controversy. It was such a weird thing because I remember that day it was like, because I've said it many times and it's not even like a bragging thing, but it was just like one of those things where it's just like during that time, the beginning of 2021, when everything was going, like Zach was he was calling me a lot. We were in communication a lot because I think he knew that there was a lot of pieces with all the stuff that he was like, well, who can I trust? And it was like, hey, we have this guy that I trust because he helped this whole thing. So we were always in communication with a lot of things. And I remember even like the day of when it came to that charity stream, because he was like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to do this charity stream. I'm like, dude, I'm going to be on that too. Oche invited me. He's like, oh, good. I wasn't sure and blah, blah, blah. And then of course, after that, the next day when the controversy of that whole thing and, because, there's the geeks and gamers thing and they have a reputation of being this way and everything. I had no idea either. And I remember we talked the next day. He goes, I had no idea. I'm like, dude, I didn't either. I mean, it was like such a weird thing. It was just a lot of things. And then, of course, when they had the stream with Kevin Smith that night to full on, like when they were in their personal movie theater, that didn't happen. I remember texting Zach and just going like, Jesus Christ, so much shit. He goes, he was literally like, I'm exhausted. He was exhausted that night because it was just so much shit that was just going on. But for the most part, he was just happy. The thing was debuting on Max, and it's still there. And I'm probably gonna watch it this weekend just because.
Just watched it a couple of days ago.
Yeah, no, you guys did a live watch and raised some money.
We're gonna do another one next for the 25th too. So
yeah. It's funny for me is that I haven't watched it since Full Circle, but once again, it's 4 hours, and after you've seen it in IMAX, you kind of just go.
Everything looks so small, doesn't it?
Everything was so small. It was so small, but I also appreciate the fact that I don't just watch. I like letting a movie that I love marinate for a while and not watch it so that I can watch it again with a, certain amount of freshness. Because when Zach actually tweeted, and to your point on your Film Junkie Live, when he was like, when Zach or someone who works with Zach actually uses the Twitter account, you're just like, oh shit,
watch out, Jesus Christ, yeah, you don't expect that. And then of course he retweeted somebody who did like a tribute video, and it was like really cool. He posted it on Vero as well. And it just kind of shows you right there. It's like, yeah, I mean, obviously while he's preparing for the next thing that he's doing, which could be the UFC thing or the LAPD thing, but he's still going to go back and be like, hey, yeah, this shit, is cool. Let's face it, it's just cool. It's still really cool. And people still go, oh my God, it's still really cool. Now
I thought it was interesting that he actually name dropped Max and said, "Hey, go." Because frankly, now you can own the physical copy, you can buy it digitally. You don't have to watch it on Max.
There's still a little echo on your mic there, William. Just saying, you're still hearing it a little bit. Yeah. Still a little bit echo on there. Just there's like a muffled little echo going on. Just saying. I don't know. I know you're still trying to get used to that mic. You're not having any of that with your streams with Brad?
No. How about now?
Well,
test.
Well, the weird thing is that it's like we gotta wait till we're talking.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stop. Go ahead and talk.
All right, so we're talking.
It's sounding
like it's getting a little bit better.
It's getting better. The thing is that every time you make an adjustment, William, it is improving every time.
Yeah, so we're trying to help you.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
We're helping you out.
Yeah. Trust me.
I needed to work
a little
to validate its purchase.
Yeah. We get that. I know it's like I've had this same mic for like 9 years, and it's like it will it's going to be like shoes. Like I wear them till they like wear out.
I'm still depressed over this one having to cross the Rainbow Bridge. This was one of the man. I'll never.
That was a good mic. That was a good mic.
You tried to reorder it and it doesn't exist anymore. And
Man,
don't you hate that? It's like, God damn.
I really hate it because this mic it auto adjusts. There was nothing. You just plugged it in. It had its own built-in modulator and everything else. So when you went to
that's why they stopped selling it, because they're like, this mic's too good.
Yeah, and it cost half as much as this one did.
Of course it did. Yes,
but like I said, this one you could plug it into anything. And it would self-adjust, and it didn't have the controls. This one, you plug it in, a bunch of controls come up, and then on different streams, because StreamYard on certain mics interacts differently with certain microphones.
Yep,
that's the problem with StreamYard. StreamYard still, I mean, sadly, that's what we have to use when it comes to this. But StreamYard doesn't have. It's not the best. I mean, they keep improving. And it's improved so much over the years, and I appreciate StreamYard. Nothing against StreamYard, but I use
it. I'm too stupid to use anything else, so it's more like it's But like I said, like I will be on a stream. I could go on a stream in about an hour or so with my StreamYard, and things have to be calibrated. It's weird.
When Steven would always have a problem with his mic on.
Always.
It was either just blasting,
too loud or too low.
It was way too red or it was way too low, and then
it was a guaranteed have to come in and come out.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. I have the cat here, if it gets too annoying, I can throw those on.
That's all good.
On a bright side, Dave, notice what hasn't happened in like months.
Dude, yeah, that's the thing. That's what I know. We haven't. I'm afraid to talk about it, Scott.
Don't do it.
Well, we're not talking about it on our stream because
no, we're not.
Yeah, because if we talk about it on our stream, it's gonna fucking happen.
It is.
But yeah, Scott would pixelate like every episode where he had to like come in and come out, but he has not in a bit. So hopefully. Fingers, toes, balls crossed that we're not gonna, have that would hurt. I know, but I'm just saying, it's not gonna hopefully not happen, but it hasn't. So I know it's gonna happen on next Wednesday or
we don't have to worry.
The following Wednesday.
The following Wednesday, right? Because once again, I'm on vacation.
Hell yeah, but hopefully
8 years. I just realized when you were doing all that talking, 8 years since I found you and Long Swenson within like 6 hours.
Jesus Christ.
I just realized how not just because of the 4 years, half of that was doing the whole foil hat conspiracy.
Yeah,
we used to do that
especially
shit.
with me, because we promoted the movie. So we were given a certain set of materials to distribute that didn't end up in the movie. I got stuff. I still got stuff here. Those poster boards. They were advertising the movie without Superman in it. So I got these giant poster shells, these bus shells that they sent us, and they don't have Superman in it. I always thought that was silly. But we were given certain promotion things that we were told to distribute, and then the stuff didn't end up in the movie. And that's where I was like, okay, because they gave us like 200 seats for that, like 100 for a screening and like a bunch of Fandango. So they were really pushing it. And all the promotion, even the tickets, the Fandango tickets, I got pictures of the stuff, didn't have Superman in it. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of lame. But and then after I saw the movie, it just kind of settled in that there was at least something missing, and that it was disjointed. It was completely the flow of the story and everything else. So I jumped on the internet, and I can't remember if it was you or Chris Long, but he was full on. I mean, he had at one point he had a Dora.
I was diving.
I love the tinfoil Fedora. That was so
good. He had a gimmick with all that, which was good. It was kind of funny because I think when I started doing before the Vodka stream, I was doing the Film Junket podcast. Yeah. I was like, I'm going to start a podcast, and I started doing like a kind of a podcast where I think at first it was just me just talking, and then the first guest I had was Steven. And then the second guest I had was Chris Wong Swenson. So it was just because we already connected. And then, of course, when I started the Vodka stream and doing the streaming, my first guest was also Stephen Colbert. It was like he was like the first guy on there. And then, of course, I still remember when Scott. I specifically remember it was when I posted that I was doing the Vodka stream. And I remember Scott responding to it, goes, you said something about you had like whiskey or something like that. You were ready to watch. And I just went, why am I not had Scott on? And I remember messaging going, you want on?
And there was a moment for me where I was like, about fucking time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It was just like one of those things where it was like, we were following each other. We knew about each other.
Well, and I remember the conversation. I still remember the DM conversation on a Saturday where I got Steven to talk to you to follow me so I could DM you. Like,
yes. This is like,
did everyone follow that inception that just happened?
Because because I remember the first time I ever heard Dave's voice on Squadcast, because I was like, who is this guy and why does he know as much as Scott does? Why the fuck am I not following him? And it just kind of snowballed from there. I knew these two from other various podcasts we'd been listening to for a long time, because these guys are just fucking more professional than I ever could have been. But
you still don't know me that well, but I appreciate it.
But also, it's amazing because Chris started off as a listener of Squadcast, reached out to Tim and me, and Tim was historic for willing to sit down with a conference call and give you an hour to say, here are the settings you want. Here's the mic that you want. You're like, the beauty of having a co-host that's an engineer is, I still have you should still see here. I'm gonna grab it right here. I have this Batman notebook, and I have the notes when Tim started teaching me how to produce the podcast. You know, because eventually it got to the point that it was like, I need to be able to edit and produce this, you know, myself. Like, what happens?
In case he can't,
in case he can't, you know, or when I would do the Scott Cast episodes where it was like, Tim's busy, Tim's sick, Tim's working, and I had to do those fucking solo shows that I hated.
Scott Shots.
Scott Shots ended up being our Patreon thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that was my solo show. But once again, that only happened because I learned how to, you know, edit and produce myself. So, you know, here's the notes, because Tim also taught me how to program shortcuts into my Audacity for all the major, you know, editing commands I would need.
Oh, those were lifesavers.
Oh dear God,
absolute lifesavers.
Truncate silence.
I didn't download Audacity until I went onto your guys' show. I had no idea about Audacity until you told me about it.
Yeah.
Because you also saw the sausage was made when he realized, so this is what our recording session sounded like, and then he heard the episode, he was like, well, fuck,
dude. I remember because like when I started listening to your guys' show, I was like, God damn, this shit is tight. There's no way that these guys are talking this tight, you know, because I'm used to live and just, you know, fucking raw, you know. So then when I was like, oh yeah, it's all they're editing all the fucking, you know, and everything like that. So then of course when I went onto your show, and then of course there would be times where, I mean, you guys had the muscle, you guys had the rhythm so well where you literally were just called out like pause for, you know, for an edit. You guys had it like you would announce it like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to, you know, do it right here. You already, like, while we were recording, you already knew where the edits were gonna be in certain spots, which was really cool.
And then it's really weird. I want to also, I didn't post about it on social media. Also for the Vodka Stream audience, if anyone is curious, I gave up Facebook and Instagram for Lent. So that's why I'm not on those platforms right now. So I'm only on X and Vero. But I wanted to, one thing I didn't do because I was working on the anniversary, but I also wanted to give a shout out to Lisa's I Love That Movie podcast, because the last time I was on, it was pre-Full Circle, and I picked Zack Snyder's Justice League. And that episode is about as close as I've ever gotten to spilling the secret, because there are still secrets about what went down in those 4 years of the Snyder, 3 years technically before it got announced. but of like Tim's and my journey on Squadcast as part of the Snyder Cut, there's still shit we've never talked about because that's just been our philosophy. No, not that I don't want to share it with you, but we don't feel like it's our right to share. Lisa's podcast is about as close as I got to at least talking around these things. And then as a great shout out for the best of 2023 episode where the three of us, Chris, Phil, and me, were the three.
Yeah.
We were. Because Phil was the Batman, Chris was Constantine, and I was Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yep.
And we get voted as the three best episodes of the year. Yes, that's still
got it.
Oh, I have it too.
Not the same Batman, but it's still Batman.
Yeah. But that's as close as I ever got to spilling some of the secrets because it wasn't my show and it was also been so far removed. I felt like, it was great only because I still like. I even read a Screen Rant article or CBR. I think it was a CBR article. One of the two. I read an article, and I still get knee-jerk twitches when I read articles that I go, "That's not how that happened." It's like these entertainment websites. It's like they're reading the wiki. And they weren't actually there, and so it's this frustration of people still don't know everything that went on. People still don't know the true facts because even when it gets regurgitated, it gets like they're quoting excuse me, but they're quoting the wrong things. They're quoting like official stories that we have long since been able to cry bullshit on, and it's weird, and I feel like the only people I can ever really truly talk to about this are the people on the screen.
Yes,
because we were fucking there.
Yeah, we were in the trenches. We were doing all that. Yeah. Hey, we got Austin joining right now. Hey, what's up,
guys? How y'all doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Good. Cheers, everyone. Happy 4 years.
Cheers to you. Yeah.
You and your weird obsession with my poster, dude. It's freaking me out at this point. I don't know.
You have to get his poster. He has a better poster for you, Austin. A better Dune poster.
I'm convinced now this might be the better one if he wants it so badly.
No, I want it down. It's a postage stamp on a beautiful wall.
I love how he had that already ready for you, like to be like.
No, it's been sitting here for him for a week.
I mean, if he won't take it, you can just mail it to me. I'll pay.
I know. I'll take it. Jesus Christ.
Can
you put it in a frame?
I gotta make it down there. Today's been my only day off, and I slept. I slept all day.
That's what you do.
Yeah. Hey, true. By the way, before I forget, I finally that thing I was trying to remember earlier. This is what I was trying to remember. Gelman amnesia effect.
Is that what it is?
Gelman amnesia effect. This is a term that refers to cognitive bias in media, where you do not question what you read or hear or watch until they report on something that you are incredibly knowledgeable of. And then once you realize how badly they've reported on something that you actually know about, that's what causes you then to retroactively go, well, if they got this wrong,
right,
what else have they gotten wrong?
Yeah.
So it was burned in my brain. Like, what was the name? And Michael Crichton was the one who coined the phrase. So
I didn't quite have that today on my show, but I had something similar. So I was kind of going over the whole like Colin Farrell and talks for the Sergeant Rockroll thing, because in the Hollywood Reporter article, it's written by Boris Kitt, and I think he's a fine reporter and everything. But he literally states it's in the first fucking paragraph, and this shit just made my eye twitch. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me! You really wrote this? It says after talks broke down for Craig to step away from the role, Then the very next sentence says Craig was never in the running for the role, debunked by James Gunn and Peter Safran in February. And I'm like, why the fuck did you even bother putting that first sentence in your goddamn report when it's not even
the left side of the brain didn't talk to the right side of the brain,
or it's the editor that put that in there.
Something, yeah. I was like, this is making my eye twitch. This is fucking horrible. Oh my god, inaccurate. Like, to Scott's point, just fucking inaccurate. It's like that's not what happened.
Right. But once again, that then degrades the outlets themselves.
Sure.
Because then once you realize that, you stop, it's like when I look on social media and I look at, when certain scoopers are like roaches. The lights turn on, they scatter, they hide under the crevices, they wait till the lights turn off, and then they creep themselves back out. Because since I've been doing this long enough, even as an amateur random ass dude who just pops up on, your podcatcher or your YouTube stream, I pay attention. And so when I see people who I'm like, didn't we already call bullshit on this person like 50,000 times over the last 10 years? Why are we Why are they back again? Why are we listening to them now? And it's just that thing where I go, people have either have short memories, or the people who saw the bullshit are gone now. And the people that I'm seeing get suckered in are the new blood who don't have the experience to know, oh, do you know this is bullshit?
Yeah,
I can tell you it's bullshit.
Well, we got fake scoopers out there. I mean, I don't know how many times I've seen Marvel. I mean, there's one called Cosmic Circus or whatever the hell. They post anything and everything about Marvel stuff, and I'm just going, I'm not even going to pay attention. And then you got My Time to Shine, which I think is just a glorified diehard Snyder fan who just wants to shit on everything. That's I don't know. There's been people that said that's actually Grace Randolph. I don't know if that's true, but there's been a lot of, who knows when it comes to that. I hate that too. And then of course we have the ultimate, which is, you got your Scoopy Pants, which is of course Umberto, and that guy I've always never really liked. And of course you have Snyder, never really liked him either. And he flip-flops on a lot of things. And the thing that I hate is when, now we have like the diehards in the Snyder community that are like, oh man, when he's shitting on, James Gunn and Superman, they're all about it. They like it. I'm like, hey guys, do you realize that he was shitting on you like back in 2019, and he was saying that the Snyder Cut didn't exist and said the fans were ridiculous, and he was saying ridiculous shit about you guys. What's going on? What do you have, Phil?
I'm really glad you brought that up. Because
Phil has thoughts.
Because that fucking rat. Let me go ahead and just amplify that. That fucking rat, whom so many Snyder fans cling to as their new fucking savior. Oh, he's shitting on James Gunn. Fuck yeah, he's our hero. You people are fucking dumb, number one. Number two, this guy in the last week was like, oh, Superman test. I heard Superman test went great. 3 weeks ago, this same ass clown said, oh, I heard the Superman tests were terrible. Well, which one is it, Jeff?
Yeah.
Which one is it? Please.
That's why
the movie changed very drastically in 3 weeks. We went from that's some amazing editing from Gunn.
It's just so astonishing to me that Rocha still entertains the fucking asshattery from this bozo. Oh my god, people will eat up whatever the fuck this idiot spews and take it to the grave. Yeah, sure. I'm under the impression that someone at Disney feels bad for him. That's why a lot of his Disney, Marvel, Star Wars stuff usually comes to fruition. But if you look at his DC track record, he's batting zero for shit. Ain't got a fucking thing right except for Jason Ritter joining Lanterns. Other than that, homeboy is trying very hard to get in James Gunn's graces no matter what. Honestly, I'd say I feel bad for the guy, but if you're going to post half-naked pictures of yourself on Twitter, I ain't got shit for you. Fuck
That's why when you said, Scott, some scoopers are, like flies in the shed or, rats. Not him. He just goes out there and just puts it all out in the up. Looking for it.
He was actually the one I was talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because for
God.
I was being, I was.
Yeah,
he is definitely that, but he does also, like, that's why I think it's funny. He's out there going like, hey, Ladies, if you're looking for a man, I'm like, whoa.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that part. And I'm glad that I've missed that. But I think the point for me, though, is that there was a period of time where I didn't see him or people weren't retweeting. Like, it was quiet on the Jeff Snyder front for a while, as far as my timeline was concerned. And now, like in the past month or so, he's coming back. And I'm just looking at going, this ass clown again?
Yeah.
When did he come? When did
He's
people
like
suddenly start listening to him again?
It's sad.
It's the part of me. It's my usual rant where I get myself personally tired of. We've been here before, folks. It's that people who do not learn history are doomed to repeat it, and it's amazing how in about 10 years of being involved in this sphere, the fucking cyclical nature of it, where it's like, y'all, we've already been through like 3, 4, 6 cycles of this ass clown and his shit being wrong.
But you got to realize, like, it's all like, I mean, again, I always go back to what Zach said on Rogan, was like, you know, this shit's a religion to people. So if you have somebody who's gonna be on the side of your side, where, because, you know, like I said, there's like, I see the diehard, you know, people who I've met in real life too. When I go on my for you side on Twitter, which, oh man, I have to prepare myself. When I hit for you on Twitter, I literally have to be like, all right, brace myself, because I don't know what I'm going to see. I'm going to see some shit, because Twitter has turned into that, which I don't mind. I'm like, hey, sometimes you just got to fucking just, you know, you got to walk down. You got to walk down crime alley. You got to walk down crime alley and be like, let's see what happens. And I'll see just crazy shit in general. But then all of a sudden I'll see like these diehard Snyder fans who don't like me, of course. And they're like retweeting this and retweeting him. And I'm like, God, do you guys not remember when? But then again, I'm like going, were you guys even around back then? Because
that's my point.
Yeah.
They weren't. Because once again, it goes back to my point with it being we're 4 years removed from it being released. Yeah. And then my tweet about it was, y'all, the Snyder Cut is now as old as Justice League was when the Snyder Cut was released. Like, we have now existed with the Snyder Cut for as long as we had to exist with Justice League and the Snyder Cut movement. Because on Vero, I said the movie is now as old as the movement that birthed it.
Yeah.
So just for perspective. And I think that's something that gets lost in discussions or in social media or in culture or whatever. Because this is when I sound like, you know, old man yelling at cloud.
Yeah.
Is we perspective, context. Like, do you realize how long it's actually been in relation to how long something else had been around? You know,
I'll even say something more. I was like when there's these people that think like, oh yeah, we can get the whole universe like back and sell it to whatever the fuck. I'm like, do you guys realize that the movie was shot 9 years ago?
Right.
Like the movie that we watched, even though it came out 4 years ago in its full thing, it was shot in 2016. Like it was, I mean, I think there's the time frame, the time and everything is like, it's not realized like, whoa, like you're not going to get the direct sequel, because now if the direct sequel were to happen, say the word like the planets align and everything like that. And they were like, hey, Zach, James Gunn, I don't know, anybody. I mean, who knows? If things were aligned and say next year they would start shooting, it would literally be a decade later. That they were like shooting, you know, the sequel to Zack Snyder's Justice League. And I'm like going, I think some of these, you know, fans, these diehard fans don't realize the time frame of all this. They think, oh yeah, not even like when it comes to the releasing of the Snyder Cut, because I'm like, I think they think it came out a year ago sometimes when I see some of this stuff.
When you're a fan, you have the luxury of ignoring logistics and money, and cost and effect and everything else.
All that,
and
you can demand somebody release something out of your curiosity as long as you don't have to pay for it. If I hear fucking Batgirl one more time,
oh my god,
somebody,
you better prepare yourself. prepare yourself, because with the potential sale of Coyote versus Acme, the Batgirl conversation.
Oh, it's already happening.
It started the same day.
Dead on arrival. It's dead on arrival because the financial reasons why Coyote versus Acme went and may come back. That's not even a finalized deal. There were more than just financial reasons why they canned Batgirl.
So I have a question for you about that, actually. So since Warner Brothers effectively canned it for a $30 million tax write-off, and now they are turning around to sell it allegedly to Catch Up Entertainment for $50 million, do they still keep that $30 million?
No, and they never really. There's no proof that they ever put it, because there's no external paperwork or anything that we can see.
That's all I was going to ask. Like, do we know?
Because I was wondering how that worked.
That they ever even did it, or had they just been holding on to
it? In a way, it's more like we either write it off for $30 million or we sell it to Catch Up Entertainment for roughly $50 million.
Correct. And I'm guessing.
Okay.
I'm guessing that A, they never did the write-off, and B, whatever Catch Up. I can't believe I'm saying that name.
Catch Up.
Catch Up Entertainment.
Catch Up Entertainment offered them was enough to where they made a profit off it and are not going to take a loss, which means every other number, the 70 million number, every other number has to be wrong, because they're not going to take a loss on it. They're not going to. They would have sold it to Amazon, all these other people that lowballed them at the time. So there's a financial get for them. They're not doing this out of the kindness of their heart. Batgirl was a totally different thing. It
wasn't finished. First off,
and they bought in third party people when they were evaluating the company after Zaslav and them took over to evaluate their assets. And those people thought that it was not good enough to be released and it was damaging the brand. Now, whether somebody agrees with that, or if Fanboy doesn't agree with that, that's 100% irrelevant, because unless we're coming out with the money and to buy the company back from them, but you're launching someone else. You're trying to repair the brand from 7 years of what it's been through.
Well,
and you got to be careful with what you release out into the atmosphere.
Here's another thing that I did not realize until today, and thank you, Miss Jackson, who pointed this out, who's a fan of mine and a fan of Real Anarchy. Because when Ben was doing his stream, and everybody's talking about release Batgirl, she pointed out, because she's a diehard fan of The Flash,
They changed the ending.
If they were to release Batgirl, they would have to show the original ending of The Flash, because who died in The Flash? Michael Keaton's Batman. Who is supposed to be in Batgirl? Michael Keaton's Batman.
Because the ending of The Flash, which went through about 3 or 4 endings, the ending of The Flash that leads into Batgirl
was the Michael Keaton ending.
Michael Keaton ending where Michael Keaton is now the Batman in that timeline.
Yeah.
All right.
And so the Batgirl movie, for those logistical purposes, doesn't
make sense.
Makes sense. But you would almost need a prologue scene showing you that ending.
I think I think at least from, I don't know, this is purely speculation, but for me, that would be probably one of the biggest reasons of why you don't release the movie is once we said, all right, yeah. And that, after The Flash, the whole thing was we're restarting and all that. This only goes way deeper into everything that The Flash was kind of doing in that, even not necessarily with explanations, but you've got, Batgirl, you've got Michael Keaton as Batman, you've got J.K. Simmons as Gordon.
Yeah.
So people would if they put that out now, people would really be like, "What the hell is?
What is this?
What is this?" Like,
it'd be more confused than it was when it was going to come out.
Right? Yeah.
When they first came up with these ideas, that's why I'm so grateful that those people are gone.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: the incoming, once you set a standard, so you come in. You see this wreckage, $43 billion, all that kind of stuff right there. And you're like, okay, we're going to look for a new whatever to set a standard. So right there, you have your standard. So if you're looking at something like this and it doesn't meet that standard that you're aiming for, that's the only reason you need. That's it.
Yeah. Well, and it was fucked. I mean, I said this before too. It was like, it got fucked. It got fucked because it was dependent on The Flash. And I remember the release date was supposed to be The Flash was coming out in November of 2022, I think. And then December of 2023, Batgirl was coming out on Max. So it was going to work together of being like, hey, this is how it all works together. And it would have worked.
A Christmas movie.
Yeah, it was a Christmas movie. So it would have worked. So then the fact that The Flash got bumped to 2023 summer, and then all of a sudden things were falling apart when it came to the whole idea that Hamada was trying to do. It just, I think that was like one of the main reasons. It wasn't the fact that it was unwatchable. I think it was, especially when we saw that footage that came out that day too, like DC Films. I even showed it on my on the stream.
It came up in my threads feed.
Yeah. But of course, I had to go back and blur it because
the fight scene,
behind the scenes fight,
which I'm not gonna lie,
didn't
look that impressive to me.
Oh,
and
that impressive.
No,
well,
and that says something because like I know those directors are really good with stunt choreography and
the
like,
last two Bad Boys movies.
Bad Boys,
yeah,
they're great.
Marvel.
But I don't know.
They were working for Bad Boys had different standards than the people that they were working for.
Sure.
Oh yeah, of course.
Sure.
Also, keep in mind, no matter how many clips that you see, no matter how many snippets, the people who made the decision saw the entire movie. Or saw what was available to them.
Rough cut,
It's their IP. They're the ones that are going to lose their nuts if this doesn't go right. They're the ones, like I said, if there's if you are trying to set a standard, because the last 4 or 5 years, the same people who, and correct me if I'm wrong, the same people who gave me Batgirl were about to give me Jan and Jay and the Wonder Twins. Is it right? The same family of people? I don't want
during that time.
I want nothing more from them. I want nothing more from them. They have shown me what they can do. They have shown me their level. Now somebody else has come in and spent a whole bunch of money to acquire a whole bunch of debt with a company. They have set their standards. If this movie didn't meet that aim, that's it. That's the only reason. Conversation should be over, in my opinion. But that's just me.
It's not going to be sold to catch up media. If anybody's thinking that, I mean, first off, Coyote versus Acme was actually finished. It actually is a complete movie, if I'm not mistaken. It's actually completed, and they just shelved it. Batgirl was going into post-production, so they finished.
Yeah, they were like a week or two finished filming, I think.
Yeah,
like
but it is not a completed, and then of course, so if anybody were actually going to be like, well, we'd release it, they'd have to pay off that tax write-off and then pay for the completion of the movie. Just not going to happen. I mean, when it comes to the logistics of all that. So anybody who's like going, hey, if they could do that, well, that, and then of course you have the
distribution, ad, and everything else. It's always okay for somebody to lose money when you're not the one spending it, though.
Oh, of course.
They would have lost.
Well, that's the whole thing about about all these movements now that are around that. Oh, it's what I want, but it's like, okay, yeah, but what you want costs money, and it's not what everybody wants who's involved. You got to realize that.
Also, it's important to note that, to Austin's point, even
I was going to ask.
I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, like people who say, "Oh, this looks really good. Why hasn't it been released?" You're looking at footage that is shot from looking at a camera of a camera. How the fuck can you say this looks good when you haven't even had the luxury?
Or bad. Yeah, exactly.
Of the, to William's point, the people who deemed it, we can't release this. This is going to just continue to dredge our brand further into the can. And look, I'm of like two minds of the thing. On one hand, I understand the logistics of not releasing it. At the same time, there are people who worked hard on this movie who obviously deserve their flowers in some respect to have it seen. Like Brendan Fraser. Brendan Fraser won a fucking Oscar for The Whale. He was probably have given a great performance as Firefly. I don't doubt that one bit. But I think also it's important to note that like DC was so bad off on the film side of things that David Zaslav was like, what the fuck are we doing? DC needs its own studio. Warner Brothers Pictures has done fuck this 10 Ways to Sunday. We need to do something different with it. Like now, regardless of whatever the fuck you guys have coming out of the pipeline for the next year. Who the fuck was making the decisions? Walter Hamada. What the fuck were you doing? Listening to Jeff Johns. Why the fuck were you doing something stupid like that when you're the guy in charge? What the fuck are you doing? Get out of here.
It was all a shit show, man. But it was all a shit show. But, going back to 2021, it was, 4 years ago. It was crazy. It was crazy. I mean, just from my perspective, I mean, I know we reflect on this every year that we get to this point, but I mean, it is one of those.
It's what an anniversary is for, Dave.
Exactly. That's the thing is like, but it was so. I mean, and I know you guys have your own, you know, where you were during that, but I mean, where I got laid off from the job that I started. I only worked for 6 weeks. Luckily, I made a good amount of money because it was a good job. But of course, it was ridiculous what happened. But then it was almost like meant. I always look at it as like, wow, it was meant to be, because I had the entire month of March off, where I could devote 100% to the channel and to all the stuff that was happening. And it was, I mean, I can go back and look. I mean, that was like a good month for the channel. It was like one of my best months in the channel ever, you know, having Zach on, talking about everything that was coming out. The
Junkie was
trailers.
on, and
yes, Junkie
was on.
Everything was so, it was like, so I just always go, fuck, that was just so weird. So every time that we get to March of every year, I just go, shit, where was I? You know, during that time. And it was just like a crazy time for me. So it's always like, I don't know, it's always sentimental to me because of where I was and what everything was happening during that time. It was just such a weird time for me from like 2021, even like from the beginning all the way to March, all the way, you know, for the first 3 months. It was crazy because first off, Zach was in constant contact with me, which was crazy to have. I still remember specifically, I mean, this was after, you know, this was like in February when I already had gotten laid off from my job. I remember it was like a Monday. And it was raining. It was shitty outside. I needed to get some lunch. I didn't have anything to make for lunch. I go to like the Farmer Boys right around the corner from my apartment. And while I was in the drive-through line, and I already ordered my food, Zach, this was when that fucking that article came out where Ann Sarnoff and Hamada and everything said it was a cul-de-sac. The cul-de-sac article. And I was like, I remember seeing that and going, God damn, that was so stupid. And then I remember I was texting with Zach, and then all of a sudden Zach goes, did you see that article? And I went, oh shit. I better not text him back because he's going to want to get on the phone. And sure enough, I was like, all right, not going to text him back until I get my food, and then when I pulled up into my parking spot, then I went, yeah, I saw it. Fucking stupid. And sure enough, I get out of my car with my bag, with my lunch, walk up to my apartment. As soon as I set it down, phone blows up and it's Zach. And oh, dude, it was like one of those things where I'm literally listening to one of my all-time favorite directors going, these fucking people, like what the fuck? And I'm just going, what? Where am I right now? I'm unemployed. It's raining. I'm trying to eat my little Cobb salad I got from Farmer Boys. And I got Zack Snyder going, what the fuck are these, you know? And I'm agreeing with him going, fuck these guys and fuck, you know. Weird.
You want to have the Zach Morris remote pause and just talk to the audience. At that
dude,
moment.
time out. I'm like, what is happening? How did I get to this? So, I mean, that always just rings in my head around this time because that was like the end of February into March when that happened. And it's just, but then of course, just everything that led up to it. Like I even talked about when it came to the Uche, and you know, the fact that he's not here anymore. And that whole controversy with all that, and then just leading up to it, I don't know. It was just a crazy freaking time. And I think it was a crazy time for all of us because it was like, wow, it's fucking happening. It's fucking happening because we didn't know it was going to freaking get released. I think a lot of us were just like, who knew if it was going to get released? And when it finally got announced, and then it kept building.
That's why May 20th was so big for me. I think May 20th is besides March 18th. May 20th was probably the biggest day of all of this because it's no longer a phantom. It's now real.
Well, and Dave, I don't think this is us speaking out of turn at this point, but we knew about it the weekend before.
Yeah, because we already had we already saw it.
We well, I'm talking about like the
news
before the announcement.
Oh, you're talking about the announcement, yeah.
Right. We were told the announcement was happening.
Yeah.
I remember when Scott and Tim, I don't mean to cut you off, but I remember when you and Tim were like talking maybe a week or two before the announcement, you guys were talking about how merchandise was being made and like Zack Snyder's Justice League and like, oh, what does this mean? And I'm in the back of my mind going, they know full well what the fuck it means. I was just, at that point, I was like, I bet you anything, May 20th, they're going to announce the movie.
Oh, yeah. I still remember that. I still remember when that was all happening. And it was kind of funny because when it finally officially was like, oh, it's announced and everything, or it was going to happen. I remember, I think I did Film Junkie Live. I mean, this was when the start of Film Junkie Live. And I think Scott, you came on, a lot of us came on, we were celebrating because we were just like, oh, it's definitely happening. And I remember like Daniel RPK, you know, one of the big scoopers out there, was in the chat going, yeah, congratulations, guys. You did it. He actually said that. And that's why I respect Daniel RPK, because do you think any of the other fuckers would do that? No. That's why, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, again, sometimes his shit, not so great. But I remember specifically that Daniel RPK was in my chat when it was finally, we were like celebrating. I was like, when it was announced. I mean, we
took a victory lap. What can we say?
Yeah, we were doing a victory lap,
As
and it was a great stream. You were on it. I think Steven came on, and it was like almost like a vodka stream on like a, you know, Wednesday or whatever the fuck. It was in the middle of the week. But I just remember seeing Daniel RPK. He specifically came into the chat because he was like a detractor. He was like one of those that like, oh, it's not going to happen, blah, 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 in the past. But then he was like, hey, it's happening. He was like, he said, congratulations, you guys did it. And I was like going, respect, dude. You fucking came into a stream of somebody that, you know, that you've interacted with on Twitter and you knew about, and you said, hey, you know, I know I said this before. Guess what? I was wrong, and congratulations. And he said, you guys did it. And I went, fucking A, man. That's why I still respect him to this day. Yeah, sure, he could say some stupid shit and whatever the fuck. And whatever, but at the same time,
but he showed class. And
he didn't
have to come in and say anything.
He did.
Which admittedly, there were a lot of people in Hollywood and stuff that had said it was never going to happen and never came out and said anything.
Oh, and then like even like the day or two leading into it, some people who had their nose in the air and still fucking stick in Joss Whedon's camp were like, you know, you shouldn't reward toxic fandom, and I'm just like, Hector, eat a bag.
Well, even the whole thing, like it's any fandom, but this is what we get really because of we won, and so they lump all the negatives of this fandom into all of us.
Yeah, that I find that particularly offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You look at some of these other fandoms, and Star Trek, Star Wars, all these things where it's people to just take off their diaper and just throw it at the camera type shit, and they're not really doing anything productive. They're not really building a brotherhood. They're not really building anything. They're not raising money. There's really no causes. They're just angry and they're going to boycott. But people only zero in on the desire to want something out there when you would have a series of films leading up to a logical something, and then it wasn't there, and then you basically you substituted everything for the next 4 or 5 years. But that notwithstanding, look what's happened in that entire time. Look how many people have found each other because of whatever, you know, vision request. Look how much money has been raised. I think there's a couple of groups out there right there. Money. We've raised money. We're trying to close in on 20 grand. There's other people that have eclipsed that. Somebody's getting that money. Somebody's getting that help. But that never gets bought up. It gets bought up that we're toxic this, and then you get lumped in with the people who do some extreme things and do some things like that. But every fan has that. But I'm locked in with those guys now, and I don't think that's fair. So,
it's not fair for anybody. And it sucks too that, like, because I think that's the other thing too, is where the fandom kind of divided was after the cut came out. You know, there was the people that, you know, were like us, we're satisfied, and hey, we're open to more. We'll take it. Anything happens, let's go. We're here for it. All that type of stuff, and I'll advocate and stuff. But then you had the ones that were, you know, what I felt just kind of used the fandom in a sense to
yeah.
kind of manipulate them into
there's
this
some
is an
people that
on.
came in that where were you during this time?
Oh,
what the fuck?
I was in the middle of all of it fighting those guys.
Yeah, I know you are.
You know, because that was my whole thing, was that I thought, for me, it was like, kind of like William said, the fandom did so much good. There was a big reason why I have involvement in the Snyder Cut is because a friend of mine committed suicide and all that type of stuff. And so there's a very kind of close attachment there for me. And so to see people, again, manipulate what I thought were just innocent, good fans into believing all of these lies, and just stuff that just wasn't happening, and instead of celebrating that the cut had come out and that, if it's looked at well, if it's successful, maybe there's hope for, a future in some form or another, and just being grateful for that. So,
yeah.
And that's what a lot of the, I'm not trying to call out anyone in particular, but there's something very unique William brings up, and I always use the quote that Zack said, like, this movement saved lives and continues to save lives for people like William and others who continue to raise and just say it was never just about the movie.
Absolutely.
And so that is one thing that not to take away from anything or anything like that, but that's the one thing that separates this from anything else out there, and will be a complete, just unique thing that we were all a part of it in one way or another, big or small, to put where it is to contribute to the foundation in honor of Autumn and honor of others that we know, like you said, Austin, and others that we've had friends and family lost to suicide. And it's something that I continue to be proud of and will promote the idea of what it continues to be.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, is like it sucks to get lumped into some of the the crazies out there, sure. And I've said it for years after. I'm like, the further we get away from the releasing the Snyder Cut, the crazier they're going to get. And that's absolutely true. I mean, I still see it to this day when I see like we got to restore the Snyderverse, and then all of a sudden it's like a fucking 12 fucking slate that I'm going, what the fuck? What? Right. What are we doing here? There's 12 movies you guys want now?
It's an amoeba. It grows.
It makes sense.
About it. It's not even. Some of the stuff is the best. I hated to restore the Snyderverse one at that point because it got to the point where I just wanted to resolve it. Give me the cap end of that one storyline so I can trust you with my time. That's it. Because it's really hard for me to be like, let's go all in with this. The last time I got in the car with you, I ended up in a desert in a trunk. So maybe I need a little bit more credibility. That's where I'm at with that. But the ironic thing about it is, for the first time since this whole thing has begun, you have somebody at a level that's one of us that speaks geek. If you're ever to get this, anything, an inch of anything, there's only one guy that I think you're going to have before and after that would that even thinks that way, and now that would be him. So if you're rooting for everything else to go south just because you wanted something else, you literally have the one guy. I'm sorry he wasn't there in 2013 as studio head, because like I said, none of us would be here in this particular format. But he's here now, and I'm figuring get a couple wins under there, and get a couple wins under there.
Get something. Well, that's the thing. It's like I keep on saying that some of these guys miss the messaging. The messaging of the Snyder Cut movement.
Did they ever have the messaging?
No, yeah, they probably did.
No, they didn't. They just wanted their cape shit, and I get that. I think for me, and like William, we've talked about on the stream and stuff, like get a couple wins. Like DC is more so involved in the multiverse than anything.
What's really sad about that too? You know what's really, and I don't mean to cut you off, man, but you know what's really, really, really sad about that is, like, all of us in some form or another, like, we take the time to look at the source material and fucking respect it and love it and appreciate it for what it is, and then look at what Zack did with all three of his movies, and we see the parallels and inspirations and go, okay, I see where I fall in love with the things that I love about Superman, Batman, et cetera, et cetera. And then you've got a bunch of other dumbasses who dress up in fucking, you know, a black Superman costume that they bought at Walmart, and they're like, restore the Snyderverse. It's like, have you ever maybe stuck your nose in a Superman comic? No,
that's what I was gonna say. Is that we all have here that benefit of knowing the comics and knowing like what DC really is, like what they can do film wise now.
And then you press them about it, and it's just like, okay, so you really only just like Zack Snyder's DC stuff,
which
Why?
I
because restore the Snyderverse, and it's like, okay.
Yeah,
sure, fine.
I get, but then even then they contradict themselves, because even Zack was going, I want different. I want Patty Jenkins to do her Wonder. I want James Wan to do his Aquaman. I want different things in this tones and takes in this universe. So even then they don't really realize what they're saying, because Zack had said, like, it's not all about.
It's an identity. It's an identity. There's a problem with any fandom.
You're correct.
When it becomes the identity that fills a void where something else is supposed to be. That's where the problem gets. And you hear that when you say, well, the absolutist. Like I said, people are coming up to me, well, if they're not doing a live action, don't do it. I'm like, what? Well, wait a minute. First of all, this shit started with papers and staples. All right. And I just
and continues.
Dude, that's a good name for a comic book store.
Papers and staples, honestly.
Sorry.
I like that.
Sold 182,000 copies. Absolute Batman is 450. That's just for first printings alone. Now, right now, when you're saying all or nothing, you don't have a case. But I guarantee you, within the next 5 years, Absolute Batman on some format is going to be adapted into either cartoon, something.
It'll be animated for sure. Yeah.
I don't doubt that one bit. Yeah.
Yeah, the math is there. So when you multiply 450,000 times whatever comic costs, plus everything else, plus merchandise, plus everything else. So now that tells me that if you were to do this in a comic book form, even if you get a cartoon, even if you get a live action, personally, I'm biased, but even still, math wins. Because if you sell, let's say you sell 300,000
I love it when you say that, William. Math wins. I love it.
Hey, you sell 300,000 copies of Zack Snyder's Justice League #1, right?
Right.
Those are metrics you can bring into somebody. You're not just bringing in, well, I want it. No, you're bringing in math, and you're talking about merchandising and everything else. Now, once the story is out there, and all 12 maxi issues and all the add-ons, all that, the story is out there. Let somebody else risk their money and get their money together to pay for it beyond there. But now it's out there and you have a case.
And math wins.
I don't want it, it's not a case. You know?
And math wins reminds me of that story from Sean O'Connell's book that he tells from Zack, when Zack took an article that, by the way, Steven wrote and brought it in and was like, guys, like, because once again, Steven is like a savant, and he just like once he goes down a rabbit hole,
dude, he's Rain Man.
He doesn't come out of that rabbit hole until he has an article that is like, I cannot tell you how the reason that Steven has the relationship with Tim and me that he does is because Tim and me found his articles and we're using them
as reference.
As reference for Squadcast. But once again, to William's point, you need something, and that's what gets frustrating when people, even in the anti side, want to use it didn't make $1 billion without acknowledging, well, how much did it make?
Right.
You know, and profitability and stuff like that. Like there are numbers out there, but once again, everyone looks at everything and even wants, it's what I think Reagan used to say. There's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Because because there's certain math wins, but there are certain numbers that can be interpreted. And the problem was when people can put a subjective slant on a objective, like here's the objective number, but subjectively here's what it means, and suddenly they manipulate something to say, like, you going back, you can get two different movies, like you can get two different stories with the exact same numbers.
And to that point, Greg Silverman, who worked directly with Zack Snyder on a lot of this stuff, And when asked about what was the profitability of Zack Snyder's films, what did he say? He said, we lost a little bit on, I think it was Owls, Sucker Punch they lost money on, Watchmen they lost a little bit on, but Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, they made a lot of money, a lot. And yet you've still got, to Scott's point, some jackass on Twitter going, but did it make $1 billion?
Right. Now,
here, we'll point it out right now.
Selling Flash since Wally West debuted as Flash in 1987. So that they haven't sold that many. That's almost 40 years ago. So this is math. Math has been winning since we knew what math, before we knew what math was. So imagine this. Can you imagine something that with Zack Snyder, anything on it? The fucking this right here. It's not even a Zack Snyder comic. It's a Justice League 59. There's nothing in it.
Oh, I love that cover.
It's just the cover. It's the cover.
Yeah.
All right. So you walk into the office now with some numbers instead of, hey, I feel wronged. Then maybe you'll have a case and you have something to give James Gunn to be like, absolute Flash, absolute this, Elseworlds. Now you started the ball rolling, but anything beyond some type of metrics is just white noise, and it makes it easier for them to ignore us as a whole.
Even to the point of McFarlane is still putting out. Now they just put out, like Scott showed with his statue and the figures for Batman v Superman. How many years after the fact? Oh, it's not a successful movie.
There's more. And there's more coming.
Yes.
There's more coming. If you guys haven't seen, Jeremy Irons' Alfred.
Oh yeah, he's
getting an action figure.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
And it's been hinted at, that we're going to get a BVS Batmobile.
Ooh.
Because when they did Batman Forever, Michael Goff's Alfred, with the Forever Batmobile was a combo pack, kind of like when I got the Batman Beyond Batmobile. It came with Terry.
You mean that one?
But yes, because mine's right there. Because right now I've got the Batman Beyond Batmobile, the Batwing, and the Batmobile from the animated series right here. I was busy today. It's amazing what I can do when I have a day off.
Right.
But the point is that why, to math wins, why is McFarlane continuing to make these figures and vehicles sell out? Because he's making fucking money.
Yeah.
I mean,
math.
it's math. And so once again, that's what we do. Like, would anyone think that anyone would want an Alfred action figure? But if you make a Jeremy Irons Alfred action figure,
with karate chop action.
Listen, he's my favorite Alfred, so I'll take it.
I need to know who's going to play that guy.
I would
in the new Batman.
I would buy one just to keep him as Jeremy Irons Alfred, and then I would buy another one, kind of repaint it and turn it into Ozymandias from Watchmen TV show.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, there you go. There is one caveat though, because math can lose in one circumstance and one circumstance only. If the dummies looking at it don't understand what a win or a loss is.
Yeah. Yes.
He has his fault and everything else, but he understands math. He understands, and the people that he's surrounded with right now, to a point, understand math better than the Sarnoffs and the Emeracts and all those guys. They did not understand math. So even though math was winning, they didn't know what a win or a loss was. So you can't capture the moment. But you when you look at the stark numbers, and they don't lie, if a comic book sells or a figure sells, that means it's desirable. It's really easy. I'm a fucking moron. I can figure that out. So you got these Ivy League people that were running the company before these guys came along that couldn't figure that out. They're heavily educated.
They didn't want to figure it out. They had cognitive bias, and for some reason they had a hate boner for that version of the universe. And so those numbers, to Phil's point about what Greg Silverman was saying, those numbers, the profitability numbers, didn't matter to them. They had other factors and or biases that they were focused on. The problem is, don't become the same thing. Like, It's pretty clear now at this point, guys. Squadcast is over. Okay, if you haven't picked up on the fact that we haven't released an episode since January of
23,
the show's done. Okay,
2 years.
Yeah. I think Tim editing in
24 because you guys did Aquaman, and Aquaman was
that 24 then?
It was
Okay,
24.
I'm sorry. My life for the past 2 years has been such.
Yeah, you've had life altering shit.
I've had life so much going on. I can't even keep up. But yes, our Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom review was our final episode. And I still think, because I remember Chris Rimmer from DC Comic Squadcast asked me, guys, he asked me, he was like, is the show over? I said, I don't think so. Why? And he referenced what I caught on to, which is go back and listen to the very end of our Aquaman review. And any old school Squadcast listener will hear a particular throwback that's at the end of that episode.
Yep.
And so if you don't know, when we start off as a Suicide Squad cast, we would always do a little sketch at the end.
Yeah.
And then later it became or sometimes we would do our bloopers, the stuff that we would edit out, Tim would throw at the end. And then Tim had created a Suicide Squad bomb in the neck blowing up sound.
Yep.
And he played it at the end of that episode. And some fans interpreted it, and apparently it was correct because even Tim didn't tell me that was him saying,
"That's it.
That's
we're
it.
Done.
No more. We're done.
We're done." Yeah. I wish I had been told, to be honest.
And you're very intuitive, Scott. That's
Yeah. I kind of picked up on that going, that's
interesting.
Yeah.
Real quick, to go back to your thing though that you were saying about the studios, just kind of being biased or whatever, or this or that. Like, I think the big thing too was that they just wanted to rush to catch up with Marvel, and like William,
that was always the thing.
And like Marvel or like William was saying, instead of seeing that, okay, Man of Steel made money, it was profitable. Yes, the biggest controversy amongst fans was the end, but the fact was Snyder, in my opinion, still did a great job of differing yourself from the MCU and still creating interest in whatever was going to happen with that Superman next. So
he also set himself apart from just real quick, he set himself apart from what Christopher Reeve and Richard Donner did too.
Absolutely. Yeah, he kind of did it all in one swing. He set himself there, he set himself apart from the MCU and saying this is darker, more serious, we're taking ourselves a bit more, asking ourselves deeper questions here, like and so, and yeah, with the cult life that Man of Steel has had, it's been great. I think it's still like one of the top selling Blu-rays and DVD, and BVS. And then BVS, same thing, so it's that those heads didn't, they wanted to get to Justice League so quickly because by the time they started Man of Steel, that was a year after Avengers. So they're already,
And what's so great about that is like, okay, so I mean, when everybody talks about compromise, I know that's like a big thing. Like when you push back on some of these guys, they're like, no compromise. I'm like,
not a war.
That sounds good. That sounds good as a battle cry, but Snyder fucking compromised like a motherfucker, but he made it work because, Man of Steel was very much an untouched baby because Christopher Nolan really was like going, nope. But then when it came to BVS, Nolan wasn't there so much. And then, of course, you have Jeff Johns, you have Toby Emmerich, you have a lot of people going, hey, and then of course you had even Sujihara,
John Berg.
Yeah, John Berg. You had all these guys.
Sujihara was preoccupied, by the way.
I forgot about Berg. You have all these guys going like, oh, we got to catch up. So then, Zack even has specifically said that, hey, what if we do Batman next? But BVS, the original BVS script, I mean, it was not what we actually got. I mean, it was originally, it had Metallica.
No, David Goyer's script was way different.
It was way different to the point where it was like, hey, this is not really working. And Ben Affleck was like, I have a guy that we wrote an Academy
Award. And he just won an Oscar.
Yes, we just won an Oscar not too long ago. Let's bring him in here and let's do some shit. So they changed it. And then, of course, it ended up being great. We all love it. But, I mean, that's the thing is, like, there's going to be he even compromised even when it came to Justice League.
He compromised more when
Yeah,
it came to Justice
League. Yep.
And because he said publicly at that first Snyder Con, we had to rewrite the script after, before we started shooting, based on the reaction that we were getting from BVS, because he was trying to make it. He was trying to make it work. And that's the thing, is that the more it was like the more he talked, the less they listened. It was like, do you hear what he's saying?
Yeah. But also,
they don't.
To his credit, though, he also smartly, and a lot of people will try and lambast him for this, he smartly shot, and you could argue it is two different takes, but it still ended up working out to his benefit. He shot the movie that he knew he was going to fucking make, and then he shot all the bullshit that the fucking studio wanted.
True. That is true. And Chris, I know you got to take off because you're like, it's late for you. Yeah.
Wham.
Sorry, I don't have vacation. Unlike you. Sorry, I get.
So when is your spring break?
That already happened.
I'm sorry, man. Oh.
Well, I'm happy for your break. Enjoy the mountains.
I will enjoy the mountains. I'll text you from the hot tub.
Yeah, please do.
That's so cold because Chris is going to be in an office. You're going to be in a hot tub. Oh, wow.
No video.
Love it. I love it.
That's why
you're telling Scott to be cold to me? Come on. I appreciate.
Do I have
Scott
to?
That.
I don't really have to.
Chris.
All right.
Well, as always, fellas.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Great conversations. You can all
happy
follow
belated
me
birthday,
on the,
my friend.
Yes.
Oh yeah, happy birthday! Yeah, I wish you a happy birthday on Wednesday.
You did. I appreciated that.
I sent him Elmo.
Elmo,
what?
You.
You sent him Elmo?
Sent me Elmo. Yeah, he's still not leaving. He's still here, and he's looking at me creepily.
The more I think about it, that makes sense. Actually,
we have children. It's just in our head.
But we do.
Right.
So, but.
Right.
And all right, y'all can follow me on the socials at Chris Balga, Marvel Alliance at Geekverse, 7 p.m. 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on Thursday nights, breaking down all the fun stuff with Daredevil Born Again. So if you're not watching the show, you should. So,
all right, thank you.
Good night, buddy.
Later.
Later.
Hey, real quick, off topic before you guys go into anything else. Absolute Batman #6. Batman kicks the shit out of the kid. Worth the price.
Oh yeah, he punts him like a football. It's fucking amazing.
I still have to. I'm on the mountains. I'm gonna take my iPad. I'm gonna use my DC Universe Infinite subscription, and I'm gonna catch up on. I'm gonna catch up on the Absolute Universe.
You wouldn't kick a kid. Bam, kicks it right. But granted, the kid has a knife and.
But he gives the kid a life vest, so it's all good.
That's true. It's still hilarious. The fact this Absolute Batman is brutal, man. I mean, but
okay. Did you see the image of Absolute Bane?
Oh,
of course you did, because you watched my stream, but you probably saw it before I did.
Yeah. Okay. And here's the thing, I know I'm in the minority. I don't care. I absolutely love Bane as a character. Fuck Nightfall. I couldn't stand that story, and that led to the whole saturation in the mid '90s, and two companies almost went bankrupt. That's a different stream. I trust Scott Snyder. So if I'm gonna look at Bane and stomach it, Scott Snyder has done it. I think the entirety of DC should be following his lead if it were up to me. But I think that the mentality that he has approached DC Comics with for the first time in a long time has got people not only buying new stuff, but they're coming back. There's people that came back today that hadn't picked up Batman in 5 years that are picking up Absolute Batman. I had a guy buy the whole run. And here's the thing. You have a studio head who understands the IP, and you have a guy like him who really understands the IP. You didn't have that before. And I think when we frame all the grievances that went on with Armada and all these other things, none of those guys were connected to the IP. Otherwise, they would have understood how to cultivate it and what kind of box office results mean what and mean this. We didn't have that. You didn't have a studio head. So right now, DC is in a unique position to really do well if the people watching it can translate that and understand what's happening. They're in a unique, and they won't get this chance again. They will not get this chance again, not for a long time. So I hope that whoever is in charge of money and the account and everything else on all levels, because Superman doing well at the box office ain't going to do shit for DC if all the quadrants aren't doing well for DC. And I think they have a chance to do that now, especially with you have Absolute Flash coming out.
Really building
today,
up. Yeah.
Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter. And not only are those books selling, but people, because of the way he's intertwined them with All In, people are picking up those books again. So they're walking out with the standard Batman, Superman ball, and they're walking out with Absolute. That's DC. I've been selling DC for a long time. There has not been this kind of atmosphere around DC the entire time.
For a while.
Yeah, it seems like there's been some hype. There's been some hype, and of course Rhea is out there, who's the executive producer for the Vodka stream tonight. Hi, Rhea. She's saying hi to everybody. So wanted to acknowledge her because I picked her for the executive producer this week, and she's supporting the channel. Much appreciated, Rhea. Good to see you. But no, I think, yeah, I know. I mean, there is like a wave of, positivity when it comes to the DC brand, which is pretty cool. And hopefully that translates to Superman. I mean, who knows? But at the same time, it's like when it comes to celebrating the Snyder Cut, and I've seen a lot of positivity, and it's great when people celebrate that, and we love it. Obviously, we're reflecting on it. We're celebrating it, anniversary. It was a feat. It's something that's going to be studied for sure. But then I'm going, yeah, well, what's also going to be studied is the fandom, the crazy fandom after that too is also going to be studied. But for the most part, when it comes to just the initial lead up to all that, that's just something that's going to be studied. I mean, just even talking about it a little bit with Josh and Jay. Joey. Sorry, Jesus Christ, total brain fart. Too much vodka. Yeah, thank you. And by the way, that's a lantern you have in your hand.
It is a lantern.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
It's a lantern. Stress.
Yeah, stress ball. So he's recharging.
Rain capacity 34.5. Rain. That was for Silky whenever he watches this. He'll appreciate, because we were talking about Green Lantern on Fanimated, and he knew exactly the song from Kirby Crackle I was talking about.
Yeah, there it is. But I'm just saying, like, when it comes to all that, it's like, okay, but at the same time, there's just a lot of buzz now when it comes to this. And it sucks that that there's some of the really diehards that have lost the messaging that we were trying to establish. Like, hey, let the creator do his thing. Let it do this. Let it do that. They just want it all.
And also the cause. Like, my big tweet for the anniversary was, hey guys, go to Autumn's page and donate $4. Like, it's like, let's not forget that the whole idea of supporting suicide prevention doesn't stop, because guess what? People are still dying by suicide.
Yes,
and
it's
we
not
still
about
need
superhero squabbles. That's
and
not
so this is going to be my opportunity. I know we're 4 hours in, but Dave always has the link down there. Yeah. But my campaign this week was $4 for 4 years. I mean, check the box and pay the processing fee too, so that AFSP doesn't have to, shoulder that.
Yeah, but, you got some extra scratch. Just freaking.
I mean, $4 is thankfully one of those things that's like, okay, I just don't buy X, Y, or Z, and I can. And trust me, I live. I'm at a point now in my life where I'm living paycheck to paycheck, but
the whole world.
Yeah. And I work at a grocery store, so I really see it. And so, but yeah, $4, just $4, do something, because I just feel like, personally, I feel like that's something that got lost. I mean, I haven't been able to donate for the past, year or so. I haven't had the money. I get it, folks. Okay, but on an anniversary, even I pulled out my card, and I was just like, today's a day. It's $4. I just need to donate $4. Like, it's something I need to do. And now that I'm full time with my company, they do matching. So if I do so, and that's another thing to always double check with AFSP is if you have a employer, you type in the name of the employer and their database already knows minimum, maximum. Here's the link you got to go to fill out the matching form with your company. So I know that with my company, I need to make sure I donate at least $25 minimum, and then they'll match. So I'm definitely going to be taking advantage of that in the future, which I never had the opportunity prior to now to why is the echo back?
There's still an echo, yeah. There's still an echo, William. Sadly, there is. Yeah.
But I just want to be able to remind people that hasn't stopped. That page is still there. AFSP is still doing the work. And yes. and that's me bringing it down, but it's also me going, let's remember when we talk about what we did it for. Did we just do it for the movie? Or did you, or when we talk about the good we did, that we quote saved lives, did you mean that part just or more than just getting the movie? And so the links down below. The link is always down below. Doesn't matter what. It could be DC Fanimated. It could be Film Junkie Live. It could be Vodka Stream. The link,
the first one that you see down there.
The link is always there in the description. I see it every time.
Yeah.
Donate it. Like I said, $4 for 4 years. It's a nice thought to remember what the point was, what the real message point was. And so that's my thing, because since this has happened, I've been affected by it. I've spoken to that. I've unfortunately continued to be affected by it in different ways, or people that I know have been affected by it. It's not getting, things are getting better, but things are getting worse. And so take an opportunity to kind of gut check about that. And that's kind of my message. And I know I got super serious there, but it just,
nothing wrong with that.
It hit me this week. It just did. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I also want to ask William a question completely off topic.
And I'm going to go back to your topic, but yeah, go ahead. Ask me.
That's fine. Because I'm going to use vacation to be able to finally jump into the absolute universe, because I don't have time in my life. Like it just isn't the thing.
I understand.
William, is it best, because I don't want to hear anything. I know nothing. It's great. I've stayed in a bubble. Do I need to read, I know with Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, that I know that Flash, Green Lantern, and Martian Manhunter are coming out. Do I need to read all the number ones, all the number twos, or can I just start a series, read a series, catch up, start the next series, read that series, catch up?
Yes, you can. Okay. Yes, you can. You can. Okay. Start with Absolute Power number 4, though, to give you the context.
I already knew that, because I've got all in. I got the all in special, and so. Okay.
After that, each one of them right now, issues 1 through 5, and in Batman's case, number 6, are self-contained stories that haven't been published yet.
Okay. Yep. Now let me ask you this, just as a follow-up question. You say start with Absolute Power number 4. Can I literally start on number 4? Or
yes.
Okay.
Yes. The special that came out, and I still have it here. The special that came out, the one where Darkseid does what he does, that's in there, and that's relevant, and that's going to come back in relevance later on in the year. But you want to start out because you need to know why this universe has the energy that it does. Okay. So that's what you'll want to do, and those are still widely available for dirt cheap.
Well, and once again, I got DC Universe Infinite, so I can just.
Okay, you got it. You already got it. So yeah,
I already got it. And as much as it's weird for me to say that, I don't have the money to buy books, so I have that yearly subscription, and the app is my best, thing. And I say this because I
would rather have you reading paper, but if you're reading, I'm good. I mean, if you're reading comics, find it.
I know, and that's why I'm apologizing. It's I would rather have paper too, but I'm trying to pay my mortgage.
Oh, and there's a lot of people out there that are floating in and out of the situation. To the AFSP thing, we got our link. We do our thing. We do it through Tiltify, so we can partner up with people. So if there's somebody else that's nearing a goal, we can partner up with them. There's a lot you can do with the link that AFSP gave us. Here's one thing that I would like everybody else to do who does put the link: make the case. And it's not just for, just the money, the dollar amount, what it goes to, the educational thing, because it's not just suicide prevention. The families that have been left behind are dealing with trauma, and AFSP helps with them too.
Survivors,
classes,
yes.
Yeah, that people that are out there so people can identify. We got veterans, things like that you can identify key things. You can't be a doctor to solve it all, but you can be, somebody, that walks up and gets somebody to help and gets them to where they need to be. That's where a lot of the resources go to. And so when you're dropping the link, make the case, because I think once you make the case that this isn't just any donation, that there's a cause, that what dollar leads to what, I think it's a lot easier to compel people to pull out a little bit more. So I know it's helped with us. I know we're 3,800 away from 20,000. I hope we reach it.
You will.
It
might take some time, but hey.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. But like I said, everything we've done with any of this took patience. So we started out with a $5,000 goal, and that's now.
I think we lost Scott's feed right here. He's got the spinning wheel of death that's happening right there. But no, yeah, I mean, like when it comes to just wrapping up all that, it's like, that's what it's all about, folks. I mean, the messaging, don't lose the messaging. The messaging is this: if you don't like what's happening now, fine, but I just don't understand, like, the obsession of shitting on the whole thing. I keep knocking down my Marty hat. But I think the last thing you back, Scott? You good?
Yeah, it was that thing where I've been using my webcam all night, and
it ran out of juice.
My computer died, and I had to quickly plug my computer back in. And normally I catch it, but I was so in the conversation, and I was listening to William, and suddenly I went, "Fuck! I forgot to plug my computer back in."
It happens
because I have to unplug the what is it? We're 4 hours in. Hey, that's not bad.
That's not bad.
Yeah, 4:15, and that's how long my computer lasted with my webcam running the entire time.
Good battery. It's a good battery. 2.5 hours is
yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I think like wrapping up that stuff. I mean, we could just. I mean, I don't know if Scott, you've watched Daredevil or anything.
I am caught up.
You're caught up. Sweet.
I thought it might come up, so I made GD sure that I had a window in between feeding the dog and picking up Declan in carpool, and so I was like, I can watch episode 4 in this window.
Episode 4. Oh man, I loved episode 4. Just saying.
I loved a scene in episode 4. I've talked to you, I think, privately. Thank you, Phil. Yeah, you know which one it was. I've talked to you privately because I've never had a chance to express my opinion, that I've had some mixed reactions to Daredevil Born Again so far.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
So,
you're not alone.
But I am curious. I mean, I could just say what I want to say, and it's not like I have any problem doing that. But I'm very curious, like, what has kind of been. I'm not communicating with people about the show. It's been kind of nice. I've just been watching the show, and it's kind of relaxing to just watch the show. But what have y'all's takeaways been? And then I can just sort of jump in, because it's like it's like in every episode, there's like a moment or a scene that I'll really enjoy. But then overall, I'm just like,
yeah, I think we're all kind of in the same boat. I mean, I know
not me.
Phil has, well, maybe not William, but I know Phil was like having, like when we first do the first 2 episodes and we kind of talked about it. I mean, I even said myself that I'm like, I'm glad that they reverted back to as much as they can when it comes to Netflix, but at the same time, you feel the Marvel Studios fingerprints. Like it's just it's not quite
gritty. It's not dirt. Yeah. It's not, New York isn't as dirty.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, it's not as, and I'm just going to use words that I feel like are annoying, but it's too clean.
Yeah, it's a little. I mean, it's Marvel Studios. That's what I think. That's what we're saying the same thing. It's like Marvel Studios was like, all right, we shot this whole part, and I think we actually found out now that basically the second episode was supposed to be the first episode, and they kind of just went like, all right, when they revamped, they kind of reshot the first episode to be like, well, we got to inject this, we got to get the gang back together, Bullseye, all the stuff. So that was like the first episode. And then when it comes to the second episode, that was actually where this was whole, because you feel the fact that, because there was a whole rumor of like, oh, it was going to be a lot of
courtroom stuff. Yes.
Yeah. Which I don't mind. As long as it's done well and everything. And for the most part, I've been enjoying the courtroom stuff. But at the same time, I'm going, get back in the fucking costume already, Matt. What are we doing here? But at the same time, when this last episode happened, and when you have Frank Castle and Matt Murdock finally face to face, and oh man, I mean, but obviously that was revamped too, because we know that John Bernthal was like, hey, I wasn't about what they were doing. I wasn't going to come back. And then they revamped it. So now when they confront each other, and man, when Frank is just going like, say his name, it's just fucking beating Matt to the point where Matt punches him in the face. And he like goes, shit, I'm sorry, because he just reacted. I love that so much, where it was like Matt was just like, psh, he just punched him. It wasn't like a big punch, but at the same time, he was just like, he got like, Frank pushed his button so much that he gave him like a little fucking, little punch. But at the same time, he was like, fuck, I shouldn't do that. But at the same time, it's like, this is what boarding's all about. You're getting that Daredevil back into you. And then, of course, when we see the end, I don't know. I really, really enjoyed this episode.
Phil, what were you going to say?
That scene was actually shot for another episode later on in the season by a different director, as opposed to who directed the entirety of the rest of the episode. So that's why it's placed here, because it was shot at a different time. But also to your point, yeah, it is in a sense revamped, because initially John Bernthal was like, I don't really like what's going on here. I'm not a fan of what you've written. And that was when the two showrunners were still showrunning the whole Shabbat before they were cut loose, and Dario Scartapane came on and took over. I'm rewatching Punisher right now, and I'm on episode 3 of season 2. Dario Scartapane was a writer on Punisher. He was an executive producer. I think there is, to your guys' point, like, it is a little bit of that Marvel Studios cleanliness to it. But I also think that this is a Netflix show released on Disney Plus by way of Disney Plus. I truly am of the mind that like the weekly release is kind of a hindrance, because that was the beauty of the Netflix Daredevil show. And is it fair to continuously compare it to the Netflix show? Yes and no, because at the end of the day, like, this is essentially a 4th season to that show. The difference is it's like going to a different channel or a different network. It's going to have a different set of release, standard set to it. For me, like Dave mentioned, like, I wasn't really too hot on the first 2 episodes. I was like, all right, this is the first 15 minutes of episode 1 were great. The last 5 minutes of episode 2, great. Everything in between that is kind of up, down for me. One of my biggest sticking points is I could give a fuck about Wilson and Vanessa going to therapy.
Oh yeah, that stuff's kind of.
It's really, like, I really think the only thing is like it's kind of like an audience indicator of like, oh look, Matt's girlfriend is, she's the therapist too.
It's the connection of the whole thing,
right?
Yeah.
And it's like, this could come to a head at some point down the line if Heather finds out Matt is the devil. It could. I'm not going to say it will. I'm not going to say it won't. We just don't know, because that's the other thing. Like the weekly release, I think, again, is kind of like okay, I don't mind it, but every episode I'm like, I want more, and I don't have that luxury like I used to, and that's kind of a bummer. I've talked to Paul about this too, our good buddy Paul Mitchells, and honestly, I really liked this episode. I thought the ending of episode 3 was just fucking mind-blowing. No pun intended. But seriously, like,
I'm sorry, that was really dark, and I shouldn't have laughed like that, but I did.
Well, you know me. I'm always one for
dark.
I
was a little delayed on that. I was like, what? Oh shit. Yeah. Okay.
But no, seriously, like Kamar Delos Reyes, rest in power. Like he delivered just a fucking excellent performance as Hector Ayala, and I like what they're doing with the corrupt cops and doing the whole, you know, they're adopting the Punisher moniker, and they're thinking like what they're doing is actual justice. Because I just know damn good and well at some point Frank Castle's going to confront one, if not some of them, and be like, no, you don't fucking do this. This is not going to go the way you think it is. You better take my fucking symbol off, or I'm going to put a bullet in your fucking head. And I really want something like that. I'm hoping something like that is happening. And if it doesn't happen, that's my own expectations and that's on me. But at the same time, it's like the way they're showcasing the season, it's very, they're playing with a couple different pieces. And I think from a balancing perspective, they're doing a solid job of it. I do think that some of the writing is maybe a half a notch down from what we saw from the Netflix show.
I agree.
Well, Phil, to your point though, what I've been trying to do with my own personal patience is, because I read enough, because like I said, I've been excited about this. I love the Netflix Daredevil show. So I've been eagerly anticipating this series.
Mm-hmm.
What I have been giving grace for is I can still see, based on what I was hearing and reading, I know that what I've been watching is still recycling stuff from the 1.0 version. And we haven't gotten to anything yet that is 100% 2.0, if you get my drift. So because they shot all that stuff, and clearly they didn't just want to chuck everything out. They wanted to, because they filmed so much up to the point that they stopped, they clearly wanted to at least, you know, reimburse themselves by recycling some of that footage and some of those story ideas, while then trying to, you know, reconceptualize it into what they're doing right now. So this is definitely going to be a show that I feel like I'm going to, in all fairness, I'm going to give it the entire season, because I'm going to wait and see when do they get to the point where an episode that I watch is 100% after the revamp.
Mm-hmm. And I think we're probably going to get something like that, I think.
Well, next week is 2 episodes.
Okay. I think next week is probably getting closer, if not there, to the revamp part. I feel like, once again, this is subjective. This is my, you know, my spider sense tingling and telling me that just based on what I've read.
It's Peter Tingle. Sorry.
Stop it. I was not going to use that fucking phrase.
It's the Scott sense.
It is my Scott sense.
I like that. Scott sense.
But that's what I'm waiting on, and I can be a very patient individual, because also I'm someone who just I remember the days where a show that I absolutely love can have a crappy first and or second season, and then by the third season you go, oh fuck, now you're cooking with gas, you know. And so being patient is something that I'm really good at. But I'll give you some time. But then eventually I'm going to be like, but it's time to start paying up at some point. I do feel the feeling of, I want Matt back in the fucking suit. Like I want.
It seems like we're going to finally get that. I mean,
I know, and I'm trying not to be the kind of fan that's like, I want him in the suit. I want him now. I understand the story that's being told. I'm just ready for it to get there. If you understand,
enough of the foreplay. Let's get to
and it was interesting because Dave, what's the new showrunner's name again, Phil?
Dario Scartapane.
He had that article, the interview, where he talked about how with the fewer number of episodes, you know, there wasn't going to be as much navel gazing. And the problem is that in these episodes, like, there's a lot of navel gazing going on. You promised me not as much navel gazing, because actually I didn't mind that in the Netflix Daredevil series. Like the stuff that he was kind of like he was trying to sell me on something that was like, but I didn't mind that stuff. It was called drama and acting. I was okay with it. Funny enough, I don't have a problem with the Vanessa Wilson therapy sessions.
Well, she's nice to look at, so at least there's that.
But for me, I've enjoyed, because remember in the original version, we either weren't going to have Vanessa, or we weren't going to have this actress as Vanessa.
Yeah,
true.
And so I am enjoying watching their dynamic. Has been an interesting dynamic since season 1. So I'm invested in the characters, so I'm okay with the therapy. So.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, the way that this episode ends with Matt, just like we finally saw the scene where he opens up, hey, there's all the cows, and then he goes up on the rooftop and starts doing Daredevil shit. And then all of a sudden it cuts to Fisk, who's like in his like personal little dungeon, who, when it has that dude that had an affair with Vanessa, and he's just like eating his dinner as this dude's like in a fucking like cage and screaming for his life, and he's just like, nah. So it's like it just kind of showed, oh yeah, now we're getting these two back again, born again. Essentially, we're like, oh yeah, they're getting back to form as how we knew them prior. So,
but yeah. Dave, that's not quite how the episode ended.
Yeah, there's also okay. Who is that character, by the way? Because
this was informed to me on my stream. That character is Muse, and apparently he drains the blood of his victims and he uses that blood for his art.
Well, he does much more than that.
Oh, he does more than that? Go ahead, William. The floor is yours, man.
Right. All right, so Muse is an Inhuman.
Okay.
What ended up happening with Muse is the Cherokee Mist, when Black Bolt did the bomb and all that.
Yeah.
It affected everybody, even the worst of us. He's a serial killer by trade anyway, but he's also an artist. So his power as an Inhuman, he has a sensory deprivation thing where he can absorb all senses and sensory output. So that makes it hard for Daredevil to come after him. He's sick. The draining of the blood, when you first see him in 2016, that sidekick that Daredevil had, he led him to a subway area where he had used the blood of 116 people to make a mural. And that was the beginning of what he did. And then when they walk into the other room, he's got people hung upside down and there's buckets under them. He did something where he kidnapped a bunch of his fellow Inhumans, killed them, and posed them in just weird, mundane positions of just doing random, regular stuff. One of them was sitting on a toilet. One of them was cooking and pouring something. They were all dead. And he does these deadly things for his art. And he's not okay. He's a pretty nasty villain. He wasn't around for very much. I mean, they brought him back in the newest issue of Unleashed Hell. You can see his face right there. He looks exactly like he does in the comics. He looks exactly like he does. I haven't heard him speak yet, but he does speak, and he's sick. So yeah, he tore out. I forgot what the sidekick name is because I haven't read him in a while. He pulled out his eyes, and for everything he does,
blind spot.
Everything he does is for his perception of art. He ends up getting beat because the beast possesses blind spot, and blind spot beats him. And then rather than be captured, he wanted to end on his own last art and kills himself. I don't know if that's going to be the way it happens in the show, but that's him. It's very strange that they put this kind of macabre villain into anything with a Disney anything on it. But hey, it's going to be interesting. He's creepy as fuck. My opinion about Daredevil, having watched all 39 episodes, Defenders, Punisher, I think it's an upgrade in every way. I guess I'll be in a minority, and I think it's an upgrade in every way. I love the original series. It is a flawed series. I could literally do my own stream on some of the flaws that were in the original Daredevil. The pacing in the original Daredevil was 2015-ish story type telling. The action was there. But when you talk about the navel gazing, the main difference between Netflix and here is it's not stretched out to the point where it becomes you're looking at your watch. Every scene in there where they're doing the one-on-one talking, it ends perfectly. The diner scene, the scene with Frank, there's a psychology that they've approached these first 4 episodes that I don't see in any of the 39 episodes. And towards the end there, with the Defenders, the strength of Daredevil is a solitary nature that he is in with the circle of people that he is in. I thought there was too much clutter. I thought there was too many characters coming down towards the end. I have as much use for the Defenders as I do for used toilet paper, which is none. So especially in Daredevil, if you want to give them their own whatever in Daredevil, And I just thought there's something that was missing. We were talking about it on our show last night. As good as those shows were, there's a rolling intensity that wasn't there. There were bad things that happened in the original show, but you can feel it. When you watch this episode, there's 3 quadrants that are all escalating to a collision, and you can feel that rolling. And you don't need the suit, in my opinion. Yeah, the suit in the action is a payoff to the intensity in the story. They didn't always stick that landing in the original show. So there are awesome elements that they carry over. John Bernthal is the only live action Punisher. But Charlie Cox, he's a better actor now. What he did with that acting scene, what he did with the Punisher the other night, that's some of the best acting that he did the entire time. And you got to realize, though, I'm also judging this show as it's a 10-year-old show, and all of these people have gotten better. All of these people have gotten better, and we tell stories differently in 2025 than we did at the start of 2020 or 2016.
I get that.
So that's my.
I get that.
Not only that, I understand the gripe of wanting him in the suit, but as I love to say, this is becoming my favorite word: context. Matt went through one of the most traumatic things that has happened to him since his father died.
Mm-hmm.
He lost his best friend, and his best friend avidly wanted him out of that suit, and so much so that like he was terrified for his best friend's well-being every time he put that fucking suit on. And so after Foggy died and after Bullseye effectively fucked his life up, you know, Bullseye gets to fucking live the rest of his life in prison, but he still gets to live, as Frank points out. Like what Bullseye just gets to fucking walk around, and then Matt screams, "He got life! He got life!" Like, it's so fucking good. It was really good, but I understand why people want him back in the suit. But I also think, from a psychological perspective and a mental perspective, Matt was like, if I put this suit back on, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna what I did to Bullseye, I'm gonna do to fucking Average Joe. I'm gonna do to fucking Joe Jackass. I'm gonna do to fucking whoever I run into, because I'm just so
well, look at what he did to those cops, you know, and that scene with a cop in this week's episode where he was like,
bring a little bit more people,
bring a little bit more. Yeah, that scene was good. I like seeing when Matt gets like that cocky Matt. You know,
cocky Matt's good. I also like Womanizer Matt. There was like another woman that other lady. I was like, she's gorgeous. And he's like flirting. I'm like, come on, how is this guy? Anyways,
and she's Latvian.
Yeah. But one of the things
the 2 songs that they did when they said we built this city,
rock and roll,
and then they played it twice in a different language. That's the kind of humor that works. It was placed and it was funny, and Kingpin wanted to nothing more than to get out of both of those instances, and I thought it was hilarious. I
agree with you with that. Like I said, I think back to your point, Phil. It is a completely different watching experience. Like, I enjoy typically the weekly model because I can't sit there.
Give you a little break. We get to discuss it, you know.
Well, but also I don't have the time.
Yeah, that too.
To binge an entire season when it comes out, to then try to avoid spoilers, online discussion, and talk to you guys. I need a weekly model to even a weekly model. I can't.
It's hard.
I can't keep up with everything.
Well, we just had the season finale of Severance, and people are fucking, you know.
And I haven't watched a single episode of the season.
I know. I was like, God damn it, guys! Why are you already posting spoilers? I'm like, trying my best because I'm going to watch it tomorrow. That's usually when I watch Severance, is on Saturdays, because I don't have time during the week.
And the only reason I can keep it with Daredevil is because I'm the only one watching it. This isn't a Heather wants to watch the show with me. You know, if it's a show that Heather and I try to watch together, I'm fucked. Like, I'll get to it in like 6 months. You know. Because we're that far behind.
You can't do it with that.
But there is an impatience in me because of my own selfish excitement of I see the arc that's going. And if I was binging the show, I can tell you my impatience wouldn't be there because I could get to that. Like there's the sense of I can watch the episode, I can watch the season, and I would give it its time because I can get to it as fast as I can watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of this weekly release happening right now, which is like, and another week, and another week, which and I feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, and I completely acknowledge that.
Yeah.
That's the problem with human psychology. I'm not being logical. I'm speaking entirely from a subjective, selfish point of view right now, but I'm also going to be honest about it and go, but this is what I'm feeling.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But at the same time, I'm like that scene with Frank and Matt. I mean, there was so much there. There's so much to like. There's so much. Even Frank, even like the way that Matt pushed back on Frank, and Frank was just. I mean, he just basically like, "What the fuck are you doing?" kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, what is Frank doing? Frank's like hibernating in this fucking bunker. He's all bearded up and he's got longer hair. And he's just like being the paranoid fucking, I don't know. I'm just like right here. So both of them basically said, what the fuck are you doing? You have to be yourself. And that's what I loved about it. It was like they both were giving the business to each other. Mm-hmm. So we already know that they're going to team up later. We saw the set photos. You know, Frank's going to fucking cut his hair and he's going to put back on the fucking armor. And we know that Matt's going to, put back on the fucking suit. So the fact of the matter is just like both of them just came at this point of what the fuck are you doing right now? What the fuck? And they grilled each other to the point of like where they almost beat the shit out of each other. And we know that's just going to lead. And that's what was so great about the scene was like, oh yeah, these are two heroes that lost being that hero. And now they came to a point where there was like, hey, we need to be heroes again. And you need to step up and you need to step up. They're pointing the fingers at each other to step up.
Hey, William, what were you about to say earlier?
The binge model not being there helps this series because your regard for each individual person carries over. You have time to think about what happened to Hector. You have time to think about the words Frank said to Matt. You have time. And when you do the binge model, and like I said, this is a different era, your thought process and the way the show's approach is different. I don't think these stories are meant to be perceived that way. It's just what's convenient for Netflix to do it that way. More and more, I hope they dump the binge model because, like I said, that conversation in between.
I'm with you.
I'm with you on that. Yes,
sure.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I think it's just because we kind of grew up with the whole model of like weekly shows, so we understand that actually works. Because, I mean, I remember, when I binged Breaking Bad, because I wasn't on, obviously that was the AMC and that was like the normal model back, in the day, back many years ago. But I remember even that at that point, which was kind of crazy, was I didn't have, I was unemployed at the time and I had the time to just binge it. And I remember just like when the cliffhanger would happen, I'd be like, it's 2:00 in the morning and I'm going, I have to watch the next episode. But there is something that's kind of cool when it has a cliffhanger and you go, what? And then you have to wait a week. I don't know. There's just kind of something. There's an anticipation.
It's a very special feeling for me. Is. I remember the two times I remember really kicking it is, of course, the end of season 3 of Star Trek Next Generation with Best of Both Worlds Part 1, Mr. Worf, fire. And we're like, what the fuck? Yeah. Picard's a Borg. What's going on? And you had to wait all summer until the next until season 4 started. And then also
that saved that series, by the way.
Oh, it did? No, being canceled. William, don't talk to me like I don't know that's
I'm talking to a lot of people. Yeah. I remember because originally when they first aired the first 2 seasons and I was growing up in LA, it actually got kind of canceled, but it was sold into a different syndication. It went to just another network. It was seamless. The entire talk around that season was like, this may be the last season of Next Generation. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And then the Best of Both Worlds happened. And there's been no turning back for the Next Generation since then.
Oh, no. Well, no, exactly. And the other one for me was those early seasons of Alias, because every episode ended on a cliffhanger and it worked. So I enjoyed that.
I really do too.
I enjoy that. And right now, I can watch something in a 1 hour chunk. Like that's a thing I can.
Binging was not. It's just not my. It's not my thing. It's just not my thing.
The closest thing I come to binging is something like what I'll do now, which is like, well, because my life is so crazy, I haven't watched the entire season of something, and even though it was released weekly, well, now it becomes the binge model because it's all there. And then I can just burn through it.
Yeah.
Because
but that's also the beauty part about this kind of stuff too, is like if you're not catching up with it weekly, and then when you finally do, you can binge. But then what's cool about that too is like nobody's really talking about it, so you're not gonna. And if you weren't paying attention when it was doing weekly, you're not gonna get spoiled by it, because again, like I said, Severance had their season 2 finale, and I'm sitting there going, oh, I gotta, like, anytime there's a Severance post, I'm like trying to scroll. Yeah. People are just already just posting shit, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot there was a season finale, so everybody's going, and I'm like, you can't wait a couple of days, but
they can't.
They cannot. I know. I don't know why I even complain about it, because I'm like, of course they can't. But I'm gonna watch it tomorrow. Like that's gonna be like, the first thing when I wake up and get my
priority
coffee.
number 1.
I'm like, Severance season fucking 2. Fuck yeah, finale.
Getting back to this.
You got
so now that it's all
Frank
out,
Frank Miller, yay!
I like that.
They're getting back to this, and when I mean intensity and escalation, they had it in sporadically and in a lot of blocks in the original 39. I feel it in its entirety in these 4 episodes. That dialogue, certain people have been switched out for certain things, like Elektra for Foggy, and by the way, Foggy's alive, but Elektra for Foggy. They've switched out certain things, but that dialogue that he has with the Punisher right after Elektra dies, they're going back to this again, and that's another thing I love about this iteration of.
I think I saw a post today that said it was either the official Marvel or official Daredevil page posted an image from a panel of the secret life of Foggy Nelson, and it's like,
see, well, I mean, there was that Easter egg in the beginning where like the
468.
Witness protection program. Anybody remember that story?
Yeah.
I mean, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, cool, yeah. Don't bring him back to not.
Was a scroll.
Oh
shit!
That was mentioned, right? Yeah.
By the pickpocket thief that he was.
So scroll. Yeah. I was like, oh shit! They talked about a scroll in Daredevil. Interesting.
You touched on something when it came to Frank and Matt, in that they were going back and forth each other about being heroes and shit. Frank Castle would contend that because he doesn't have time for that candy ass hero shit.
I love that line.
God damn it, dude.
God, I love John Bernthal.
After watching season 1. After watching season 1 of The Punisher, because as soon as episode 3 ended and I saw the skull and how much emphasis they were going to do, I was like, I know what they're doing here. At least I have an idea of what I think they're doing here. It's going to be the corrupt cops. It's going to be the one of them who fucking murdered Hector. I need to go and watch The Punisher again. So I blazed through season 1.
I'm totally
blazing through season 2. I actually never watched season 2, so I need to go back. And now I bought
This guy likes season 2 more than he likes season 1 of The Punisher.
Cool.
The whole run is great, but season 2, like I said, there are certain things that in Bernthal's run that he is the Punisher. And another thing he did when they were going back and forth, if you've ever gone through either grief counseling or sat in on grief counseling classes, when somebody has lost someone, one of the most important things that they do is the say the name thing. It comes from the military. It's because if you're trying to suppress the trauma gets worse. Say the name of the person you lost, and you have to deal with that grief directly on. So when he's screaming that's a Marine. That's indicative of somebody who's lost something. And that whole thing was like, it was like almost like he was a psychiatrist trying to pry the reason why Matt Murdock showed up there, because he's been through it. And when he said, I'm living that whole grief, I live that. That's where I live. That's even, even before he put on the skull, he went through an event that he's never going to get over. And he can't get over it because he's still hearing his kid say, Daddy, go get him. But when he said, say their name, that's him coming to grips, because you're running from it. You're running from the trauma that happened. You're doing all these other things because you can't turn and face that loss. And that loss has a face and a name. I love that. That probably was in my top 4 or 5 scenes of the whole run. That's going to be in the top 3 for me.
Nice. Now we'll see what happens when it comes to this, but I think this is a good way to end the stream tonight. I mean, this has been a really fun and awesome stream. Obviously, we want to, when it comes to our featured guests that were here today, and that was awesome, obviously, and we appreciate that they joined, of course, when it comes to Josh, when it comes to Joey, when it comes to their film, which is called Amen, right? That they have also.
Was it not Eamon or Eamon because it's the name of the main character? So
it's Amen, Eamon. I know there's like ways. I always pronounce things wrong. You know me.
I know you.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was Amen, Eamon, whatever. But at the same time, if that does get released online, we will promote it. Obviously, they just released it. They were screening it this past weekend, and hopefully more to come. But of course, it was great to talk to Josh and get his perspective on the whole, all the attention that he's getting when it comes to his Joker and all that. And then, of course, acknowledging that he's been around for a bit and he's been in so many things where he sat in that makeup chair way longer than it was to put on that Joker makeup. And then, of course, Joey and what he is trying to accomplish out there. And hopefully we can get him back, and whatever they're doing, we could have more discussions, because that was just a lot of fun talking to them. So, and of course, appreciate you guys, Phil, William, Scott, and then of course Austin and Chris who joined. But let's go around the horn. What do we got? Promote. Phil, you go first.
As always, my friend, it's always a blast getting to chat with you. I was happy to hear Scott might show back up too. It's been a while, man. Good to have you back as well.
Thank you.
Anyone wants to follow me on the sock meds, just Vero, Blue Sky, Threads, Instagram. No, I'm not there. Don't fucking lie to these people like that. We don't do that here. Anyway, you guys can catch my show Friday, Phil, 4:05 Pacific Standard Time every Friday. Had a fun show. He showed up in the chat. It was a fun time.
Share the link too. By the way, if you're watching, share Phil's link. There may be more people. A lot more people will be watching Phil, man. Share Phil's link. I shared it on all of them. Right there.
Yeah. I saw you post it on Twitter, and I saw that. I was like, oh yeah, shit. I was too busy prepping my show, and I was just like, I just retweeted it, and I was like, yeah.
I appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we showing some love.
Even though Squadcast may not be around, my show made a comeback, The Eternal Night. My buddy and I, Chris Evans, talked about Absolute Batman. We have an episode out there where you find your podcast, so feel free to give that a listen. So yeah, that's kind of it for the time being. Council Creators every Wednesday, Party Nation every Tuesday, here every Friday.
There it is. William, what do you got?
All right. Well, WrestleMania weekend's coming up. If you're into wrestling and you're in Vegas, I'm holding a wrestling event right here, and I'm doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I think the 25th, I can't remember if it's a Tuesday or Wednesday. We're going to go through a BBS, and we're going to do another fundraiser, get us closer. We are $3,800 away, $3,820 away from a $20,000 raised for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. That's about it. You can reach me. You can just Google the Sci-Fi Center. I'm the one and only, and then go to the landing page. Everything is there. Oh, and Muse is really gross. Go read his comics if you want to.
I love that. Scott, send us off as you usually did.
But I don't have the thing.
I know you don't have the normal fucking spiel, right?
I don't. My life has changed that much. But please make sure, guys, that you catch Dave and me every Wednesday night. And not this coming Wednesday night, but on April 2nd, we're coming back with DC Fanimated. We'll be doing the 8th episode of season 3 of Superman the Animated Series called Superman's Pal. So go check that out.
Who's that?
Yeah, I know. Who's that? But make sure to check the replay of this week's episode where we talked about the 5th episode of Batman Beyond Meltdown. That was a really fun discussion, so I hope you'll go check that out. On my Letterboxd account, I wrote a review for Black Bag. It's
which
so far
everyone should see. If you
everyone should see that movie. It is my favorite movie of 2025 so far. So please go see the movie and check out my review over on Letterboxd. I am Scott DC27 on Letterboxd. And as we alluded to and kind of showed a little bit earlier in the stream, check out my Twitter X handle over at ScottDC27, where you can watch my unboxing video of the McFarlane resin statue of Batman from BVS.
You got more shit?
I got more shit.
Wow, damn.
Yeah, you weren't here.
I might have to rob you instead of Enosh. This is
yeah.
So check out that video. I really appreciate it. I'm with Squadcast kind of going the way of the dinosaur. I'm just trying to do more on my X feed right now. So I'm making some videos and posting them there. Having fun with that. So show it some love. It's appreciated. I'm kind of becoming a very, very amateur video editor with my iPhone and trying to post stuff. So check it out. Of course, you can find me on Vero at Scott McClellan. And that's all. Like I said, no Facebook or Instagram for Lent. So nothing's there. So thank you guys. And like we said, April 2nd, we'll be back for DC Fanimated.
That's what I'm talking about. Hit that like, thumbs up. And again, thank you to Joey. Thank you to Josh. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, William. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Chris. And thank you guys for watching. And we will talk to you guys later.